Hi, everybody. Welcome to Free Agent Frenzy today. And today certainly is a day that feels like Christmas Day, Anthony. I was just saying it to all of us before. It's like we're unwrapping a brand new hockey season right now. And there is a lot that we have already got to discuss before we even get to the fun stuff, which is coming up at noon. I, of course, am the host and extraordinaire, Mr. Mark Williams. And I'm joined by the man who's going to be working the phones diligently right now, Mr. Anthony Larocco.
Kirill the Thrill. Not a free agent today, but got to support him with what's going on with him in Russia. Hopefully he gets back and no problems with him playing next season. But yeah, let's get started. Let's get down to business, Mark. Couple orders of news that happened last night while you may have been sleeping. After it coming out that Yevgeny Malkin was going to test free agency, he has indeed stayed in Pittsburgh with a 4-year deal worth $6.1 million. So any Ranger fans that wanted to stay far away could relieve a sigh of relief. Evander Kane is staying in Edmonton. Also a 4-year deal believe worth around $20 million. And then some of the stuff that started trickled in this morning, but it's not official until noon. Jack Campbell will be signing with the Edmonton Oilers, so the Oilers get their goalie. More on all that specifics of these things later, but I'm not really sold on Campbell with Edmonton. I don't really think he's a reliable starter, elite one.
Agree with you on that one.
After the Capitals trading Vitek Vanacek in New Jersey and not qualifying Ilya Samsonov, they now have a starting goaltender again, as Darcy Kemper will be heading to Washington. And then Andrew Kopp will be signing with Detroit. Those are the ones that kind of have been reported. And then Josh Manson has re-signed in Colorado for 4 years, I think $4.5 million. And then Pavel Zacha has been traded to the Boston Bruins, still waiting on the return, but I believe it might be Eric Haula in return. We'll just wait to see that be confirmed.
And anytime there's a guy that's been traded, there's this graphic I throw up there. So there's another one.
So a lot of moving parts here. The other for the New York teams, it seems as though Vinny Trocheck will be signing with the New York Rangers. That's not confirmed or as concrete as some of the other ones are with Kopp, Campbell, etc. But it looks like that might be the play there. And then while nothing confirmed by a reputable insider, but it seems like Johnny Gaudreau, the Devils are the favorite to land Johnny Gaudreau. The only thing that's been said about him so far that's come from a reputable source is that Darren Dreger had tweeted that in his opinion that the Islanders and Devils are the best fit for him, said that the Flyers obviously would work, but doesn't seem like they have the cap space to make it work. And then Emily Kaplan earlier said that Philly is Gaudreau's first choice, but once again, they're trying to move JVR, and it's been really hard to do so. And unless that happens, the Flyers might not be able to land him. But all signs point to him signing with New Jersey, but who knows? If Philly can make a move to move JVR, then I think the Flyers are absolutely players. But that's really it so far. Other things to keep an eye out. I know Patrick Kane has been all the rage, but he's not moving. I've read multiple articles from Blackhawks beat writers, and it says that right now it appears as though he's staying put. I would say the earliest he gets traded is the trade deadline. Sure, things can change on a dime on a day like this, but it doesn't seem like Kane's going anywhere. I know there was that report, floating on Facebook and social media about, on Wednesday it's going to come out that he asked for a trade and the Rangers are a destination, but it was a garbage source. So I just encourage people to really take those type of sources with a grain of salt. So yeah, that's kind of where we stand right now. Robert Thomas re-signed with St. Louis, 8 years, $8 million, which I thought that's a lot of money for him. Good player, still young, but I thought maybe that's a tinge high for him right now.
Doubled his production in every single category this season.
It also likely means that David Perron is going to be out in St. Louis and he'll be signing elsewhere. And then Elliot Freeman did just confirm Eric Haula is going the other way in the Pavel Zacha deal.
All right.
with New Jersey and Boston. So, yeah, it's still going to be a lot more action for sure. The other thing is, it's been reported that Claude Giroux is going to sign with Ottawa once free agency opens, which is funny because I mean, even before he got traded from Philly, there was speculation that he'd end up there because he's from there. But with Ottawa not being really competitive, I didn't see it. But I guess with the DeBrincat trade and they're making moves, I guess he feels as though playing for his hometown right now outweighs trying to get a Stanley Cup. But it seems like Giroux will be headed to Ottawa. And Mark, I got to tell you, I mean, I still don't think they're a playoff team because of their goaltending. Cam Talbot and Anton Forsberg. It's not bad goaltending, but I still think their D is to be desired. But their forward group is good. There's no question about that. With the additions of DeBrincat and soon to be Giroux, along with Batherson and Kachuk, Stutzla, they got a good core there. But I think it's going to be a little bit of time.
And you know what? I think because they need to improve their defense a little bit better. And I think that's going to be a huge factor for Ottawa going forward. First, the fact that Ottawa is actually making moves to try to end the rebuild is staggering. And it's just, you want to see the directions of some of these organizations. If they're going to tear it down, they're going to tear it down. What are you going to do? And that's where I'm going to bring this up right here with what Wicked is saying, where it's I'm pessimistic / disillusioned about the Islanders right now. Understand the Islanders are involved in the Johnny Gaudreau talks. Yeah, and they're still involved right now. It's not a done deal yet. It will be official.
Yes.
And Anthony, even if they come in second, that's still better for the Islanders than they would have been 5 years ago.
So let's jump into the Gaudreau situation, Islanders, Devils, Flyers. Look, I think it's clear that the Flyers would be his top choice, but it's going to be really hard for them to move the salary. Now with the reports, as far as he's likely going to end up in New Jersey. I mean, my gut is telling me that he does end up there, but I see why the media is connecting the dots. He's from there; they have a lot of cap space, etc. So I get why people are saying they're the favorites. But when it comes to the Islanders, keep this in mind: Lou doesn't show his cards at all.
Nope.
So insiders it's really hard for them to say the Islanders are the favorite, even if they were, because they just simply don't know what Lou is planning. For all we know, Lou is about to make a huge offer to Gaudreau and, kind of sway him from maybe going to New Jersey. So we just don't know. I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people are saying, oh, Gaudreau's going to end up in Jersey, because they connect the dots and they simply don't know what Lou has planned. With that said, again, I do think he ends up in Jersey, but I wouldn't totally discount the Islanders and Lou there yet, because I think he's going to make a strong pitch for Gaudreau. And Mark, if you're deciding between the Devils and the Islanders, there's no doubt the Islanders are closer to a win now team. They blow the Devils away in goaltending. I mean, we talked about it. Sorokin is the second, third best, fourth best goalie in the league, wherever you want to play him. Blackwood and Vanacek is not a winning recipe for goal. They're not
and
winning.
Blackwood's a free agent.
No, he's not a free agent. He's under contract.
I thought the one on the contract was Bernier.
He is, but Blackwood is too. Okay. They're not winning anything with that goaltending tandem. Yes, Hughes, Hischier, Bratt, Sharon Govich, Alexander Holz is coming up. They got a good forward group, but past their defense, Dougie Hamilton, yeah, but I mean, Ty Smith had a good rookie year, but he was bad last year. Damon Severson is kind of meh, so their defense isn't that good either. So if you're trying to sell Gaudreau, the Islanders are the better option for him to win now. And also, too, he grew up in South Jersey. He hasn't really have an emotional connection playing for the Devils because he wasn't a Devils fan. So there's that too. But however, the Devils, out of the Islanders and Flyers, the Devils can offer him more money. That's no doubt. They have the most cap space. And it still is the state of which, he grew up. So we'll see. Like I said, I still think he ends up a Devil, but I'm not not counting out the Islanders yet until it's official that he's signing in New Jersey. So, and also,
Yeah.
lastly, and again, mention it, the Flyers may not be willing to pay the price to move JVR, but if Gaudreau really wants to play for the Flyers, he may hang in there and wait a little bit and give the Flyers some time to make a move. Or you're allowed to be 10% over the cap in the summertime. Maybe the Flyers just say, screw it, we'll sign him, and then they'll figure it out. But so I wouldn't count the Flyers out either. But we'll see as time goes on here. And lastly, I will say before we kind of get Mark's comments and move on to some other things, I think the longer it goes with it maybe being quiet on Gaudreau, that's the calling card of Lou. Lou's very secretive. So, if it's, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and there's still have been that much chatter on Gaudreau, that could maybe point to that, the Islanders are working out something there. So we'll see as we go forward.
And let me relate this possibly, because I know the news is out there. Hell, I flashed the graphic that he's already agreed to it. But again, nothing is official until 12 o'clock. And it's sort of like 2009 Yankee fans. If you remember how Brian Cashman was very quiet and then suddenly they ended up with Mark Teixeira. As a matter of fact, Baltimore thought they signed him. This is stuff that happens in free agency. So we're going to wait and see. But it does look like Vinny Trocheck is heading to the Rangers. Anthony, by the way, you are correct. My apologies. $2.8 million next year to Mackenzie Blackwood. So, and their defense ain't going to get any better. And again, this is just going to mean more time that Lindy Ruff really doesn't have to start next season. I think either he starts hot or they fight and his job is safe, or they start like 500 and he's gone before Thanksgiving. That's how quickly I think it could be going.
Yep.
Actually, Romanov, both teams thought they had him. Baltimore thought they had him signed.
Arthur Staple has some news. He's saying that as of now, sounds like the two most established number 2 goalies available, Martin Jones and Thomas Greiss, are not going to the Rangers. Jones likely to Seattle. And then he says, hearing Ilya Samsonov is headed to Toronto. So that's actually not a bad pickup for Toronto, because I don't think Matt Murray's particularly reliable at all. I mean, his last 3 years.
I think that's an understatement with what you just said.
Yeah, his last 3 years have been pretty miserable. So adding Samsonov, who's young, hasn't really torn it up, but he's young still. He still has some potential. So I think that's actually a good pickup for Toronto.
I think I had some of these that were on here that we were going to mention. But what's one of the most puzzling issues or moves to you, that Matt Murray deal? Like, how do you justify paying this guy $4.68 million and trading away assets?
Sorry to cut you up, but I think this is gonna happen a lot in this nature of today. But some more.
No, I'm okay with that.
Hearing that the Carolina Hurricanes are close to acquiring Brent Burns from the San Jose Sharks. Deal is not done yet, but pointing that way.
Wow. Unbelievable. Okay, let's get that one up.
Not done yet, but
I'll put a question mark in there for us to Brent Burns to Carolina. But I mean, Anthony, I broke this down yesterday for some of the people on a Steve Dangle video that I was there. It's hard to wrap my head around it. You got a guy that hasn't played 39 games in 4 years. And when he has played, he hasn't been that great. I know he had like a pretty decent save percentage last year, but the more he plays, he's injury prone.
Yep.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I know he's got 2 Stanley Cups. How he's got 2 Stanley Cups, all credit to Matt Murray in those playoff runs.
No,
but as a regular season goalie, he's left to be desired.
His game has fell off a cliff for sure.
Yeah. So I think one of the more happier Devils today, if Johnny Gaudreau goes there, I would probably say he plays with Jack Hughes and Igor Sarangovich. So, and that would be the case. But again, everybody still got more time to go.
Now, Elliot
Go ahead.
Freeman says Brent Burns must agree to the trade. Team is not on his trade list, but Hurricanes are closing in. Looks like it could happen.
Wow, that is big.
I mean, Carolina is essentially doing San Jose a favor by taking his contract at his age. So I wouldn't think the return is going to be huge.
Well, that's a big contract to take on. Let's just take a look at what Brent Burns has got left. I know it's like $8 million. It's something ridiculous. Let's see. Brent Burns right now, $8 million for the next 3 seasons. And I mean, with the Sharks, they're going to have to retain some salary. I would figure San Jose would, Anthony, because $8 million for the next 3 seasons for Carolina to swallow, that's going to be a little bit tough. Yeah. San Jose does it. That's paying him for what he did. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Now, if you got to wonder what's going on in Carolina, they're going to lose Trocheck. They're probably going to lose Nino Niederreiter. Where I wonder, how they go about replacing some of these players.
But that's the thing about what Don Waddell is going to do. He's going to bring in some guys. I mean, Nino Niederreiter is a big part. Vinny Trocheck is a big part. I forgot who they even traded for Vinny Trocheck. I think they traded a first-round draft pick for him, if I recall correctly. I mean, I know they traded one for Brady Shea. Brady Shea, where the first-round draft pick.
The defenseman Chase Prisky was in that deal. Trocheck in Florida. Trying to remember who else, but Carolina's, they're going to feel the loss of Trocheck and Niederreiter for sure. But I've heard that they were in on Vladimir Tarasenko. So I don't know if he's still going to move with Perron leaving. I'm not sure. But he could be another option for the Hurricanes, and he could also be an option for the Islanders too. So we'll have to see.
Well, that Lou's got plan 1, plan 2, plan 3.
I would hope so. Yeah.
All right. Plan A, plan B, plan C. He's got all those. Anthony, who's a free agent that intrigues you today? Besides, of course, the big ones.
Mason Marchment.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he had a good year in Florida. I think he has some offensive upside. So I think he could be good value to some teams.
I don't want to be cliche, so I'm going to go with Burakovsky for mine. I mean, Palat, really interesting because his days in Tampa Bay over. And who's stepping up for him? That's the question. There hasn't been any rumors of the team that's ready to throw down for him.
Which
I think it's because everybody's just thinking he's going to stay.
I thought when they moved McDonough, that was basically them saying that they're not going to let Palat go. But
same here.
Seems like he is. I'll be surprised if he stays with the Lightning.
I mean, I got some of the guys that are listed that could be moved today or traded today. Obviously, John Gibson, JT Miller, Patrick Nemeth. That could be this week or next week.
So I don't see John Gibson moving anymore. I don't know where the market for him is. I mean, Toronto's got 2 goalies now. The Capitals are signing Kemper. The Oilers got Campbell. The Devils got Vanacek. So yeah, I'm not sure Gibson moves anymore. And even JT Miller, I heard one of the reasons why that the deal with him and the Islanders fell apart was that Lou wasn't allowed to speak with him about an extension. To me, that shows maybe they're having second thoughts and maybe going to try to keep them themselves. So I'm not so sure JT Miller goes at all anymore.
We talked about this with our group chat. Just what are the Rangers doing with Libor Hayek? Just get him off the team. It's
well, you know what it is that so basically, if the Rangers sign Trocheck to what's assumed to be, $5 to $6 million, that eats up the rest of the Rangers' cap space. So it's going to be hard for them to add a backup goalie that they need and to add more NHL-ready defensemen. It's going to be hard. So I guess by having Libor Hájek there, that helps, insulate not having two rookies and Nils Lundqvist and Zach Jones as a third pair together on the same starting 6D core. Regardless of whether or not you think he's good or not, I think that's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, I know. It's just one of those things where you get a guy that can't ever crack the lineup. Why even bothering to recycle him over and over again? Chris T is commenting that Connor Brown is about to be going to the Oilers, rejoining Zach Hyman. Bob McKenzie talked about that as well. I'm getting my updates right now.
And I mean, when it comes to the Islanders, I was just thinking about, Lou, a lot of times, they're rumored to players and whatnot. But a lot of times Lou trades for a guy that no one really even saw coming, aka Romanov. No one even mentioned that Romanov as a choice for the Islanders. So also, don't leave out the possibility that today, that if Lou misses out on Gaudreau, that he gets somebody that no one even knew was available or saw coming. I mean, that's an option too.
By the way, Chris, Philk is actually working this afternoon, but he is going to come on and join us in the 12 o'clock hour and reacting to some of these. Sam Steele is another one that's out there that's actually a pretty decent.
Yeah, he didn't get qualified. I'd be more interested in Sonny Milano, to be honest with you. He wasn't qualified, and I thought that was a head scratcher by Anaheim.
Yeah, it looked like he found a home.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just amazing. And that I can't believe that one. We got 26 minutes before the free agent frenzy. If you guys haven't done it, hit that like button for us and get on in. I did put up a survey question. What do you think about the Rangers potentially signing Vinny Trocheck? Good move, great move, indifferent, bad move. There's a lot of people on Rangers Twitter, Anthony, that are saying, "Oh, it's Ryan Strome 2.0."
Well, yeah, I mean,
Vinny Trocheck's a better player.
There's no doubt that that Trocheck's the better player. However, I do agree with some people that if it goes past a certain year on the term, it becomes a little iffy for the Rangers. I mean, there's no doubt that they have a cap crunch. So if you sign Vinny Trocheck to let's say a 5-year deal, it's $6 million or whatnot, that could further hamstring the Rangers down the line. So for me, if I was a Ranger fan, I would be hoping for a 4-year deal. I know asking 3 is unrealistic. He wouldn't do that, but try to keep it at 4.
Now, Tommy brought this up, Anthony, and this is exactly where I want to go to.
I was going to bring this up.
All the Islander fans.
So this is that last part is a false narrative. Yes, they haven't signed a big free agent, but you got to remember, for years they were, like, before Tavares got there, they were a bad team. They had a decrepit building. Their general manager was Gar Snow, et cetera, et cetera. So they were never really in the market for a big free agent, realistically. Now, that's not true at all. I mean, you see them often. They trade for J.G. Pageau at the deadline. He extends right away before he even plays a game for him. They trade for Kyle Palmieri. He extends right away. Yevgeny Nabokov, when they told his contract and essentially forced him to play for him, once he got there, he ended up loving it. He re-signed. Same thing with Lubomir
Wisnowski.
Yeah, once guys get here and see what Long Island has to offer, they love it. People don't want to leave. Obviously, Tavares left. That's a different exception.
That's a different circumstance.
It's not true that no one wants to play there. I don't believe that at all. I think that Johnny Gaudreau will absolutely consider them. However, sometimes it just comes down to you want to play where you grew up and you're a fan of. So if he goes to Philly, he was a Flyers fan. If he goes to Devils, it's his home state, and they're going to offer him a shit ton of money. So, I don't really think. And truthfully, Artemi Panarin was the only true big free agent that the Islanders even tried to get since Lou has been here. So, and you can't fault the guy for wanting to play under the big lights of New York City. So I don't buy that at all.
And just to say this though, the Islanders in the last 2-3 years have changed that entire culture and that entire organization. You're going back to maybe Andrew Ladd was the last big free agent that they signed.
You know what's funny about that is that free agent class was so weak. You know, that was the class of Oposo, Louis Eriksson, Milan Lucic. Andrew Ladd was the biggest free agent available that summer. The Islanders signed him. So, granted, again, it was a bad class, but technically, that was a top free agent that they signed.
And now, just to say this, though, but the fact that the Islanders are even in on Artemi Panarin and then in on that, obviously, I'm going back to 2019, and then in on Johnny Gaudreau, and probably going to be in on Johnny Gaudreau at the last minute, that says that people are starting to reconsider the New York Islanders, and they're not just an organization where they have to trade to get guys and then get them to sign and stay. Now they can actually, because they're a far cry from Thomas Vanek saying, "Piss off, I'm going to go test free agency," and look how well that worked out.
And he's another one. Thomas Vanek is from Minnesota. He wanted to go home, and he played for Minnesota. So
yeah. Who was the last big free agent that they signed? That's what Tommy keeps asking.
Well, technically, Andrew Ladd
Ladd.
He was the best free agent of that class, and they signed him. So that was the last time. So was it 2016, 2017?
Yeah.
So.
And by the way, Dave, thank you very much. 54 of you are watching right now. We're going to have a lot more coming in at noon when this is going to start getting crazy. We almost didn't want to go on too early because we didn't want to give you guys too much chit chat. That was going to be before this. I know I looked around. I know Hot Take Hockey is on at 9:30, and yeah. I'm just thinking, what the hell are you doing for 2.5 hours?
As Chris T just said, that's accurate. Pierre LeBrun saying there's a few players involved in this Carolina San Jose trade that's in the works, not just Burns.
Oh, okay. So that's going to be interesting.
I don't think the other players are any big names because, there's certain players at San Jose and Carolina just certainly wouldn't trade. But that I'll be interested to see what the cost is there in terms of the players that Carolina has given up to get, that they're agreeing to take Burns' contract back. So San Jose's got to give him another asset, decent asset in return.
Anthony, I know people are mentioning it right now, and I gotta address it, but I'm over the moon on the Vinny Trocheck signing. If again, when this becomes official, I gotta preface all that for the next 20 minutes. But it's exactly what I keep saying the Rangers need. The Rangers need somebody that's going to be a second line center. Also, he's got the versatility. He could play wing if they really need him to, and it opens up him being a matchup center and moving around to play against the other team's best center. And the other thing is, you don't have to guarantee power play 1 for him. He could just stay on power play 2, be a non-factor, not really make that much. And yes, you could put Alexei Lafreniere on the first freaking power play unit for a change, or maybe Capo Caco.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt that again, Trocheck's will be a good pickup for the Rangers. He's an upgrade on Strome. He's an upgrade on Kopp. Not a huge upgrade on Kopp, but he's an upgrade on Kopp. He's got more offensive ability. He could, as James sacks, he could skate. I mean, he's not a speed burner, but he could skate. So he's a good pickup for the Rangers. I'm sure ultimately they would want Nazem Kadri, but there's no way they would be able to make that work with the
not with Jacob Trouba on the books.
Yeah. I think Dave had asked about Nick Leddy. There's 2 things on that. One, they don't have enough cap space to fit Leddy and Trocheck, and 2, I've been hearing reports that the Blues and Leddy are grinding away at an extension, so it seems like he's probably going to stay in St. Louis.
Now, going back to the Islanders and the Alexander Romanov situation, because we were a little bit shocked by that on draft day, and it kind of killed a little bit of our local coverage that day. But if you look at it like this, Anthony, if the best that they were going to do is get a player that was going to turn into Romanov right away this year, then Lou wins that deal. He got a young defenseman, and a lot of Montreal Canadian guys are not happy with that.
Yeah, a lot of Canadian fans were saying that this is the Jonathan Drouin trade all over again with giving up Sergachev. Romanov's 22 years old. They call him the assassin the way he hits. He's a good skater. He can move the puck. And he's, like I said, he's 22 years old, and I definitely think he could very possibly develop into a more physical version of Mikhail Sergachev. So, in a perfect world, would I have not given up a first for him? Sure. But when you consider his age and his upside, and the Islanders had a gaping hole on the left side to replace Leddy that they never did last year, it's a win. So, as of this very moment, they're a better team they were last season. Romanov is a huge upgrade over Andy Green and Daniel Chara. Now it's Lou's job to do more.
And I hear the rumor that Islander fans hate big physical defensemen, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he'll fill the seats in UBS.
Any Islander fan who, because there's fans of this all over the league where, maybe you don't follow the rest of the league as closely as the Islanders and maybe unfamiliar, Romanov. Once Romanov throws that first huge hit and crushes someone, he's going to become a fan favorite in the ilk of, Matt Martin and, Casey Zizekas, their fan favorites. So they're going to love him once they see him on the ice.
We got 63 of you guys in the queue right now. Guys and girls, everybody, thank you all for joining us. We still have another 16 minutes until the actual free agency frenzy starts. Can't wait for that. Hey, Anthony, hearing that Char is going to sign with the Red Wings?
Last I heard, Char was waiting until September to make his decision. So I don't know if he's being, facetious or but yeah, the last I heard that Char wasn't going to make a decision until September.
By the way, it's the first I'm seeing you, so welcome to the show. I have to say this one. Where was the question from Tommy? And Tommy, I had to say once again, by the way, Hicksville Stars represent. But if Jacob Trouba could be traded, he won't be. He's got a no trade clause, and he's not going to waive it by any means for the next 2 seasons at least. Would you accept Patrick Nemeth on the third pair with Jones and Nils? Answer: hell no. If I'm Patrick Nemeth, I don't want to even come back to the Rangers. I was embarrassed in Game 5 versus the Penguins, and they played in one shift, 13 seconds. That was it. No, I'm done with you. Pay me my money. And yeah. I mean, so that even flips it the other way around. Michael, it looks like it might be pretty accurate, but again, I can't say anything for the next couple minutes.
Molly Walker, one of the Rangers beat writers, said that it seems it's trending that way. So I don't see any reason to doubt it.
Hey, SJ, by the way, love the Dragon's Lair avatar. And yes, Core is great. We love having Core whenever he joins us, and hopefully we'll do some more collaborations with him. So what's the latest we got on anything right now, Anthony?
I mean, nothing. The Andy Strickland Blues guy says that the Blues will be looking for a veteran to back up Binnington. Thomas Greiss is a player to watch. Some of the lesser known mainstream accounts, there's one guy saying that potentially seeing Klingberg in Seattle. They're in on him and Palat. But it's not the first time I've seen Klingberg linked to Seattle. So that's it right now. Just waiting on the Burns trade to be finalized and seeing what the return is.
Bundy free agency starts at noon. So that's where the good news is. Teams are allowed. We actually clarified this for ourselves in our own personal group chat, but teams are allowed to discuss the terms after midnight, and then they can sign at 12 noon. That's earliest they could do all this.
I know Phil could said that, but I saw stuff earlier. People saying that you still can't be contacted until until noon, until the free agents open. So Elliot Friedman said yesterday that Lou's such a rule follower that he literally waits till 12:01 to contact the free agent. So I don't know if that's totally accurate based on what Elliot Friedman said that about Lou. So
I could see Lou doing that. And not just that, also like he could go through back channels and be like, hey, we're interested. And then at 12:01, he's doing everything. Like even tonight. So it's, because Lou follows the rules and he makes sure you follow the rules. And then if you don't follow the rules on him, he will leave a horse's head in your bed, as you like to always say. So there's going to be a lot of those. I got to tell you, everybody.
Dave Pagnotta says Sabres have re-signed Victor Olofsson to a 2-year deal worth $9.5 million. And then John Butchergrass says doesn't look good, Johnny G in Philly. So it seems, based on his tweet, it seems like the Flyers, which again is not a surprise, said that they didn't really want to part with the assets necessary to add to get rid of JVR, which essentially takes them out of Gaudreau. So that likely leaves the Islanders and the Devils for Gaudreau. But like I said, it seems like he's going to end up in New Jersey.
Well, we'll wait on that one. And I can tell you this, that I know there was a lot of chatter about JT Miller. I'm sorry, Ranger fans. And I don't see the real fit for him with the Rangers. And if you think you're getting 100 points out of him next year, nope, that ain't happening.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And also, Halak, Staples saying there's interest. The Rangers are one of the teams interested in Halak. I don't think Halak is particularly good anymore. But I mean,
as a backup, he's just fine.
The backup. I don't know. The backup market's running dry, so I guess it is what it is. But I don't like.
Well, one guy you talked about all along was Eric Comrie. Any word on him?
Yeah, Staple mentioned him earlier as an option. Yeah, but we'll see.
And again, I'll go over numbers on Vinny Trocheck. He's a bigger upgrade than Ryan Strome, much bigger.
Yeah.
And Halak, by the way, Anthony Halak from that vaunted 2003 draft class. Ranger fans, remember who they drafted in that draft? He's got as many goals as me and you, and I can mean anyone. It's Hugh Jessamine. So, but yeah, I mean, Trocheck is a far more versatile player, far more physical. Like, I mean, I don't. Yeah, Charlie Lindgren would be a good one too.
Jeremy Rutherford, Blues beat writer, says the Blues are expected to sign Thomas Greiss as their backup goalie. So that's a good pickup for them. Greiser is a reliable backup. So good move for St. Louis. I mean, I still think that Binnington is a dangerous proposition. He was pretty bad for the majority of the year. Huso stole his job. So I don't know if he can continue his play from when he took over again in the playoffs, but I'm not really a fan of Jordan Binnington, but we'll see what happens there.
We're just waiting for terms to be disclosed on some of these deals. We're right now at
9 minutes.
9 minutes. All right, here we go. Because we're getting there. It's like it's like Christmas. It's like waking up and getting a whole new hockey season. Because I know we could always said that it's the new season is right now. I do the seasons on the podcast. Like the new season will click over when preseason starts next year in training camps. But this is like the beginning. This is like the off season all right here.
Yeah.
Woo.
So Mark, I do have I'm fully expecting Gaudreau to sign with the Devils, but in the event that he doesn't go to the Devils and he would go to the Islanders or Flyers, Devils have all this cap space. What would they do with their money at that point?
I think they have to put it towards defense then. Like they got to go and find like good defenders to fill up because that's their weak part. Their defense core is not really that good.
No,
Not in any way.
past Dougie Hamilton, it's not very good.
Even with Dougie Hamilton. Dougie Hamilton had 31 points this year.
Jonas Siegenthaler, Ty Smith, Damon Severson. I mean, it's a hodgepodge of a group. I mean, Severson's good offensively, but he doesn't really defend that well. I mean, Siegenthaler's So, I mean, my guess is that they would go hard after those secondary guys. Maybe even get two out of Palat, Niederreiter, Burakovsky. But
I got to go with this one. Do you think Montreal's going to be a player in free agency today?
I'm not sure. I think they kind of just might stay, on the steady course on their rebuild. They added Kirby Dach. Obviously, they drafted Slafkovsky. They might add another defenseman. Trading Romanov leaves a little bit of a hole, so we'll see. But I don't expect them to be big time players.
And gonna go back to this one for a second because I know everybody keeps praising Cam Talbot. Everybody also knows Cam Talbot's 35 years old now, right? And there's times where Cam Talbot looks good. There's times where he looks like a shooter tutor would be better. I mean, there's a reason why Minnesota had to turn to him in Game 6 to try to keep their season alive because they weren't going to do that the rest of the year with Marc-Andre Fleury. God only knows, by the way, Steven, right on that one, like the fantasy legend that he is. Like I always hear about how there's now. I do want to say this: time to be patient. There's no single guy the Rangers can sign that gives them window to the cup. They kind of have all the guys that they have the window to the cup. They need to get the supplementary pieces there. And I'm still waiting to hear that there was word Artemi Panarin had an injury because he had an awful playoff.
It would have come out already at the end when they're eliminated. They disclose what the injuries are. Panarin wasn't injured. He wasn't.
All right. Then he just didn't have a good playoff.
No.
We'll see if that's his line mates or that was just him. But that was also part of the problem.
I think the Rangers' biggest thing is that after they signed Trocheck is that their defense. I mean, right now their bottom pair will be two younger guys. You need some experienced depth to go far there. And sure, they could add someone at the deadline to bolster it, but if there's any way they could create some sort of cap space to get another, just as an example, like Calvin DeHaan, like another veteran defenseman who can step in and play some minutes, I think that would be beneficial.
That would be. And he's a puck mover, so he'll get the puck out of the zone pretty quickly. Going back to the survey question, 55% of you think it's a good move to bring in Vinny Trocheck. That'll be changing once the Islanders start making some moves as well. We have 5 more minutes. So, Anthony, let me see you put on your Lou hat for a minute. And Lou doesn't get Johnny Gaudreau. What's your moves then?
I would call up St. Louis and say you spent all that money on Robert Thomas, trying to keep Nick Leddy. You're getting Thomas Greiss. It's clear that Tarasenko hasn't rescinded his trade request. I would try to trade for Tarasenko. And then that would be my first course of action for sure. After that,
Plan C?
Burakovsky, Palat, Niederreiter, and also don't. I mean, I mentioned it didn't really make sense, but it was reported that Friedman said he thought both New York teams would be in a Nazem Kadri. I mean, you could throw money at Kadri. The thing is he going to play wing? Would Brock Nelson move to wing? No. I mean, Nelson's been flourishing at center. Pajot's not moving to the wing. So, I mean, either Kadri moves to the wing or Barzal would. But regardless of position, if Kadri wanted to come, I would take Nazem Kadri for sure in a heartbeat.
No, yeah, I think especially if it's a Nazem Kadri that showed up last year, the guy who was like playing like an MVP at one point and didn't get suspended on a bad check to knock himself out of the playoffs. By the way, Ranger fans, if you need any reminder about what the Rangers are moving on from, they're moving on from that.
Speaking of Palat, Bob McKenzie, who he's retired. He only really does this on free agency day and draft, but he's not I miss him as a normal everyday insider, but he says Andre Palat with no path back to Tampa Bay will be a hot UFA commodity today.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Tampa Bay's focus is on doing long-term deals for its own RFAs, Sergachev, Cirelli, and Chernak.
Yeah. And all right, let's see what we got. We now have 3 minutes remaining before teams can start announcing things. By the way, everybody, once again, we had 71 of you in the chat just a moment ago, and it's going to get crazy. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell, because that's what we do. We give you good hockey content all the time. Wait until Phil comes in all fired up. Can't wait for that moment. Anthony, go ahead.
No, I just gonna say, I mean, this is a day where crazy things can happen and news comes fast. So we'll see. Hopefully, there's some surprises. I don't know if there will be. We'll find out. But hopefully, it's action packed for sure.
I'm looking at some of these rumors and just scratching my head, because again, one of them is that the Rangers are not out on JT Miller. That's what Jamie Dodd is saying. Or sorry, this is Jeff Merrick on Sportsnet saying the Rangers getting Trocheck doesn't take him out of the JT Miller market.
But how though? You're not fitting. There's no way. You would have to send back. You'd have to send back salary in that JT Miller trade, like Ryan Lindgren, or you would.
And Anthony, not just that. Next year they still got to re-sign Keandre Miller and Alexei Lafreniere.
Yeah.
What do people think, that they just got unlimited money, and they're not gonna buy out Jacob Trouba? That's not gonna happen. The Rangers have made so many mistakes with buyouts. The whole reason why they have $3.4 million of cap penalties is because they bought out 3 defensemen. One of them was to replace the other one half the time.
Yeah, but Butcher Gross just followed up his own tweet with Gaudreau 12 minutes ago, where he said, "Doesn't look good." Johnny G in Philly with a gif of Gaudreau kind of just like looking bewildered on the bench, and he says, "Can't make it work." So,
Bobby Ganesh, Anthony, you got to see this comment. I got to disagree with you on this. Brent Burns is a bum, older, worse version than Tony D. No, Tony D Tony D's a bad attitude. Burns can still play. I mean, yeah, but Tommy's right about that. Burns 5 years ago. Is the Burns deal done yet?
I haven't seen. Yeah, now it's coming in officially. Flyers beat writer Sam Carcetti says, source, NHL Flyers not willing to deal a number 1 pick to move JVR.
Well, I mean, it's next year's draft, and they're not exactly targeting.
All right.
They're not trying
to ring the bell, Mark. It's going to come furious now. Elliot Friedman confirms Campbell 5 years, $5 million in Edmonton.
All right, and that's the one we did name. So, everybody, we're going to rain some money down. Jack Campbell, does that move the needle for you, Edmonton Oilers fans? I don't know about that one. So
doesn't for me. Doesn't for me.
No. We're waiting on that Johnny Gaudreau news, because that's going to be the big one. So
I'll tell you this.
We got 77 of you watching. Don't forget to hit the
longer like. I'm for me. I mean, I'm gonna put on my Islander hat. I try to make it where not a fan, but I hope it goes. The longer it goes without news on Gaudreau, again, could be good news for the Isles, because Lou doesn't let stuff leak. So usually when it's quiet, we'll see. But with Philly being out, it comes down to the Islanders or the Devils. So another one, Friedman, Giroux to Ottawa. So that did come to fruition.
Giroux to the Ottawa Senators.
As an Ottawa Senator waiting on term. Oh, here it is. Pierre LeBrun, 3-year deal, $6.5 million AAV for Claude Giroux in Ottawa.
3 years, 6.5.
Yep.
He's a guy that I thought about that New York might look, the Rangers might go after. And you kind of, is he really a center anymore? He's pretty much a wing, isn't he?
Who?
Gaudreau.
He could play both, but you know, I think it's a great pickup for Ottawa. Veteran presence.
We got this new graphic, which, by the way, it covers my face instead of Anthony's, so that actually works out very much for him. I mean, all the time he has to deal with the angry shot glass over his face. This is a good thing. All right, so Claude Giroux. All right, everybody. By the way, 77 of you in the stream right now. Thank you all for joining us. And also, since you are joining us, don't forget to check out Manscaped. I got all the stuff right behind me. Use code BAH for 20% off and free shipping.
So, Mark, Frank Cirelli, I know you had mentioned this for the Rangers. I told you it wasn't going to happen because of money, but the Lightning and Ian Cole have agreed to terms on a 1-year, $3 million deal.
You know, I knew it was going to be too much money for him, and I really like Ian Cole. I think that's the defenseman I would have targeted to get for the bottom pairing for the Rangers. But you know what? The Lightning, that's what they do. They just turn around, they just keep on acquiring talent, and they're going to still be tough to reckon with next year.
Leafs have agreed to a 1-year deal with Samsonov. 1 year, 1.8 million for Samsonov in Toronto.
1 year, 1.8 million. I mean,
yeah.
Wasn't that supposed to be their goalie of the future?
Yeah.
Like, what happened in there? And how do you think about? It's not official yet, but Darcy Kuemper going to the Capitals. What do you think?
It will be official soon. But, listen, Kuemper just won a cup with Colorado. Capitals aren't Colorado, so I don't think he's going to have the same success there.
I think it's also in a contract year, he was relatively healthy. Injuries have been his bugaboo his entire career. I almost can't wait to see those numbers. Those numbers can't be. They're not going to be
probably similar to what Jack Campbell got.
Yeah. All right. Right now, 74 of you right there. Yep, Jack Campbell, 5 years, $5 million AAV. Mark Corso, you were right about this one. With Tampa, you win cups. People want to go there. However, Philly, Tony D and Torts is a power keg waiting to explode. You're right about that one.
No terms for Trocheck yet, Sean. That was one that, again, Molly Walker had reported. I didn't really see anybody else confirm it. I'm not doubting it's going to happen. I think it will, but we're not at the point yet of terms for Trocheck, so we'll see.
Bobby, I'm going to answer that one. I don't know. I'm actually going to say, out of all the guys that are in the minor leagues, like, it looks like Robertson might be the guy that they might bring up to be on that third pairing, and also the one that would make most sense. He costs right, and I mean, he looks like he's pretty good. Anthony, by the way, would you give up a first-round draft pick for Stanley Cup champion Jack Johnson?
Hey, Mark, do you think Lou had one of his cronies drive all the way to wherever Gaudreau's staying right now and deliver him a piping fresh hot sausage, egg, and cheese to tell him, hey, that's what Long Island's all about?
You know what? Yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. And
sell him on the bagels, pizza.
I'd give him two. I'd give him 2 boxes. It would be either the sausage, egg, and cheese, or the bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel with some pizza, or the second box would have the horse's head. So
is this coming down to a sausage, egg, and cheese versus a Philly Well, sorry, not a Philly cheesesteak. The Flyers are out. What's New Jersey known for? I guess their pizza as well, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, well, I had a friend of mine try to tell me New Jersey pizza is just as good as New York pizza. It is. If you say that New Jersey pizza was cursed by, sorry, New York pizza cursed by a vindictive wizard is what New Jersey pizza really is. Romanov is a good one. Breaking news. Evander Kane has already spent all of his money on his new contract. Oh, yeah. Cal Yarncrook was another guy I looked at for the Rangers to go and go get.
Speaking of Evander Kane, his whole hearing and everything that happened in San Jose, that's not final. There's actually a small chance that he can end up being a Shark again. His contract with the Oilers would be void. His contract with San Jose would go back into effect, and then San Jose would have to figure out a way to move him again. I don't think that's likely, but that's a possibility depending on the outcome of the ruling that he's going through right now.
I got to say yet again that I just wanted him to end up in Philadelphia and just see that dysfunctional family just get together.
All right. Jeremy Rutherford hearing 1-year deal between the Blues and Grice.
All right. By the way, hi, Steven from Rangers Review is in right now, and he would like to get Daniel Sprong on the team. You know what? It would be good to have to have a Dutch player on there for you.
All right. Frank
All right.
Cirelli, another one.
What do we got? What do you got?
The Devils and Brendan Smith have agreed to terms on a 2-year deal with a $1.1 million AAV.
I have a lot of free agents that are in the queue ready to be updated, but I did not have Brendan Smith.
Elliot Freeman, Justin Schultz to Seattle, 2 years times $3 million-ish. So I guess he doesn't. Have the definitive number on that.
That's
right. I mean,
Justin Schultz, you said, right?
Yeah, it's not a shock. But Pierre LeBrun on TSN says the Devils and the Islanders are the contenders for Johnny Gaudreau.
So it's not over yet. And there you go. 84 of you right now are watching us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Justin Schultz to Seattle Kraken. So let's see if Justin Schultz can produce like he did a few years ago for the Pittsburgh Penguins. 89 of you now in the chat. And if you're watching us, either Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. I mean, we even got Twitch people on right now. We're expanding our cult. We're doing it little by little. Thomas Gregg, the Nazi goalie to the Blues. Anyway. Oh, hey, how about this one? Master 3MW, by the way, MW, good initials. He says keep an eye on the Red Wings for Johnny Gaudreau, although I think location probably is going to matter most.
Yeah.
Phil is now chimed in to say Cole.
Yeah. I don't think he realizes we know a lot of this. But
yeah. And the Campbell deal. I mean, I still can't believe Jack Campbell got $5 million in a 5-year deal.
I can't either.
That's too much. But you know what? That's what Ken Holland has done. He's just mismanaged that team, no matter how you want to say it. So, free agency is underway. Here we go.
Is Phil at work? Because he's for someone who's at work, he's definitely tuned in with his phone with the text, with the Twitter copy and pastes. But
I was doing so much. Oh, that's why. I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that.
Yeah. But yeah, everybody's Hitler at some point. Anyway,
Mark, I'm curious. That's why maybe when we have that player from the Carolina Hurricanes on in a couple weeks, maybe he could give us insight. Well, maybe not, because I don't think this guy has been a part of a UFA day. But like for someone like Gaudreau right now, down to the Devils and Islanders, how do you actually think he decides? You think he like prints out their rosters and like looks over it in terms of forwards, defense, goaltending? Like how do you break that down and decide between two teams? Because you got to do homework. It's not just okay, I'm from Jersey, let me pick them. I'm sure he does look at the rosters and see where he fits in, who he would play with, et cetera, et cetera.
By the way, we have 99 in the stream right now. Now
I love
98.
that.
We're waiting to break 100, so can't wait for that one. Answering that one, Anthony, I think all free agents, especially when they're on Gaudreau's size, and I think it started all the way back to say Alex Rodriguez back in 2000, where they would start giving free agents like information on the minor leagues. So, and who are the prospects in there? 101. We're over 100 for the first time ever in a stream. So thank you everybody for joining.
Frank Cirelli, hearing the St. Louis Blues have a 4-year deal in place to keep D. Nick Leddy working on AAV.
A 4-year deal for Nick Leddy? Yikes. That is a lot. Waiting to get my refresh on this one as well. So again, I think if you're Gaudreau, you definitely have to look at the people that what's in place right now. What's the coaching situations? You probably should have had at least some kind of idea, like what's it like to play for Lindy Ruff? What's it like to play with under Lane Lambert? So and there's some guys he probably called up friends of his and asked them what to do or what's it going to be like. But
he's either or. He's either playing with Matt Barzal or Jack Hughes. So both players are smaller, electric, fast skating type players. So that's not really gonna change too much. Honestly, what it comes down to is here's what it comes down to. It's going to come down to, does he value getting paid more, or because the Devils could offer more money, or does he want to win now? Because he's going to win sooner with the Islanders than he is with the Devils. That's just a fact.
Right. And here's the other thing that goes into that. I can pencil Matt Barzal in right now for 75 games next year. I can do that right now without blinking. Can't do that with Jack Hughes. I can't do that with Nico Hischier. That's a big factor too.
Yeah,
like those are two guys that talented players. They've got to get over their injury bugs. And I mean, the Jack Hughes one, the first one, he was crushed by Jeremy Lauzon. But I do like this one, Steven. That's a good one. Forecheck, back check, Trocheck. Then there's Ryan Strome, who is no check, and in more ways than one.
So I just I didn't see it. I'm just based on Twitter's, but tweet says Rick DiPietro just said on the point, if the Isles sign Gaudreau, he will streak around the studio. LOL.
But again, the fact that the Islanders are in this conversation is saying something. That's just a fact. So
Darren Dreger, a series of clubs calls have begun with those pitching Nazem Kadri.
Wow. It's a little bit late to be starting to pitch guys, but and then you have the Blackhawks who look like they're not going to deal either one of these of Taves or Kane. And both of them would be better off. Just really, it would be a trade deadline acquisition, I think, because then caps are freer and it's easier to do things. Chris Drury is trending on Twitter right now.
To answer that question, honestly, the reverse retro jersey program is coming back this season, and it seems as though that's the Islanders reverse retro this year is going to be what they should have done when it came out a year ago, 2 years ago. It's going to be a spin off the Wave colors / fisherman jersey. So if that's the case, I would slap Gaudreau on the back of whatever that jersey is to answer your question. So, well, this is false. The Devils were not in on Panarin. It was the Islanders, the Rangers, and the Panthers. And then the Panthers bowed out, and it was down to the Islanders and Rangers. To answer this question, 0% chance the Rangers can backdoor Johnny Hockey.
Yeah, there's way too much. There was way too little salary cap room for one thing. And the Gaudreau's going to – what do you think Gaudreau's getting right now? 7 years, $10 million per, 10.5?
If it's the Devils, probably 7 years, 10 plus. If it's the Islanders, I can't see them going over more than 9.5.
All right. I have ended that poll about Vinny Trocheck because we're assuming that Vinny Trocheck is going to be on the New York Rangers. Are the Mets starting up soon? Is that why I'm getting that alert?
Elliot Friedman, Vancouver signs Curtis Lazar for 3 years, $1 million AAV.
Okay.
Curtis Lazar was in the Taylor Hall trade.
Is that the same one that was on Ottawa as well?
Yes.
He's going to Vancouver, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dave Pagnotta, quiet morning for Dylan Strome's camp, but things are starting to pick up on the 25-year-old UFA.
All right. So we got Curtis Lazar going. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't give everybody the rain of cash coming down. A lot of guys are getting paid today, guys. We're going to be using that graphic a lot. I'm going to put up a new poll for right now. Where do you think Johnny Hockey is going?
Well, I got to tell you, with the Flyers out, my gut still says Jersey, but with the Flyers out, I do feel a little better because now the Islanders aren't competing against a team that he was a fan of when he was a kid, pulling on his heartstrings. They're going against a team that is from his home state, but it was basically Philly. He was South Jersey. He was 40 minutes from Philly. So Gaudreau shouldn't have that emotional connection to the Devils. He wasn't a fan of theirs, and he didn't live in North Jersey. He lived in South Jersey. So I like that. I like that better in terms of going up against Philly. That's for sure.
Matador, yeah, they do. They actually do have fans because if you have two, then at least that does qualify as fans.
Calgary, Elliot Friedman, Calgary signs Kevin Rooney, 2 years, $1.2 million.
All right, so Kevin Rooney has moved on from the New York Rangers, but I think a lot of Ranger fans have known that one was coming for a while.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I got to delete some banners. All right, well, I could delete Justin Schultz. Nobody cares. And
that's a good pickup for Seattle.
It's good. And I mean, I think Seattle's going to have to work harder on finding a more offensive defenseman. I mean, what did Justin Schultz do the last 2 years?
I mean, he's a decent power play guy, and if you shelter his minutes, he'll be okay. But I don't know if you can give him top 4 minutes uninhibited, personally.
I'm gonna look up his stats right now for everybody for a second, because I don't remember being blown away by him since 2017. Hockey reference. And I mean, I'm kind of right. On Washington last year, 4 goals, 19 assists, 23 points. He was a minus 15. Yikes. On Washington the year before, 3 goals, 24 assists. He was plus 12. And his last year with Pittsburgh, 3 goals, 9 assists, minus 13. So again, he's a far cry from 2017 when he had 51 points. And that I made some enemies in my fantasy league because I actually vetoed a trade that somebody made for him in that. Because I was like, no way is Justin Schultz worth that much. All right.
Bobby asked this question. I personally don't think it's possible because I think Trocheck's going to get like around $5.5 million. I think Dylan Strome's going to get at least three and a quarter, maybe four.
And the Rangers still have to sign a backup goalie, which is what
Yeah.
Steven's alluding to right above that.
Yeah.
And I gotta say this. No, I don't think it's possible they get both of them. I think Dylan Strome he's going to be in much more demand, definitely more than his brother. So that's for one. Let's get the NHL free agency banner right back up there. Brendan Smith, we'll get rid of that one. Kevin Rooney. This is like the worst part. This is the waiting. Tom Petty said it best. The waiting is the hardest part.
Oh, not a huge difference, but Pierre LeBrun just corrected his tweet about Rooney. It's 2 years, 1.3 million, not 1.2.
Oh, okay. How dare he? He should recheck his sources.
Yeah,
which clearly he did, but that's a different story.
I agree. I agree with Dylan here. I'd much rather Comrie than Yaroslav Halak.
And the Rangers are working right now to try to bring back Tyler Mott, which would be a good get for them.
What?
Well, to keep Tyler Mott, that would be good for the Rangers. They're working to bring him back. Preferring Dylan to Strome. Martin Jones signed with the Kraken, by the way. And Daniel, by the way, I never said welcome to the show, but welcome to the show. I like the way Vinny Trocheck plays a lot better than I like the way Ryan Strome plays. And Steven, I think you're right about that. Mott is a very good fourth liner.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to have the money to keep Mott, though. I mean, I would imagine he's asking for at least $2.5 million.
He goes to 2.5. I think you have to part ways.
Also,
who is your favorite all-time free agent signing, by the way? This is a great question.
Well, it was technically a trade, but then they had to re-sign him because he was a holdout RFA. But I guess Michael Pekka.
Okay. All right, that definitely works.
Yeah.
Oof. You know what? I'm gonna go Wayne Gretzky. That's the one that I love the best because when I knew the Rangers got Wayne Gretzky, it was something.
All right, Mark.
What do you got, Anthony?
There's breaking news for you're not a fan anymore. You're not a fan. You're a media personality. But if you're a fan of the New York Rangers, Frank Cirelli, hearing the New York Rangers and Vinny Trocheck have agreed to terms on a 7-year deal. Details forthcoming. 7 years, man. That's rough.
What? Okay. All right. Yeah. Notice how my attitude just changed in a 180 right there. 7 years? I mean, oh my goodness. All you guys are crushing this right now. And yeah. 7 years.
Oof.
How much did they sign him for? I was expecting at least a $6 million, maybe a $5.5 million 3-year deal. But if they went with the term, then 7 years? 7 fucking years? All right. We'll reserve. Matador, you're right. Oh, wait. Now we got to repost that Trocheck poll. All right. 7. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anthony, I'm trying to compose myself.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That's ugly.
That's starting to look like
that's ugly. I mean, I'll wait to see the dollar amount on that, but
yeah, it better be for like
good.
$1.5 million, which is definitely not true at all. We know that. But it's, as I'm tweeting this out right now about just, this is, I just, what? 7 million? Sorry, 7 years? Whatever. Fuck it.
And by the way,
Robert
Thomas was actually 8.125, not an even 8. Just became official.
Oh, okay. And all right, as long as there's no NMC in that, or maybe even an MNC for 2 years. Why is Artemi Panarin trending? Okay. I don't see any news on that. 7 years, Jesus. Yeah. John D. Lee, you're right about that. And Steven, you better be right on that one. I definitely don't think they're the Smurfs, but also, by the way, the Smurfs in this generation probably a little bit better than if they were back in the 80s. Yeah. Well, if it was Glenn Sather, it would definitely be a no move clause for all 7 years. Or just, again, Jacob Trouba screwing the Rangers right now. Hey, nice job, Jeff Gordon. But all right, anyway.
Toronto sides Nick Aube-Kubel, 1 year, $1 million.
Wasn't he an RFA?
Yeah, I don't think he was qualified. Became a UFA.
Yeah. All right.
Arthur Staples saying 7 years at $5.625 million, according to a league source.
It's not as bad. We'll see about the extra stuff that goes into that.
Yeah, I mean, he got a little over 5.5, which I said, I said he'd be around 5.5, got a tinge more. But he's 29 years old already.
Yeah, so you're paying him till he's 36.
It's one thing to give Johnny Gaudreau 7 years. I mean, he's an elite player, and that's what you had to do for the top free agent. But 7 years is a long time. I mean, listen, for the next couple of years, it's a great pickup for you guys. There's no doubt about it. He's better than Strome. He's better than Kopp. It's a good addition to the Rangers. It's just in the year 4, 5, 6, and 7, not really going to be looking very good.
And all right. We had a story up, by the way, on the website, BigAppleHockeyPodcast.com, about Kirill Kaprizov. So check that out. I had to correct the misspelling in the title. So there's a misspelling in the title. That was not a good thing. That's definitely not a good thing. All right. So, oh my God, that is a little bit of cold water right now on some Ranger fans. I think you'd have to be thinking, though, that it might be more affordable for them within, like, that contract works for this year and next. I think it actually works in the long run once you're shedding Kreider and Trouba in 2 years. So I wasn't pissed about the Trocheck signing, Alex, but now a little bit annoyed.
My guess is that they were competing with other teams and they had to add the extra years.
That would be my guess too. And it's sort of like they're identifying Trocheck as the guy that they want to go get. So if that's what they're doing, that's what they got to do. Yeah. Phil just drove off the road. I'm not even sure if he was on the road. But he probably drove in. He got into his car just to drive off the road. So, I mean, and again, Scott, you got it right there. It's that's what it took to get him.
Well, what is can you what is that? I didn't see anything about that. I just got a curiosity. How do you know Johnny turned down the Devil's offer?
Ooh, that's all right. I'll check that one.
No, but honestly, it's for the Rangers. It's going to help you guys out in the short term. Trocheck is a good player.
All right. According to, thank you, by the way, to Alex for sending this. Granted, this is from Hockey News Updates, so I don't know exactly how reliable on the source, but it says Johnny Hockey turns down the Devils, $10.2 million over 7 years, still on the market. So if
I don't know if I believe, I'm very skeptical with those weird, those accounts like that.
Right, but it's that's something to look into, because if that is true, that puts us right back to where we were. Here's the words of John Falkowski right now. 7 years of term is high for Trocheck. Hopefully the AAV is lower due to that, but I like Trocheck. Great fit for the New York Rangers. Huge two-way play upgrade, and a former 30-goal guy. His number should skyrocket with Panarin, and he plays good playoff type of hockey, good on playoffs too. And Phil updates that to say 5.6 years isn't bad at all. So, but you know what? They always say, Anthony, it's not the AAV, it's the term that gets you. And I just clicked back on the window and I found out Anthony is not in the room. See, you know what? This is why you come to Big Apple Hockey for content like that, where a guy is talking to an empty screen, thinking that it's his friend right there. All right, we have 101 of you right now in the stream. Everybody, thank you very much for joining us today. And if you haven't done it already, I'll remind you once again to like, share, and subscribe. And just another reminder, everybody, once again, we're being sponsored by Manscaped. Check them out. You can use the code BAH for Big Apple Hockey for 20% off and free shipping. And we also might have some more news for you coming soon. Unfortunately, it's going to be for next week's show, where some more good news is coming. There's still a lot of guys that we haven't even touched on yet. Nito Niederreiter, David Perron, Ryan Strome, who cares? Andre Burakovsky. There's still a lot of guys. I can't believe we're about 35 minutes in, and really just not much. And not much has gone on so far. But again, I'm gonna go with this and say that this isn't a bad deal, Ranger fans. The Vinny Trocheck deal, I know our first instinct is to always be, just as a fan base, the first instinct for the Ranger fans is, hey, you know what? This probably isn't a good deal. They shouldn't have done it. They paid too much. Vinny Trocheck's a better player than Ryan Strome. I've said this on numerous occasions. For everybody that said, oh, let's re-sign Ryan Strome, what is Ryan Strome good at? And if you could throw me in the comments, just let me know what Ryan Strome is good at. He doesn't have an elite shot. He's not particularly that fast. He's not really a good penalty killer. He's not bad. He's not really a power play quarterback. He takes offensive zone penalties. So, I mean, all that's not a good thing. And let's get back to what you guys are saying right now. He's good at missing the net. That's what he's good at. Anthony, by the way, I actually was updating you on information and then realized you're not in the room. So that was great. Ryan Strome is clutch at missing clutch goals. And again, he's absolutely clutch at this. Look at this again. That would have put the Rangers one step closer to the Stanley Cup Finals. Instead, they had Ryan Strome. That's the lingering memory of Ryan Strome that I have, both as a pundit and as a fan. So, and I do like that everybody is absolutely hammering it home that he's clutch at missing open nets, and all you
Yeah, I
guys,
think
you guys are hitting it all good.
now that Giroux went to Ottawa, I'm not sure if Ryan Strome is still the best fit there. That was my original prediction for him, but
Yeah,
maybe
mine
I could
too.
picture a team like Seattle giving him money, or Arizona, or I mean, I don't know if he'll land on a contender, but there will be a team that pays him at least $5 million.
I know what, and again, I know what fans are saying with the Andrew Copp thing. Andrew Copp, 5 years, 5.7 million. But Copp kind of, I don't want to use the term played his way out of New York in the playoffs, but I mean, he didn't. He was supposed to be the third line center and never really materialized as that. And 5.8 to be a wing, that's too much. Trocheck is going to be the second line center for the Rangers. And yes,
Yeah.
I agree. Mako, I agree with that. That's long. That's very long. And Copp, man, no energy. Right about that, Michael. So
I'm just gonna check. Go to Cap Friendly. Just check out, see what the Rangers are working on here now.
Copp ended up in Detroit, Rick.
Yeah, that's what they said. It hasn't absolutely been confirmed yet, but like officially, but it seems like that's where he's going.
And also, Keith, I don't think that the kid line stays intact. I think it moves one of them up, if not both, this year.
All right. So after the Trocheck signing, the Rangers have $4.5 million to sign a backup goalie and Capo Caco. And again, right now, that's only with 10 forwards on their well, I guess 11 forwards on the roster. Sammy Blaze on injured reserve. So yeah, not much to work with there. I mean, if they could find a way to move Patrick Nemeth, that would be good, but
They're going to find a way to move Patrick Nemeth. I have no doubt about that. There's and yeah, Cap Friendly's got that in there. They got Vinny Trocheck. There is no details right now about whether or not he's got an NMC. As one of our other correspondents. Sorry, Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, it seems like 5 years for Copp in Detroit.
How about David Krejci going back to the Bruins?
I think, yeah, I mean, that fits well. I mean, with Bergeron coming back, that helps Boston.
And as one of our correspondents has said, Kevin Murray, this is after 6 years for Gaudreau. Does Drury know that you don't have to give him crazy term to everyone so that they're signed until they're after 35? Yeah, it's one of those things, because then you're stuck with that contract.
Yeah,
you have to buy him out. I believe before then, if I forget how that works, if they're signed after 36, that money stays on the cap no matter what, right, Anthony?
Yes, it's a 35 plus contract. Yeah.
Then they're paying for him. So, but as
Chris T says, the Blackhawks have apparently signed Andreas Athanasiou and Max Domi.
Yeah. So the Blackhawks are really gunning for Connor Bedard now. But our own Pete Mackin said 50 points, good on draws, responsible two-way guy. And again, that's what the Rangers need. The Rangers need another center to be going back and forth. Romanov, I don't know about that one. I don't know if Filipino is a guy that they're not going to promote or that they are. I think Rangers going to frame it more like a top 9, the way they're going to use guys. So, It's just power play
Bobby
is where I always go back to.
Bobby McKenzie, ex-Leaf, Ilya Lyubushkin headed to Buffalo.
Okay.
He was in that Coyotes trade that they made with them. Yeah.
Yeah. For a second, I thought it was Ilya Mikhailov that you were talking about, but it was
Mikheyev?
Lyubushkin.
No. Lyubushkin.
No. Yeah. This is amazing. And by the way, nobody's mentioned Frank Vetrano at all. I don't even have him on my list. Reading some of the updates that are coming through, guys. But sorry, we're still waiting on a lot. Again, other than the faceoff percentage is 53%. So, and Vinny Trocheck, the Rangers have seen him up close firsthand. So, Nick Bustad and Troy Stetcher to Arizona.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Question is,
Josh Brown,
who else was in play for Trocheck? Was it the Washington Capitals or somebody else?
Yeah, you know what? I didn't hear much smoke around Trocheck, to be honest with you. Like teams he was linked to. Yeah, I gotta imagine Washington with Backstrom on LTIR. I think
Pittsburgh was talking to him when they didn't re-sign Malkin.
I think once Malkin re-signed, that put the kibosh on Trocheck going there. From there, I don't know what other teams were interested. Maybe it will come out, but
yeah, there's a lot because he's from the Pittsburgh area. I still think it's a great deal to get him because that's what matters. You have to get him. However, I don't like the 7 years. Obviously, you guys can hear that with the tone of my voice. But also, then again, the Rangers can always just get rid of him later on. Yep. So keep on hearing Halak close to the Rangers.
Nick Leddy to the Blues is official. 4 years, $4 million.
All right, I do have him on the list, so let me get him.
He basically he was making, what was it, $5.5 million, so he took $1.5 million pay cut, but that was to be expected.
And Nick Leddy re-signing with the St. Louis Blues. Let's rain some cash down, everybody.
And Cop seems to be 5 years at the same cap hit as Trocheck. So 2 less years, same money.
Yeah. But I'm actually starting to warm up to this and just say it is what it is. There must have been more competitive offers that the Rangers had to go meet. Mikey BX, I like the Cop, the Trocheck signing. Anthony, what were you saying?
With Anthony Ciu and Domi, it's both 1 year, $3 million for each. And Lyubushkin got 2 years, 2.75 at Buffalo.
As Wicked is saying, if Lou signs Johnny Hockey, I will never criticize him ever again.
Well, yeah. And I mean, honestly, the longer it goes, where maybe it's quiet on Johnny Hockey, maybe that's better news if you're an Islander fan. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter too much. That's just one train of thought. But it does seem, according to Pierre LeBrun, however long ago I said that was, maybe a half hour, 40 minutes ago, probably half hour. Seems like it's down to the Devils and the Islanders for Gaudreau. So,
and I'm amazed by this because this seemed like it was a done deal as like about 11:30, and look what happens.
Well, I mean, again, that's what I said. Who said it was a done deal? Those random sketchy accounts. You can't go by that. So I
know, but there was a lot of things that were saying that it seemed like it was going to be a done deal, and that guy that had the information on
it still might, and like it's very well still might end up there. And my gut says that that's where he is going to go. Maybe it's just a it's just a mechanism to kind of protect myself by thinking that he's going to go to Jersey. But that's my gut. My gut says Jersey. but we'll see.
But again, I mean, I got the breaking news banner ready to go. If I'm bragging about some of these gifts that I got, woo, breaking news. Anyway, hopefully get that one. But
no, Christopher. It's been reported now that the Flyers are pretty much out on him. They are not moving a first to move JVR, and it seems like they just can't make the money work. I mean, anything's possible, but like I said, Pierre LeBrun said Isles and Devils.
This is actually great news to hear, by the way, for the man that's on your shirt. Kirill Kaprizov, the agent, says he is in Germany rehabbing right now.
See, I don't know if that's great. I don't know if that's great news, only because the Wild beat writer had a column a couple days ago that said that Kaprizov already left Russia and tried to enter the United States in two different avenues, one being the Caribbean and the other being Dubai, and he was sent back both times. So just because he's in Germany doesn't mean anything right now.
Yeah, well, actually, does Germany have extradition?
But what?
Does Germany have extradition to Russia?
Yeah, I don't know.
that would actually be that's where it's good news for a few minutes until you realize you're gonna end up being like Ned Flanders getting taken away in the asylum. So
yeah.
And you know what? I got to agree with Brody on this one. The Rangers, as a fan base, have been hoping for a solid 1 and 2C forever now, and now they have it. Even though 7 years is rough, it's always better to pay a little bit more in free agency.
So, Mark, it's so far it's been all quiet on Burakovsky, Kadri, Palat, Niederreiter. But I guess that's commonplace. I think a lot of those guys are waiting to see where the domino falls with Gaudreau before they go anywhere.
By the way, I brought this one up. Super hot. I don't want to mispronounce the rest of the name, so I'm just gonna go with super hot. I like your enthusiasm on that one, but not with that goaltending that they got. Ilya Samsonov and Matt Murray is not going to get it done. And it's funny, by the way, because I said this in the column that I wrote about the Maple Leafs, Anthony. How is it the Maple Leafs are like the one team that you always look at and go, if they can ever get past the first round, they could be a dangerous team. They could be. They really could be. But I don't see it because they can't get past the first round.
Yeah. But, and I still can't believe that Dubas, after all these years of failure, is still staying strong to his guns and keeping that core together. Not moving Nylander or anybody. Like, eventually, we say it every year, Mark. If the Maple Leafs fail to win a round, they gotta change it up. And he still hasn't. Is this the year where if they fail to win a playoff series that they finally break up that core?
You know what? There's two things that I can't help but say over and over and over again. Aren't you tired of saying Kyle Dubas is betting his job on this, or they're going to break up the Leafs core? It seems like we've just been saying it forever. And I guess in Toronto, if it is broke, keep trying it. I mean, the Washington Capitals were kind of like that for years. It's just I don't know what it is with them, but they gotta do something. And I mean, I still don't think it's Matt Murray.
I get that that Marner and Matthews are going nowhere, and even Tavares because of his contract. But you can move Nylander. Nylander's a good player. Hockey trade him for a D. Like, I don't understand why they haven't tried that. I don't.
I mean, Mark Giordano is a good upgrade, and that certainly helps any goaltender that they got. But he's getting up to near my age, and that's not exactly good for everybody. By the way, everybody, 89 of you right now are watching. Thank you very much for watching us today. Especially, we thought there was going to be more action in the first hour. This has been pretty quiet. I mean, who's the biggest name we've announced other than the Vinny Trocheck signing, which the Trocheck signing was good. The term was bad.
Trocheck and Giroux, probably.
Yeah.
Eric Comrie to Buffalo. Yep.
Okay, there he goes.
So their tandem is Craig Anderson and Eric Comrie. Comrie, like I said, he had a good year for sure, but they might be in the Connor Bedard sweepstakes.
What was that again? He was 2 years, 1.8 million.
2 years, 1.8 million. Yeah,
the Rangers didn't want to. The Rangers didn't want to bite on that.
I mean, honestly, he's a lot younger and he's a lot better than Halak. So,
yeah. Speaking about people that are almost as old as I am.
Mario, no news on Kane. I said earlier that he's not. The whole reports that he was going to move, and that's all. It was unsubstantiated, and was never a reputable source. Kane, but from everything I see today, he's not ready to move. Probably, maybe at some point, maybe the trade deadline, but there's no indication that Patrick Kane being traded is anywhere close to happening.
And where did I have that? Like, there it is. Boop. Leo's like right over my face. But yeah, there's and again, it's tougher for teams, I think, to because Chicago's not going to eat half the salary. I don't think it's just going to happen. They might retain a little bit, but I don't think they would retain 50%. And then the other thing is that I think he'll end up being more valuable at the trade deadline next year. And in a way, same thing for Jonathan Toews. Jonathan Toews ain't going anywhere.
Ilya Mikheyev, 4-year deal with Vancouver, $4.75 million.
Ilya Mikheyev, 4-year deal with the Vancouver Canucks. Oh, wow. So I get
and here's Chris T's good. He already beat me to it. The Sharks Hurricane trade. As he put right there.
Okay, here we go. Ilya Mikheyev signs with Vancouver. So with Mikheyev signing, would you say that kind of puts the kibosh on JT Miller trades? Or is that still going to be a possibility?
No, I still think it's a possibility. And the Burns trade is finalized too.
I don't think you should be really down on Kakko. There was a lot of things with the eye test in the playoffs, how strong he was with the puck when he had it a lot of times. And look, with more ice time with a different center man, who knows? Maybe things will be a little bit better than with Ryan Strome, who is, again, the master of no trades. So that would be my answer on that one. I've never been a Ryan Strome fan. That's obvious, but yeah. So the Brent Burns trade. Do I have the Brent Burns?
Yeah, Christy posted it above. It's done. He's a Carolina Hurricane.
I think I accidentally deleted it before, but we'll do that right now.
Yeah, Big Daddy. I think personally, it's going to be. I think he's going to move at the deadline. I think what I heard was that even though he's disappointed in the moves, I think he at least wants to see how the dust settles here and what else they add. And also keep in mind too, I think while he may to himself and people in his inner circle say he wants out, I don't think he wants to become vilified where he request to be traded and kind of tarnishes maybe. I mean, I think most Blackhawk fans would be level-headed to know that, we don't blame him. They're tearing it down. And the ire would be more directed towards Chicago than Kane. But I think that's just maybe something to consider there. I think maybe Kane doesn't want to be the guy who, axes for out. So I think it'll just kind of happen naturally where maybe he's dealt at the deadline.
I'm still waiting for word from Carolina that they have Brent Burns under the deal. I think Brent Burns, if I have to double check his numbers on his salary, as soon as he gets to Carolina, he's the highest paid Hurricane. Because Sebastian is making $8.4 million.
Yeah, Halak to the Rangers is done $1.55 million for Halak.
All right. Well, there we go. Let's get another one. Yara Halak.
So now, by my estimation, that leaves them with so what did I say? They had 4.5 million minus 1.55. Yeah, so they have about 3 million to work with.
3 million to work with for re-signing Kako and potentially bringing
Maybe
back Tyler Mott.
And a bottom pairing D. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless they're thinking Matthew Robinson can do it. And clearly with Yaroslav Halak, they wanted to go with a 1-year goaltender. So that's probably why they didn't go with Comrie and why they might think that Tyler Wall or one of the other goaltending prospects can step in and be a backup.
I don't know. I just think Halak is kind of toast.
Well, let's go with what Yaroslav Halak did last season. And I mean, Anthony, I got to also mention this again. We haven't talked about it in 10 minutes, but there's still no word on Johnny Gaudreau.
No,
I think that's still a tremendous thing.
Vlad Nemestikov, 1-year deal with Tampa Bay.
Going back home. The last 2 years for Yaroslav Halak, 19 games with the Boston Bruins. He was 9-6-4 with a 2.53 goals against and a 905 save percentage. Last year with the Vancouver Canucks, 17 games. He was 4-7-2 with a 2.94 and a 0.903 save percentage. So already, by the way, his save percentage is higher than Georgiev's. Yeah. So that's something that helps.
But Elliot Friedman saying Ben Sherratt in Detroit closing in.
He's kind of another guy that you can't help but say, does that really move the needle? I think everybody's waiting right now, by the way, on they're waiting for Gaudreau. Gaudreau's got to set the market for everybody.
Yeah. Do you think Big Lou has called up Gaudreau and said, I have an offer that you can't refuse?
Hold on a minute. I'll call Big Lou right now.
Yeah.
No, it ain't happening.
Oh man, if you called him right now, he'd have a stroke. You calling on him a day like this where he's using his phone, he'd be so angry.
Oh my God. It would be, who the hell is this?
Tying up your phone lines, Mark. He would be very angry.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd definitely be sleeping with the fishes. Oh boy. Still got 90 of you watching right now on the stream. Everybody, thank you very much. This is the most amount of people that we've had watch one of our streams ever. So we can't wait to get more of this in here. Now back up to 96. It's, this is still just so unbelievable. I mean, we're an hour in, then there's a reason why they call it free agent frenzy, because usually everybody's busting in, but this is amazing. The amount of restraint the general manager.
I'll tell you this. I know, not July 1st, because this year is July 13th, but this free agent day so far has gone better for Islander fans than it did on July 1st. On July 1st, 2017, where Tavares didn't sign an extension. 2018, when he signed with the Leafs minutes after free agencies happened, and 2019, when Panarin signed with the Rangers minutes after free agency started. So far, it's still it's a lot better than those 3 years, but we'll see as time goes by. But again, all quiet so far, I guess, on Kadri and Gaudreau. So you never know what's going to happen.
Kadri's another one. That's a domino that everybody's waiting to fall as well. On Mikey BX, I know you're saying Nemeth bought out. I want to see whether or not that happens. I think his contract can't get bought out, if I recall correctly. So that's
No, it
why.
can, but now they would have to wait to the second buyout window, which gets triggered if you have a guy going to arbitration. But I don't know if it's in the cards for the Rangers to buy him out.
Yeah. And again, it makes more sense to try to trade him to a team that is not on his no trade list because he doesn't have many. But all right,
Yeah.
Brent Burns and Lane Peterson for Steven Lorenz, goalie prospect. Oh my God, Anthony, Etu Makanemi, and a third round pick. The Sharks are retaining 33% of Burns' contract. So let's go back to the Carolina Hurricanes right now.
So we got some news here. Coyotes signed Nick Bjugstad to a 1-year contract, and Islanders bureau Andrew Gross retweeted a tweet from someone that's in another language. I guess I don't know if that's Swedish or Russian, but it says translated: rumors place Burakovsky in Seattle. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah. So again, oh boy, Bailey, I hope you're not. Oh, I hope you're not right, but is what it is. By the way, speaking about a team that kind of raised their expectations unrealistically high, is the Edmonton Oilers. Now they have to make the conference finals again. Good luck. Yeah. And after all, Evander Kane's back with the Oilers, Anthony, because if there's anything I've learned about Evander Kane, he gets better the second season.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I think he deserved that contract that he got.
Because I like Tyler Mott. He's a good role player, but I'm also not gonna. I'm never gonna cry if you lose a fourth liner. But then again, you know what? Once again, the Islanders shown what depth in your system or on your team has. So that's why you want the fourth liners that are going to be working hard all the time. Of course, on a day of the hockey trade deadline, there's SNY Knicks to say that they're not trading RJ Barrett. And again, pictures of Ryan Strome missing that empty net. Oh, that empty net in Game 5. That still just stinks. All right. Back to you guys.
Just out of curiosity, Mako, is that was this? Would you say this is going back almost 40 minutes to now, Mark, where Pierre LeBrun on TSN said it's down to Gaudreau or
yeah,
to the Islanders?
It's definitely 40 minutes, if not an hour.
What you're saying right there, did they just say it again, or are you referencing the tweet from LeBrun from a while ago? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, we're about to find out on that one. Trying to dig up that information for you guys right now. Anything from your sources, Anthony?
No.
The Toronto Blue Jays, for baseball fans, have fired Charlie Montoyo.
Oh, thank you, Marco. He just said less than 5 minutes ago, so they must have said it again. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you're an Islander fan, Mark, all this does is just it makes it you're gonna end up just total elation or kick in the gut.
I don't think it's going to be the kick in the gut that Panarin was, because I think that was after a successful season for the Islanders, and it's coming down to either he goes back to New Jersey where he's from. Now, you might not say it's... Oh, wait. What about Petrano?
Yep. Friedman confirming it. Anaheim signs Frank Petrano 3 years, 3.65.
All right, let's get some money down for him. I know a lot of people...
The Leafs signed Adam Gaudette to a 1-year, $750K deal after he wasn't qualified by Vancouver.
I know a lot of Ranger fans might think Frank Vetrano is the player that they got in March. He did have some really good chemistry with that top line, but $3.65 million, the Rangers were not going to be able to afford him. There was no way that was going to happen. And there's a reason why the guy hasn't exactly caught on, but who knows? Anaheim, we were talking about Sonny Milano getting non-tendered by Anaheim. This could be a good fit. You know, him on the Zegras line, maybe that's it.
Yep.
But Vetrano is a talented third, fourth line guy. So ready to be heard again, aren't we all? Tommy, again, I've said this ad nauseum, and you've heard me say it a lot. He's just Trouba shouldn't have been signed for $8 million. He was an RFA. He should have been signed for $6 million or $8 million for 6 years with no trade restrictions. But instead, yeah, this is what the Rangers got. And by the time the ink was dry, Trouba isn't a terrible defenseman. Yeah.
And sorry, Mark, someone mentioned this earlier, and it seems like Olli Maatta did sign with Detroit, 1 year, $2.25 million.
See, so Olli Maatta signs with Detroit. Anthony, you know what's funny? I still have Jacob Chychrun has been traded to, thinking that's ever going to happen. It's imminent.
What'd you say is imminent?
Just by the way, Maatta is M-A-T-T-A?
M-A-A-T-A-A, I think. Yeah, 2 A's, 2 T's, and an A at the end.
Okay. That I still have Jacob Chychrun has been traded to, ready to go, but I think that's going to be up there so long it's actually collecting dust in the software. I mean, everybody's been rumoring Jacob Chychrun to be traded for so long. Is this guy ever going to get traded?
I mean, in our last show we did, we had in the bar talk, we had Chychrun will not be traded at the draft, and DeBrincat will be.
Yeah,
we're both right on both. At least I was. I said that round for DeBrincat and beer for Chychrun.
Yeah, I think I'm going with beer only because, again, Shane Gostisbehere played so well that he was kind of making Chychrun expendable. But Trouba's good at injuring opponents and taking awful penalties. Yeah. Phil Kessel's in an interesting situation. Where do you think he ends up? He might be a guy that signs like 2 days from now.
Phil, that's tough to say. Maybe back to Pittsburgh on a cheap deal. I don't know.
Rumblings that Dallas has re-engaged with Klingberg. That's interesting. So not even John Klingberg. Thoughts on Laine? Laine right now is a restricted free agent, right? With Columbus?
No, he's under contract.
He's under contract. I don't think they're going to end up trading Kakko for Laine, like you were saying. Well, Anthony, you heard the stories about Laine and Fortnite, right?
Yeah.
Back, yeah. For those of you who don't know, apparently Patrick Laine has quite the affinity for Fortnite to the point where he was just buying TVs everywhere he went and playing it with his teammates in his hotel room. And it sounds like a good bonding experience, but just how many hours are you spending playing Fortnite?
No, yeah, you're right.
David Perron, by the way, is another good guy that can go right there. David. Oh, by the way, David, hi, welcome to the show. Haven't heard anything right now as far as rumor trades. This is like the quietest trade deadline ever.
Trade deadline?
Sorry. Thank you.
You mean free
agency. People, when you have to talk for a living and you're already talking for 2 hours, 1 hour and 95 minutes, so you're going to have some gaps. Fortunately, I'm not the president.
You should be. You might do a better job.
Oh, Mason Marchment to Carolina, we're hearing. So let's.
Yeah, I saw that earlier, but it was reported by a guy NRD who seems to be pretty good, but I didn't, because I wasn't sure if it was going to be accurate or not.
All right, hold on. Wait a second. I have a big free agent signing. 26-year-old Josh Hosang signed, and it's misspelled, by the way, in this tweet for the KHL, signed a 1-year deal with Salavat Yelev of UFA. So,
yep. Brett Kulak has re-signed with Edmonton, and you're right, Mason not quite done, but looks like Mason Marchment to Carolina on a 4-year deal. Kulak is 4 years, 2.75 mil.
All right. Hey, where do you think Justin Huberdeau is going to sign? I'll live that one down at some point in my life. I don't know when.
So, Mark, I looked in our notes for the predictions that I made. So far, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 right. But they were all re-signings. I didn't get like a actual movement one yet, right yet.
Well, I mean, you were also doing it before the season ended, and you were also doing it based off of some of the information that you had, like Patrice Bergeron retiring. By the way, 90 of you are watching right now. Everybody, thank you very much. Still waiting anxiously that there is anything. Kelly Yarncrook would have been great for the New York Rangers. I thought he was a good one. It's one of the guys I thought the Rangers should have traded for at the trade deadline. I by the way, this is I like this comment, Anthony, which was it's actually isn't it Michael Del Cole? But it's Del Cole re-signed with the end of the bench. Kelly Yarncrook.
He wasn't qualified, so it became a UFA.
Well,
breaking news.
Oh, what do you got?
Dave Pagnotta, Sergachev has signed an 8-year extension with Tampa Bay.
How much?
Doesn't say yet.
Our man, offer sheets are still not very common, and not really today. Right now, if there is somebody out there that really wanted Capo Caco, they could sign into a $4 million offer sheet, and the Rangers would be screwed. But that's you also don't want to do that because KK last year is Puck and our own Pete Mackin, but that's you make some enemies when you do that, and Carolina had no problem doing that to Montreal last year. 8 years, $85 million for Sergachev. Oh my goodness. Are they going to give him a bigger role this year? 8 years, $85 million? Holy shit. All right. Well, we're going to put that onto the breaking news, which I should have done that before.
8.5 million. That's what Chris Johnson says.
Oh, it's 8 years, 8.5 million. Okay, that makes more sense than the 10 million that is being reported right here. 8.5.
Yeah.
Yikes. You know where they find the money, David? Florida has no state income tax. Neither does Texas, neither does Tennessee. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nashville starts playing those shenanigans soon enough. And McDonough is already gone. Anthony, 8.5 million to Sergachev. That's got to spell the end of Andre Palat.
Yeah, definitely. That was a foregone conclusion before today started.
And Michael, mark my words, and no pun intended when I say that, but which was also an alternative title for the editorial. But the Rangers are going to trade Patrick Nemeth. If Patrick Nemeth is not traded, I'd be shocked. So, just that simple. Yeah, it's 68 million. So it's not 10.
I was gonna say 85 million sounded way
that would have been crazier than just in my words. No, you know what, Mark? He is that bad. He really is. And it showed in the playoffs because they had they had Ryan Lindgren playing on one leg over Patrick Nemeth, and they dressed him and didn't do anything with him in one game.
You know what's interesting, by the way, Mark, is that before, actually, early this morning, even last night, Campbell to the Oilers, Kopp to the Red Wings, and Kemper to the Capitals was one of the ones that was said to be done. But Darcy Kemper to the Capitals hasn't been finalized yet. Could you imagine if Kemper stiffs Washington? At this point, there's really no goalies left.
Right, and Kemper, there's a lot of other guys.
But to the flip side of that, though, where would he, as Washington would be screwed, but where would he go? There's not many teams that need a goalie.
Toronto could still get in there, but I think they'd have to clear up cap space. Let's check with Toronto for a second. The Maple Leafs. I know you're talking about Samsonov, but
they just got Murray and Samsonov. No way.
Samsonov is making nothing. However, they only have $2 million of cap space. That's the reason why Toronto ain't going to be able to get him.
Not right now, Christopher, but it's been said that they were essentially had Kemper signed, but hasn't become official yet.
By the way, does the Rob Thomas deal basically mirror what Matt Barzal might get?
Maybe,
or is he north of 8 or 9? He's a year young, 2 years younger than Barzal.
Here's the thing about Barzal. Whenever Barzal signs his extension, he probably wants to be paid like a $9-10 million player. He hasn't put up the production for it, but he can make the argument it was because he played in a Barry Trotz system. It doesn't take a genius to see that Barzal has the skill to put up an 85-point season like he did in his rookie year. So I still think he's going to require that amount of money.
All right. And we have 94 you guys watching right now. We're up to 100 yet again. And you guys are engaging on this. That's what we want to see. So
now imagine though, if Gaudreau chooses the Islanders, can you imagine the duo of Gaudreau and Barzal together on a line?
Yes. And the thing about Gaudreau and his production this year is he's already been in the Darryl Sutter system, enjoying his best career year. So, of course, his production, if they're still a little bit more defensive than what people think they're going to be, let's say they're a little bit more towards the Barry Trotz style, you know that Gaudreau could still produce.
Yeah. And I don't think they would do it. But if they sign Gaudreau, you could also technically put him with Brock Nelson, and you can watch Nelson grow into a 40-plus goal scorer. I mean, he almost hit 40 on his own this year.
Yeah. No, I definitely did not say that. I have a rule that I can say 2 yeses or many more. I can't stop at 3 ever. So going over to this one that Chris Farley has, and I'm going to use your name to quote this. That deal better work out, because if it doesn't, Chris Drury is going to be living in a van down by the river. So it's
Minor
I like the
goaltending.
deal. I like the AAV. I don't like the term.
Minor goaltending signing, but the Penguins signed Dustin Tokarski to a 1-year contract. We all saw how important goaltending depth is with goalies getting injured, so not a bad signing for Pittsburgh. And yes, I can confirm Chris D. Cirelli, 8 years, $6.25 million extension in Tampa Bay.
All right, let's check out some of Tampa Bay's cap space.
And
now.
to answer your question, Chris, all these extensions are for next season, as I don't believe Cirelli or Sergachev were an RFA this year, so they would go into effect next year. So yeah, they might be good this year, but next year, you're right. I have no idea how they're going to fit all this.
Right now, they're at negative $6 million in cap space for this season.
Wait, was Sergachev were any of them RFAs this year? I didn't realize that.
No, not a lot of them are RFAs, but they're signing them for next year. Here's what the advantage of what they're doing. They're doing this to know what their budget is for next year. This year they have it's Cirelli at 4.8. We know about that. We know about his extension. Alex Killorn at 4.45, and he comes off the books. Nick Paul, you all know about that, he's re-signed. And I mean, they still got Ross Colton at 1 point.
I agree with Chris T. Killorn's probably got to be the one to move.
Oh,
I would say
Killorn's gone, but that doesn't explain all of it. Corey Perry's only making $1 million. Patrick Maroon's only making $1 million. That's where some of these other guys, like, I mean, could one of the big guys be on the block? That's a little bit weird. Ian Cole, he's only got 1 year deal at $3 million, obviously. Eric Chernak as an RFA at the end of next year. Philippe Myers, it looks like they're going to hold on to him. And Cal Foote is going to be relatively expensive. So I have no idea. Yeah, I gotta agree with Chris T. Where's Tampa going to get more of this money for next year? And are they going to start? I don't know, Ant.
I don't know.
Other than Killorn at $4 million, Cirelli is getting a $2 million bump. How much did Cirelli get again?
He was currently, hold on.
Oh, I got it. It's 6.25.
He was making 4.8.
And I get down to Sergachev. Sergachev is going from 4.8 to 8.5. And that's already $6 million. They're going to have to figure out a way to shed some more money off.
They really are.
And it's going to be more than just Brent Seabrook's $6 million that's on long-term injury reserve.
So, Mark, just to reiterate what TSN confirmed for the second time, Brian Boucher confirms on ESPN that the Isles and Devils are the two finalists for Johnny Gaudreau. So,
well, that's what I've been figuring out myself for the last 90 minutes, especially when nothing was announced. So, again, Anthony, I keep saying this to you, but this is a major win for the Islanders, regardless of how this turns out.
Yep. Well, actually, no. See, that's where I disagree with you. I know that. Oh wow, Chernak. Wow, they extended Chernak, 8-year deal, $5.2 million.
Oh Jesus Christ! All right,
I gotta get to Tom Smith's question in a second, but I don't understand how Tampa Bay. I mean, now you're looking, because you would think when you add salary like this, Chernak would be a guy that would be a cap casualty, but now that he's extended, what the hell? Who are they moving? Killorn? I mean, who else makes a significant amount of money?
All right,
Forlorn.
here's the money. Here's the top cap hits for the Tampa Bay Lightning, and I'm gonna name somebody in a minute that they can move that's making big money that doesn't make a lick of sense. But here's your top cap hits: 9.5 until 2027 for Nikita Kucherov, 9.5 for past 2028 for Braden Point, Steven Stamkos 8.5, Anthony Cirelli now 4.8 this year, 6.25 next year, Alex Killorn 4.45 for next year, Nick Paul 3.1 million.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nemesnikov 2.5. That's only for this year. Then it's 1.5 for Brandon Hagel for this year and next. Ross Colton, who's going to need a new deal, as apparently he's going to sign in the next 5 minutes, because everybody else is coming back. So, and also SJ, I want to make sure that I star that for you because it'll go with one of my laughs that I had last weekend. So Belmar is still making $1 million. Corey Perry's making $1 million. Patrick Maroon's making $1 million. But those guys are all UFAs next year, so that's not really counted in their budget. Now you have Victor Hedman making 7.8, so really 7.9. Sergachev, who's about to get a bump up to 8.5, but he's making 4.8 right now. Ian Cole at $3 million. Chernak 2.9, about to get a huge raise, which is 5.2 million, which you got right there. Philip Myers, I mean, Zach Bogosian is there's only one guy left that I could look on this roster and say they can move him, Anthony. And that's Braden Point. Everybody else has got a no move clause.
I mean, that's very possible, but I would imagine I would have a hard time seeing them actually move Point. But
I agree with you. I have a hard time too. But he's the only one without a no move clause.
I'm going to scroll up.
All right. Is it for a question?
Yeah.
All
right. So Tom, I know you're a Ranger fan, so I don't know if maybe a bias is playing in here, but I mean, come on. I mean, the Devils have Hughes, Teixeira, Bratt, but look at their goaltending's Vitek Vanacek and Mackenzie Blackwood. Ilya Sorokin is one of the best goaltenders in the league. They have the one of the best shutdown pairs in the league in Pelech and Polak, not to mention Noah Dobson. And then you have guys like Barzell and Nelson, but Sorokin in the D is the clincher over New Jersey. New Jersey's not going to win anytime soon with their defense and their goaltending. And the Islanders still have good forwards in addition to their defense and goaltending. So I think it's the Islanders by a mile. And you add Gaudreau to their current group, much, much better of a team. Mark?
Like, there's two teams that I've said that are the most dangerous teams not to make the playoffs. And the Islanders were the Eastern Conference team. They were actually the number 2 team, I said, that was the most dangerous because number 1 for me is Vancouver Canucks under Bruce Boudreau were amazing. So I would actually say if I was Gaudreau, if it's for next year and the year after, you choose the Islanders. If you're going to say it's 7 years, 2 years, maybe 1.5 years of rebuilding, I mean, the Devils would be a playoff contention team if Gaudreau goes there. So that's just where I go with on that. Who do you want as your center, man? You want Jack Hughes? You want Matt Barzell? There you go. You got to figure that out. And SJ, I've been waiting on this one. If you watch the video I have up on whenever I do a solo video, I always call it NHL Snipes. But there's one that I had on that they're thinking Georgiev is going to be like a potential fantasy darling next year. I don't know what adjustments they think they can make in Georgiev, but his save percentage has dropped every season. The more he plays, the more he gets exposed. And that's why the Rangers probably should have traded him in 2020 instead of waiting. So I don't see him even beating out Francois, to be honest. But that's what Colorado is going to do. And there's a chance that he still might be good in Colorado, but it's just no. again, it's a matter of, you look at guys on the save percentage. Save percentage is always a big statistic. So, but
right now it's I mean, after the Lightning signings, it's been pretty quiet. Frank Cirelli says Kings announced 1-year extension for Brendan Lemieux at $1.35 million. Not a signing, but Andrew Kopp on TSN said he was thankful for his time with the Rangers, but couldn't pass up the opportunity to go play at home with his close friend Dylan Larkin.
Yeah, and that would, because I think they were teammates in Michigan together, right?
Believe so.
Yeah, and look, when it came time to discuss whether or not to re-sign Kopp or if he's going to go elsewhere, I always said the Detroit Red Wings, because I figured Yzerman is going to spend, and that's one of the guys he would target. And sure enough, that's what he did. DP, yes, you missed a little bit of freaking out about Chris Drury, and we got just the guy to come on with us right now. Ladies and gentlemen, when you need some opinions, we go to Mr. John Volkowski.
I love seeing 86 people in 87 people on this stream right now. I think that's the biggest number I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
We got to 106.
At 88, we're going up. Let's like, share, and subscribe, everybody, please. We would be so grateful. Not really here to shamelessly stream things, but I've got an hour lunch break from my training, and I wanted to hop on. I ate my lunch already while I was doing, and it's all quiet on Kadri, yes. We're waiting on Johnny Gaudreau as well, but if you are a Ranger fan, you got to be happy with what's gone on so far. You got to be happy.
Phil, break it down. Your thoughts on Vinny Trocheck.
Vinny Trocheck and Andrew Kopp just got the same exact AAV per year. Andrew Kopp got 2 less years on his deal, but that's going to take him to about 31 years old. Vinny Trocheck at 29 got 7 years at $5.625 million per season. He's getting less than $6 million per season. He's a massive defensive upgrade over a liability like Ryan Strome. And hello, everybody, by the way. Sorry, I got a little too enthused there. He's a massive upgrade in the faceoff dot as well. He's a massive goal-scoring upgrade. Remember, this is a guy in Florida that a few years back had a 30-goal, 70-point season. 70, yeah. Nemeth. He'll either be traded or he'll be in the minors. So we won't have to worry about him, I don't think. I think the organization understands that they need to move on from this guy now. But, I mean, Chris Drury is now doing what we thought that he should be doing. And he's having a better offseason so far on the first day of free agency this year than he did last year. Because remember, there was a lot of doubters, myself included, last year when he gave out that Barclay Goodrow contract. And I said, remember what I said about that? I said that he had to win on one of the 3 fronts when it comes to giving out a deal. And the 3 fronts are term, AAV, and trade protection. And he lost on all 3. He won on the AAV. He won. He took a sacrifice on the term to win on the AAV. He kept him under 6. Perfect. Because I'm telling you right now, Andrew Kopp just got 5.625. Like I said, the same exact AAV as Vinny Trocheck. What do you think Ryan Strome's going to get? I think you're muted, Mark. Mark is all sorts of messed up right now because he's muted. Hold on. All right. But okay. So we are not happy. That $7-year deal is bad. Okay. How many years do you think he's going to be non-productive for? Where you're going to take a look at that deal and you're going to tell yourself, this guy ain't worth $5.625 million against the cap. Anthony, can you hear me? Anth.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, good. I just wanted to make sure that everybody could hear me. So how many years? Okay, so Tom, you think that 2 years of that deal is going to be bad? Let me ask you something now, Tom. How bad do you think he's going to be at ages 34 and 35? Do you think he's not going to be a 50-point center? Do you think that he's going to be a net negative? And let me ask you, what do you think the cap is going to look like 5 years down the road? Do you think this deal is an untradeable deal? I'm curious. I'm not trying to bash your opinion. I'm not trying to tell you that you should be thinking one way or another. I want to know, because these are all questions that you've got to present yourself when trying to break down what you think somebody's deal is going to look like in 5 years. These are things you got to think about. Just remember that. So you think he's going to be a 35-point third line center by that point? I would disagree. And Romanello, you think Ryan Strome is going to get the same exact deal as Andrew Kopp? Okay. Tom, of course, 5 years is going to be ideal. But you think that he would have signed for 5.625 for 5 years? Remember, term matters because that's guaranteed money in this guy's pocket. Guaranteed money in his pocket with those 2 extra years. So those 2 extra years just gave him over $11 million. 11. Just remember that, $11 million. 90 people, by the way. Thank you all for being on with us. $11 million. What's up, Mark?
Because going back to the other headline, because Johnny Gaudreau not signing right now in New Jersey with all the rumors that were going on. Who would you take as your center man, Matt Barzal or Jack Hughes?
Jack Hughes. Jack Hughes, without a doubt.
All right.
And it's nothing against Matt Barzal, who I think is a fantastic player himself. But if you ask me of who the more dangerous offensive player is and who has the higher ceiling, I'm going with Jack Hughes. No matter what Islander fans might want to say about that, listen, I get it. Matt Barzal is one of the 3 to 5 best skaters in the league, regardless of position. 3 to 5. But Jack Hughes, he's right outside that. He's right there. If you don't think Jack Hughes is one of the best skaters in the league, I don't know what you're watching. I don't know what you're watching, because Hughes is a phenomenal skater. He is dynamic in every sense of the word. But Jack Hughes is the shooter that Matt Barzal will probably never be, and that's what makes the difference between the two of those guys. Is that Matt Barzal, he is pass, and then a shot. Jack Hughes is pass, shot, maybe even the third shot. He's close to being one of those guys that could probably be a 30-plus goal, 80-plus, 90-point center, because he's just that much of a dangerous player when it comes to finishing. He's got the ability to finish. So Matt Barzal is just not the finisher that Jack Hughes is. And to me, that's what it comes down to. I definitely think that Matt Barzal could maybe get back to being an 80-point player, maybe like a 20-goal, 80-point player with the right line mates. I just question whether he has that on this team right now or not. Does Lane Lambert stray away from Barry Trotz's system so hard that he lets Barzal do his thing? That's another question. But you know what? And that's the thing. This is it, Tom. The AAV isn't bad. You at least understand why he was given that. And that's why I brought up the Barclay Gaudreau example. You got to win on one of those 3 fronts when giving out a deal. Are you giving a high AAV? Okay, then give him less term. Are you giving out a lower AAV? Okay, then sometimes you're probably going to have to go more term. And are you giving trade protection? is their trade protection. I'm sorry, I've been a little indisposed today, so I'm going to be playing a little bit of catch up with you guys here. So just bear with me 1 second. Because
hopefully Anthony didn't have dry mouth like I did a minute ago, and then you just cough, and the next thing you know, your tears are blurry, and then you're like looking around.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, all right, so he's got, as far as I can see, I'm going on Cap Friendly right now.
No word yet on NMC or
no
any of those.
I'd imagine that there's probably going to be an update at some point on that. But if there's no trade protection on anything, then I don't think anybody should have a problem with this contract, because that AAV is going to be very easy to move down the road when guys like Tom and Romanello are having that concern about the AAV being high. That's the thing for me. So Trocheck has played for Gallant under Florida, which is great. Plus, this is a great point. This is a great point. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. And just remember,
I could actually use this one for a change. So got that in there. But that's a huge get. Now, by the way, one of the things I keep mentioning with Anthony is I'm still surprised. This is like the slowest trade deadline. I said trade deadline again. Free agent frenzy that we've had so far. This has been very difficult. It's like a slow burn. We're 90 minutes in. The top two free agents haven't signed.
That's not surprising. We've seen that happen before. But honestly, it's been busy today. Okay, so Mason Marchment is going to Carolina.
Yes.
That just came out from Pierre LeBrun, so I don't know if that was mentioned.
I forgot where we had Mason Marchment going before. Actually, I don't think it was Carolina.
Carolina it is.
Oh, that's what matters.
I don't know if there's any other details. But Yaroslav Halak for the Rangers, 1 year, $1.55 million. You're getting a reliable backup. And you're getting somebody that goes I call it Jimmy Howard mode against the Rangers and plays lights out against them every time he plays them. So you're killing two birds with one stone. How do you not like that deal? How do you not like that?
They're on the hook for all that money right now. The let's see
Kemper
what we
to
got.
Washington, okay, 5.25 AAV. You know what? I got to say right now, Edmonton, you're not looking good taking Jack Campbell over Darcy Kemper. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a fan of that.
And Philk, don't forget this. The New York Rangers lost this for next year.
Yeah, you're going to have somebody that can actually put the puck in the net. Former 30-goal scorer. Ryan Strome has what, 2 20-goal seasons, I think? I would have to take a look at it, but I believe it's 2 20-goal seasons.
Wow. Okay, so that is now official, so we can put the money up for that. That Darcy Kemper is signed with the Washington Capitals. And we were talking about that before, and here comes the money. That
Oh no, Ryan Strome has 1 20-goal season, and that was this year. This year. He might have hit 20 in 2019 or in 2020 when he was when the COVID season stopped, because the Rangers didn't get to play 12 games. But Ryan Strome has 1 20-goal season. Do you know how many Vincent Trocheck has?
All of them?
No. He has 4.
Okay.
4, including this past season. And he has a 30-goal season.
And he's a guy that you can match up against the other team's top unit, and a guy who isn't going to bitch when they don't put him on power play 1.
And he had 17 goals in only 47 games last year. Not last season, but the season before.
Over Ryan Strome, whose name was already slipping my mind. Wow, we are actually getting a lot of results on this poll. Where do you think Johnny Hockey is going? 37% have said the New Jersey Devils, 27% have said the New York Islanders, and 36% is saying elsewhere. So stay tuned on that one, because if there's a third team at play, that's pretty
Let me
interesting.
just go back up. I saw Tom had a question here. Okay, so Tom asks, would a team do the Rangers dirty and offer sheet Kako? I mean, you can never say never after Kotkaniemi, but there was a reason why Carolina offer sheeted Kotkaniemi. Remember, Montreal offer sheeted Aho, and even though it helped out Carolina, that it's still the revenge factor. So I don't know.
102, now 101 are watching right now. There has been a lot of stuff we have to process today and are continuing to try to process with the free agent signings and just all these big names. There's a lot of big names that are out there.
Ooh, this is an interesting question. Bango B, welcome to the show. I don't recall seeing you in here previously, but do we think the Sharks traded Burns to make room for Johnny Hockey? Sure, could be possible, but I think it was more so to get out of that contract.
And also, they're in cap hell. They are in absolute cap hell. The Sharks are the ultimate tweener team in the NHL right now because they're better off going for a rebuild, but they got too many guys signed to big contracts to go for a rebuild. Logan Couture going nowhere. Thomas Hertl going nowhere. Erik Karlsson likely going nowhere. That's at least $30 million worth of contracts right there. So they needed to move Brent Burns.
Cirelli, $6.25 million. That's a lot. That really is a lot. I would really wonder. And then Mikhail Sergachev, $8.5 million. That's a lot for him, man. I get he could put up points, but $8.5 million?
Yeah.
Eric Bernack, $5.25 million for him.
There's a lot of scary things. By the way, currently right now, even with make sure he's on the team, Cap Friendly does not have Brent Burns over there. 33% of his salary has been retained. I believe it was $8.7 million. I have to double check that number again because he's still on San Jose. But they still have $13 million of cap space right there. So let's see what you got. Oh, Jake Gardner is going to come off a long-term injury reserve and be on there. So it's probably down to $8 million. So Carolina, if they want to do it. Wait, Ariana, is this true?
Hold on. Wait, Arizona? What?
Mako said it too.
I saw. No, you know what? I was just looking at a comment earlier on from like way before somebody had said that Nemeth was gone. Way earlier on. I can't remember who it was.
Well, Patrick Nemeth. Hold on. Let me make sure I have that for you. Sounds like the Rangers figured out a way to get out of Patrick Nemeth's contract by flipping him to Arizona. And this is almost like singing "Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead" right now. So
yeah. Oh my God! I can't. If this is the case, Drury may have won today. I hate sounding like a fanboy or a homer, but you got Trocheck, you got Halak, and you got rid of Patrick Nemeth. Yep. Hallelujah! Please tell me this contract is gone.
I'm looking into getting the source on that. And also, of course, somebody had a tweet on there of to be fair. So I had to get that in there. But all right. So
where is this coming from? Because I don't see.
It's from Shayna. But hold on. Again, we're always looking for these.
Wait, it's coming from Shayna Goldman?
Yeah.
If it's coming from Shayna Goldman, it's legit. because Shayna broke the Brady Shea trade before. Oh, yeah, I just got tagged in on Twitter. Sounds like the Rangers have figured out a way out of Nemeth's contract by flipping him to Arizona. Oh, my God. Yes. 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 The Daniel Bryan, yes. Not the Islanders, yes, which they ripped off from Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson. If you're all wrestling fans here, I know some of you are. But, oh, my God, yes. All right, David Wood shooting him to Arizona is shooting him into the sun. Let him fry out there for all I care. Oh, my God.
Feels like it's definitely a celebration right now.
Celebrate. Woohoo! Yeah.
So now the Rangers can actually go out and go get they can actually go out and re-sign Tyler Mott right now.
Yeah,
By the way, getting a tweet from the fourth period just offered to the NHL Network that Johnny Gaudreau sweepstakes is leaning in New Jersey's direction unless the Islanders can step up with a little bit more. So I got to believe that our Anthony LaRocco is checking in on that one right now.
Well, Chris Botta's tweet is up on NHL Network right now. Oh, it was. So, Michael Palma, it leaves us with, I would say,
5 million, I'd say. 5.5.
I would say 5-6 million. Did we get Chychrun back from Arizona? No, and I don't think we're going to.
So, Michael Palma, that answers your question as well.
Did we get anything back from the Nemeth trade? Who cares? We got rid of him. That's addition by subtraction.
Which is exactly what every ex-girlfriend has said about me. So,
well, you know it's a Big Apple hockey stream when Mark starts talking about his relationship problems. Here we go, guys. Line up the puns about Mark's relationship. Yeah. Core had to come in just to see my reaction to this. Oh, man. Core, if you're doing your own stream, I hope you're doing well over there, buddy. But, yeah, the cup is definitely ours. See you later. See you, Screwy, in St. Louis. Just like Bugs Bunny used to say.
So, that
Johnny
is a huge...
goes to New Jersey. It makes it clear that he doesn't care about winning tomorrow. He might care more about having a better chance to win in the future. Because I can tell you right now, the Islanders don't have the future that the Devils do. I hate it. You're going to tell me, oh, you're a typical Ranger fan. Yeah, whatever. You tell me that the Devils core isn't better than the Islanders core? Where's the Islanders scoring? Where's the Islanders scoring? Yeah, their goaltending is better. The Islanders do not have a better future than the Devils. I don't know what you're talking about there, buddy. Whoa, no.
I think that's debatable. I think it's just the fact that the Islanders are steady in net. The Devils have a lot of talent, but the question is, which one's going to put it all together? The Islanders at least have done that a little bit over the last few years.
The Devils are a legitimate start. Palmieri? Are you kidding me with Palmieri? The dude is on the other side of the 30. He's coming off one of the worst seasons in his career. Come on, man. Come on. And Brock Nelson, who says Brock Nelson is replicating 30 goals again? Jack Hughes was a point per game, and Jack Hughes is only going to get better. Then you got Alexander Holtz coming up. Then you got Luke Hughes. Then you have Dawson Mercer. Yeah, he cooled off. Yeah, I'll take that, Pete, gladly. Then you got Luke Hughes, and then you got Mercer. Okay, what has Wahlstrom done so far at the NHL level? Total wild card. Total wild card.
And also, don't forget, Jesper Bratt led the team in scoring with 73 points.
Jesper Bratt may not replicate that again, but Jesper Bratt could at least be a 50-point player going forward. Then they get Simone Nemeth in this draft. Like, you got to be kidding me, man. They are set up so much better for the future than the Islanders are. Because the Islanders, a lot of their guys are on the wrong side of 30. Brock Nelson is what, 30 years old now?
Yes.
How old is JG Pageau?
I'm gonna go get them right now.
Like
JG Pageau, the other thing about him is I would actually add a couple years to him for the style of game that he plays. Pageau is 29.
Small. He's small. He's only 5'11", 180. He plays physically. He's 29, right? He'll be 30 in November. This team is not built for the future. This team is built for right now. And
yes.
They're not even a legitimate contender right now. Yes, Noah Dobson's a really good piece. 51 points. Great year for Noah Dobson. He's a cornerstone piece. Matthew Barzal, obviously a cornerstone piece. But is Brock Nelson replicating over a 40-goal pace? Nah. More than likely, no. That's like Chris Kreider's. Chris Kreider replicating 50 goals again? Probably not.
Still, right now, I'd ride out the Islanders. I would ride them out. They could actually make some noise in this year and next. But the question is,
at this point, are the Islanders further ahead? Okay, sure. But for the future, no, absolutely not.
Absolutely. And as Andrew is saying right there, that's a good point. Their defense and their goaltending is a problem.
Okay. And that's fine. But the Islanders' offense is garbage too. If you're expecting Kyle Palmieri to come back and be that guy, I mean, you're banking on a reach. You're banking on a reach. He needs facilitators and playmakers around him. And there's nothing that tells me that Matt Barzal is going to go back to 80-point form just because Barry Trotz left.
I think one of those things to look at with a lot of the Islanders is they had down seasons. A lot of the guys, except for Nelson, really all of them had down seasons. You got to expect a rebound with some of those. So, and again, Phil, I said this before with Anthony. This is still a major win for the Islanders, even if they come in second place, because they're once again targeting a top free agent and trying to get there. 10 years ago, the Islanders aren't there. They weren't even close.
Okay, so let's look at this year. Kyle Palmieri, 30 years old, did not play great at all, under a 40-point pace. He's not a big point producer to begin with. He was never even a 60-point guy. What is he bouncing back to? Anthony Beauvillier, 24 years old, probably on his way out, because they've probably come to the point where, like, okay, maybe this guy is nothing more than a 20-goal, 40-point guy at his very best. And they want something more. Zach Parise, is he going to continue to give you 15 goals and 35 points at 38 years old with his body breaking down? I don't think so. He shot at 10.9%. For a 37-year-old on the downside of his career, shooting at nearly 11%, that's high. Anders Lee, 31 years old, going on 32, I believe. No, he just turned 32. Sorry. Is he going to get any better? I don't think so.
And Alex, if you heard me say this before, again, I'll bring this up. Lindy Ruff is the coach right now. Not for long. They better start out good next year, regardless if Johnny Gaudreau signs with them or not. And then, boom, he's out.
But who is New Jersey's coach? But who is the Islanders coach? We don't even know what Lane Lambert is.
Yeah.
You're talking about their coach as if the Islanders have a great coach, which is not the case because Lane Lambert, last I checked, hasn't coached an NHL game.
And that's correct. And you have no idea what you're going to get. Remember when Dave Lewis was the anointed one in Detroit? And I think he lasted 2 seasons?
Okay. Is Lane Lambert Barry Trotz's protege, or is he his own guy? Lambert had a good reputation. Okay.
Well,
has a good reputation. Based on what? Based on being an assistant coach? Brian Trocheck was a great assistant coach, and he flopped big time.
And Alex, look at it this way. It's sort of like moving a guy from the 8th inning to the 9th inning and being a closer. Now we're going to see what you got. Are you going to be Mariano Rivera taking over for John Wetland? Or are you going to be Braden Looper? Remember him? So
you're literally talking about an unknown as if he's a proven product. You can't do that.
But again, that's the thing. It's just these teams right now, they're competing, and Nobody's blinked yet. So, and Anthony, when he comes back on, I'll give you all the positives about the Islanders.
Okay, what
in a
if
second.
but they're top prospects? Dufour,
Yeah.
Ratu, and Simone Holmstrom, and you just traded a first rounder away, which you really needed, for Alex Romanov, who hasn't really developed yet. Okay,
Well, he could be developing into something.
Okay, fine. Tell me what prospects you'd rather have. Would you rather have Dufour, Ratu, and Holmstrom, or would you rather have Luke Hughes, Alexander Holtz, or anyone else from the Devils organization?
There is a ton of talent in New Jersey. It's just, can they put it together?
Or Nemec? Would you rather have those three Islander prospects over Nemec, Hughes, and Holtz? I wouldn't. I would definitely take the Devils 3 over their 3 any day of the week. Yeah, could the Islanders make the playoffs this year? Sure, they could. They could bounce back, or they could have trouble adjusting to Lane Lamberts. You never know. They could take. He could bring in a whole different system, open things up offensively, and I would want to live on Long Island rather than Jersey. Okay, that's not the question. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
That's for the guys that have already been there. But
sure.
Hey, wait. Let me just flip you off of this for a second. Not flip you off, obviously, but John Kim saying, sorry if you already covered it, but what do you guys think about the recent rumors about JT Miller, Patrick Kane, and Kadri? Any possibilities? Kadri is definitely not going to be a Ranger. That's what we can tell you right now.
No, yeah. The Trocheck signing killed that. Miller, I don't think it happens. I think Vancouver, if they're smart, keeps him. I think they need him there. And I don't think they want to go backwards unless they're blown away with an offer for him. And I can't blame them at that point. I can't blame Rutherford for not wanting to deal him unless they're blown away. But Patrick Kane is dealt by the deadline. He's gone by the deadline. That salary is going to be prorated. Teams are going to afford him. I don't see how he lasts the season in Chicago, and there's going to be a crazy bidding war for him come the trade deadline.
The trade deadline, definitely.
Oh,
and by the way, Ely, you're right about that. Your money goes further in North Carolina.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing. Like, I'm just going to tell you right now. If I'm Johnny Gaudreau, I want to go where I have a better chance of winning and having more chances at winning. So,
wait, hold on. Marchment to Carolina deal is in jeopardy.
Ooh, what's going on there?
Yeah, that is interesting. Right now, we got Anthony working the phones right now, trying to get more information for us. He's got his inside sources.
Patrick Nemeth being treated to Arizona. Let's see what the prospect is.
Now, by the way, Andrew Cobb says he never officially got an offer from the Rangers, but I mean, there must have been some kind of offer.
People, thank you all for being on with us. Thank you all so much.
Yeah.
Love this. 100 people. This is the first time I think we've cracked it triple digits on a stream. This is great. Awesome.
Yeah, this is our first stream where we cracked triple digits. We got up to 106. Everybody, if you haven't done it already, I'm going to cover Phil's face for a minute. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell for more notifications. We got a lot more stuff right there. And still waiting for Anthony to get back, because he's got a lot. I'm just gonna pull his.
Yeah, we'll get rid of his window there for a second, which is good though that he's doing this now while I'm here. I've got about 25 more minutes I could work with. So
nice. That's great to hear.
Yeah.
Hey Phil, should I call Lou, see whether or not that's going to be the case? I still can't believe this, Phil. We are at over 2 hours into actual free agency, and the big fish are still out there. Like, that's just amazing to me.
Yeah, it's going to happen like that sometimes. Sometimes the big dominoes don't fall right away. They don't. And then once they do, everything else falls down around them. And I mean, Andrew Kopp's on right now on NHL Network. He's talking to EJ, Jameson, and Stu Grimson. But
Of course, saying Marchment to Dallas.
Well, Dallas was one of the teams that was really in on him. Dreger actually said that before. So he said that earlier on this morning. So I'm actually not surprised by that. So, but I'm not. I still want the details on Nemeth.
Trying to get more on these. Charlie Lindgren will back up Darcy Kemper next season in Washington. So Charlie Lindgren is there. Stars signed Mason Marchment 4 years at $4.5 million. That's a hell of a deal for him. And PK Subban, where do you think he might be playing next year?
I think he might be in a studio.
Yeah. Wait, there's Patrick Nemeth highlights for the Rangers. So,
oh, jeez.
I think it's both goals. It just says Patrick Nemeth for 14 seconds. Thank you for watching.
Okay, Bobby asks a good question here. Why is Miller not possible to trade for with retention? Because clearly Kakko and Hedl are not long-term Rangers. Because, one, you're going to kill your depth in order to bring in another guy for the top six. So you're going to need basically scrap heap players in order to do that. And I don't think they could keep Miller long-term now that they got Trocheck. So,
and I think also, here's one thing, again, Ranger fans, just you're going to have to admit this. He's not scoring 97 points on this team. And again, out of my frustration, what are you doing with Alexei Lafreniere then? The guy's a number 1 overall pick. And we're just going to, I mean, the Rangers, they're just going to shove him on the third unit and go, hey, you better produce. You're a number 1 overall pick. You got to give this guy ice time. It's just unbelievable.
It's got to happen.
Dante, by the way, welcome to the show.
Yeah, a bunch of guys
I've
seen before.
A what?
Bunch of people on the stream that I hadn't seen before.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stream people that are on. This is what we need to do to keep on expanding our cult. Dante, man, I think you're in for a long season, especially with Tony D'Angelo right there. But it's gonna be a reality TV show that you're gonna love to watch.
Yeah, I mean, tell you right near Scott Lewis Edwards. That's another one I haven't seen before. Welcome to the show. So, Paul A. I don't think I've seen Paul A. before today.
Yeah. So,
John, yeah, Kane would have been fun to watch with Panarin, but I don't see that happening now. Not at least until the deadline. So,
Phil, I had this conversation almost angrily at the bar the other night. And I said to the guys, convince me Patrick Kane is a good move. And everybody said, well, he had his most productive seasons with Artemi Panarin. By the way, thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, exactly. Why is it that they want to give up on 19 and 21-year-olds? This is when, look.
Charlie Lindgren got $3.3 million? What? How did he get more than Ryan?
Yeah, Jesus.
No, he got 3 years, 1.1 million per year, Core. Not
all
3 million per year.
All right.
I was about to say.
So I talked with a couple friends, and they actually know the game of hockey pretty well, but they all wanted to say, well, Panarin's best seasons were all of Patrick Kane. Okay, I pulled up his stats. Panarin, the most he ever had was 77 points, and those were with Kane. I think it was 77 and 74. He's been an 80-point producer with the Columbus Blue Jackets, and then he's been a 90 producer twice for the New York Rangers. So the Rangers should go get Patrick Kane when he's produced less.
You know what? I get it. I get why people would think that. I think maybe if the numbers went down a little bit, though, but I think the offense would be spread out a little more. And I think that if you wanted to, if the idea is that you wanted to develop Filipino and you were going to move him up to the number 2 center, then you would have him between 2 elite wings that could help him develop offensively. And that would be like a springboard for him. Because remember, Artem Anisimov was able to hack it between the two of them with the party line in Chicago. Yeah. So that would be the idea. That's got to be the thought process there. But I don't think that they'll revisit that until the trade deadline, and that's
much different at the trade deadline.
Okay, so Mason Marchment to Dallas, approximately 4 years, $4.5 million per for Mason Marchment. It's actually a good deal for them. I like that. I'm going to say there's one deal that I wish the Rangers would have been in on, and that would have been Nicholas Aube-Kubel for 1 year, $1 million.
Yeah, I forgot where he went.
He went to Toronto.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he went to Toronto.
Yeah, because I had lots of talks that the Rangers were looking into him very much. So I was kind of surprised about that. But I guess he took that deal before. They're still focusing on Tyler Mott right now. I do know that.
I know.
Oh,
I guess that's another new viewer. I haven't seen that. And SJ Miolo, another new viewer. Iceman, I haven't heard anything about Mott signing with Edmonton, but that could be possible. I hope not, because I like Tyler Mott.
Yeah, but I mean that's a type of guy Edmonton kind of needs. They need that depth. But again, look, and I'm not slamming Patrick Kane and saying he's not a great player. He's definitely still a great player. It's just Panarin has been more successful away from Kane. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah, he has. It's kind of like basketball. There's only one ball to go around. So there's only one puck to go around. And if Patrick Kane is holding the puck the entire time, does that mean that Artemi Panarin is? It's like Connor McDavid. Connor McDavid, when he's on the ice, 75% of the time or more, he has the puck.
Patrick Demett and a second-round pick to the Yotes. And they get a prospect pick. Yeah, Patrick Demett and a second-round pick to the Yotes.
I mean, it's a little bit of a price to get up. I mean, you just got extra picks back in the Georgiev deal, so I'm not too worried about it. Not too worried.
Vincent Picargliano is now saying that even with Nemit's trade, the 2.5 coming off, it's still not going to be enough for Kakko and Mott. That's what he's saying. I still think there's plenty of room in there, but we're going to see about that. Still don't have an update on Tyler Mott right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right now, by the way, on the poll, 40% of the people are still saying the New Jersey Devils are the front runner for Johnny Gaudreau, or that's where he's going. 26% now say the New York Islanders, and 35% for elsewhere. I'm wondering if there's a mystery team. 108, we have now gotten a new high, and it continues to grow, although it just shrunk by 4. Everybody, again, don't forget to hit that like button, and also don't forget to go check out Manscaped. Great products, great family products. I've been using them myself. I would take off my shirt, but nobody wants to see that. Use the code BAH for 20% off and free shipping.
They had 1.25 million prior to the trade, so just under 3 million in space. I think Vince's math might be wrong here. So if they had 1.2, if they had 1.25 million before the Nemeth trade, then you're getting 2.5 million. So that's 3.75 million. 3.75. I don't think Kako is going to cost much more than 2 if he costs more than 2.
I don't think he will either.
And then Tyler Mott, that might be the problem. You would have 1.75 for him. If you could squeeze him in, then yeah. I mean, and I don't think Ryan Reeves. I think you could move Ryan Reeves if that's the case, or you could put him in the minors.
Looking at some of these other moves, by the way, Ty Emberson is the prospect that'll be coming back to the New York Rangers. He's a defenseman from the Arizona system. And right now, that's all we got on all these things. I just saw something about Noel Acciari going to St. Louis, but I want to make sure I got that right.
He was a 3rd rounder in 2018. I'm kind of surprised that they're willing to send him back for Patrick Nemeth. I mean, I don't see like a super high ceiling with him, but I mean, there's no chance that he ends up being an NHL defenseman. I'm surprised by that.
Phil, the Hawks are going for it. They got Colin Blackwell. They just signed him, and you get Colin Blackwell, you got a potential Rocket Richard winner, according to Rangers Twitter 2 years ago.
Golf clap.
He scored 13 goals. Who cares? He was shooting 20%. It was unsustainable. Would you say 5 years is a little bit too much for Darcy Kemper?
No. I wouldn't say that at all. Actually, I don't mind Kemper for 5 years. And you know what? And he's in Washington. He's going to be playing for a good team. Yeah, they're down Nicholas Backstrom for the year. So Evgeny Kuznetsov is really their first line center right now. But he's 32. That'll take him to 37. I think that'll really kind of just stop where he should stop. I think he'll become unproductive at that point, and they're going to get out of there at the right time. So, they gave up a 2nd-round pick in Patrick Nemeth in 2025 as a 2nd-round pick for Ty Emberson. You know what? It's not a bad deal for the Rangers. It's really not.
No matter what, it was a good deal for the Rangers. They needed to shed Patrick Nemeth. You can't have a player being completely unproductive at $2.5 million. It's just no, absolutely not.
Yeah, you missed it. We really did trade Nemeth away.
Yes. He was fired into the sun, and Bill is finally happy to see that.
Yep. I am. Thank friggin' God he's gone.
And so much so, let's bring on a little bit of confetti.
2025 second for 2025.
So this is still unbelievable. There is still so much more that we're at 220 today. So we're at 308, and there's none of the big names have still gotten down. I just, there's not even a peep about Gaudreau or Nazem Kadri.
No, Court. It's not both. It's the other pick is a conditional. It's either a 2024 4th or a 2026 2nd. So, but Nemeth is gone. I'm not worried about a 2nd-round pick for anywhere from 2 to 4 years down the road.
No word on Andre Palat. Nino Niederreiter heard was talking to the Islanders. No word on David Perron. No word on the Stromes. Domi signed with the Blackhawks, if I recall correctly. I mean, Burakovsky. So, I mean, there's a lot of guys that are still waiting for the dominoes to fall. And still waiting for official word on Tyler Mott, too.
Yeah, I think Tyler Mott eventually ends up re-signing with the Rangers. I think they get a way to get it done. Yeah, I would say, yeah. If the Canes could get rid of Gardner, they would be in for. They would really be in the green, but I don't think they. I don't know if they can at this point because that Gardner contract is not good, and he's been hurt, and he just has not been good for a while. So,
well, the only concern about that, and I mean, I use the word concern lightly for the Carolina Hurricanes, is could they end up putting him on LTIR?
No, I don't think he's going to go on LTIR. The only good part about it is that his no trade list is only a 17 no trade list. He's got 1 year left on his deal at $4.05 million, which is good. But I mean, if you look at his production, I think Carolina's going to have to retain on that. He didn't play at all this past year, and he had only 8 points in 2021, and then only 24 in 2020. I mean, he hasn't really been productive since he's left Toronto.
Carolina right now with they have a first round pick, a second round pick, a third round pick, 2 third round picks for next year. So that's going to be interesting.
He's already on LTIR right now, but is he missing the entire season again? I doubt that.
The beginning of the season happens because they do have rules to make sure if he's actually healthy enough to play, you have to put him on the roster. I know it, despite what happened with Tampa Bay. So right now we have 106 of you guys in the chat, and go ahead, Phil.
I would say Capo Caco is the next big thing, and then after that, it's going to be a little tough. Maybe if they go scrap heap, if they can't bring Mock back, I still think they find a way to bring Mott in. I really do.
Does Vitaly Kravtsov really play that much of a factor with the New York Rangers this season?
I think they're going to have to. I mean, you're going to have to bring in cheap ELC players here. You're getting really close to the cap.
Yeah. Especially with guys that they're going to have to re-sign. And the first guy up on that list next season is going to be Jacob Trouba. They're going to try to see if he can waive that no-trade clause or at least modify it a year early. I don't see that happening unless that team is more successful next season. That's going to be still a lot.
Trouba's got to go. Trouba's got to go. He's not worth $8 million. He's not worth it. I mean, if you want to tell me he's worth $5.5 million, okay, fine. I would agree with that. But he is definitely not worth the extra $3 million that he's making against the cap.
Nick Cousins going to the Panthers. By the way, Chris T, thank you very, very much for the work you're putting in to helping us out, because we're trying to get all of our sources. And it's been all quiet on the Western Front with a lot of things right now. You want to talk about, Phil, you want to talk about contracts that really kind of hurt the New York Rangers? Dryden Hunt.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Call 800-469-0250. That's 800-469-0250.
All right, so what we got here?
Looking an extension in Colorado. That's another good one. Yeah, I only got a few minutes, and then I'm going to have to sign off here myself. But
no problem. Everybody's going to have to stare at my ugly face until Anthony gets back on. So, yeah.
Wonder what's happening with Connor Brown. I thought Ottawa was looking to move him.
I thought he got traded to Edmonton. I knew that was imminent, but yes, it wasn't. Justin Braun back to the Flyers. Nick Paul was not a free agent. Nick Paul signed a 7-year deal. Nick Delorier to the Flyers. Oh.
That's a typical Flyer signing.
Yep. Wait, who got Louis Domingue? I guess that's the joke in there. Lekanen extension with Colorado. I think you already said that, 5 years. The Rangers agreed to terms with Louis Domingue on a 2-year deal. Fine. As long as it's a 2-way deal and he can go down to the minors. And at least then they got you got Halak, and now you got Domingue, who could be a backup and spell Shesterkin. Hopefully Shesterkin doesn't have any groin problems. And there you go.
Domingue is going to be he's going to be a third string minor league guy that gets called up in an emergency. That's it.
And we know he can eat spicy chicken or spicy pork.
Yeah. So, but I am leaving. I wish you all a great day. I wish I could have stayed on longer, but I am glad I got to hop on for a bit. This was the best lunch break I could have had. So,
yes. Well, thank you, Phil. Right now, 93 people watching right now, and it's going to jump up again soon because we got still so much to cover in this. Before you leave, who's the next domino to fall?
Wow. I want to say it's Gaudreau. I think Gaudreau finally gets it figured out, but I think he ends up in Philly somehow. I think they move JVR, and I think they get Gaudreau.
Could that be the reason why he's not committed to either team yet? Islanders or Devils?
I honestly think I think Philly's going to come in out of nowhere and they're going to get him. It just I don't know. I've got this weird feeling about it. Could I be wrong? Sure. But I mean, I just feel like he's a South Jersey boy. I think he would rather play at home. And I do think that they've been trying frantically to move James Van Riemsdyk for cap space. I think they're going to try. They're probably going to end up getting a pennies on the dollar return for him. And that's going to be it. So.
All right. Well, Phil, enjoy the rest of your day. As good, I'm happy to have Mr. Fantastic jumping in right now. Because again, I'll also mention Obi-Wan was a disappointing series. It had one good scene in it.
I will see you later.
I'll see you later. Talk to you later, Phil. And all right, so here we are, all alone again. But we got a lot that we're going to be covering, everybody, and I'm going to be right here with you. So Anthony is still logged in with us, so he's still looking around, trying to get as much news as possible. Dylan, you think that Kadri is going to be the next one that falls? You know what? I'm surprised that isn't happening. David, I don't think the Rangers are going to get Pierre-Luc Dubois, and I don't think he's really on the market. I think they're still going to be trying to hold on to him, trying to re-sign him, even though he's informed them that he wants to test the free agent market after. I think it's after, not after next season. It's the year after that he's going to be doing that. I know Phil had an inkling that Dubois is going to be, and by the way, it's he's an RFA right now. He's arbitration eligible. Wow. Okay. I thought he was signed. What? I'm off on some of my contracts, everybody. I'm sorry about that. Back to 100 people in the chat and watching. All right. David Perron to Detroit. Let me see if I could verify that for you guys. How the Rangers haven't moved on from Julien Gauthier, by the way, is something that's beyond me. But Perron to Detroit. I'm seeing two of you. Because, again, I have to talk to somebody about it because I just keep on seeing it that it was disappointing. Could have done a better series with the second sister. The Jedi Fallen Order was much better. So, all right. More time means more time for Philly to move on for JVR. That's right about that. See, you know what's funny, Scarecrow? I just came across the tweet. Who knows? It's probably yours. Where somebody was asking if they can trade away both Lieber Hayek and Julian Gauthier. But all right. So there's now Alexander Georgiev saying in his Avalanche presser that he knew before this season that he was eventually going to be traded by the Rangers. Yeah, because you weren't as good as Igor Shesterkin. It's that simple. TSN watcher. All right. They're getting desperate. Kadri and Gaudreau better sign soon, is what NHL Watcher is saying. I don't know if that's really true. Oh, and as I just came across, a 3-run homer by Francisco Lindor. Mets are up. I got to get the score on that. Anyway, but Scarecrow, it's funny because I just came across that exact tweet. Who knows? That's probably yours. Delorier got 4 years in Philly at under 2. Jeez. Mickey Pyack now he's a 7th defenseman. He's cheap. But you know who's even cheaper is Matthew Robertson or one of those guys. Everybody, once again, thank you very much for joining us today. Let me just hide that for a moment and also remind everybody to like, share, and subscribe to our videos. 106 of you right now. And I know I'm flying solo at the moment. I know it'll be better when Anthony and Phil are back on, although Phil is going to be going back to work for the rest of the day. Again, I just think Matthew Robertson end up being like the 7th defenseman, even though the Rangers would probably want to give him more time to develop in Hartford. But bonus would want to hold on to PLD. They're looking to trade Wheeler. Yes, they are looking to trade Blake Wheeler, and there are the rumors on Mark Scheifele. Feels like there's always rumors on Mark Scheifele and Blake Wheeler lately. They're signed to 2024, and so that's you get those guys for 2 years, not just 1. I mean, it's Cockroaches and Libor Hayek are going to be on the New York Rangers roster at the end of the world. So just get ready for that. And I can't believe, wait, hold on. Mike, you're saying I can't believe Stamkos is off next year, I believe? No. Stamkos is, I just had it up. And of course, I went to the wrong one. I had it up. Stamkos has got this year and next. 2024 is when he's off. So, yeah, that is hard to believe. What about Cody Eakin or Chris Tierney to replace Mott on the 4th line? That's another domino that's going to fall. It depends on when Mott eventually resigns. Branson, 4 years, $16 million. Wow. With Columbus. See, that's proof that there are so many times where you got to say, well, they're going to go somewhere. Somebody's got to pay them, and they got to hit the salary cap floor. Tommy, yeah. Just unbelievable. And yeah, Mako, that's just unbelievable. David, that's where I started coming out and saying that. But again, I can imagine those guys rotating back and forth. And unfortunately, how long are you going to keep them in the minors, though? You got to pull them up eventually. David, by the way, thank you. Thank you. And again, hopefully getting Anthony back in soon enough. Aside from Kravtsov, do you see any other young forwards playing for the Rangers next year? Currently, I do not. Now, we can wait until preseason and see if one of them can play themselves onto the roster, a la the way Dryden Hunt did. Dryden Hunt ended up playing Vitaly Kravtsov off the roster in a way. But Gustafson. Oh, boy. Either way, Hayek is laughing all the way to the bank as Ranger fans complain. Yeah, but we can't complain about Hayek when it's Patrick Nemeth Day. Seriously, you don't have to worry about Patrick Nemeth ever again. And again, how he would come back after that Game 5 embarrassment. That's just the wrong way just to get it all. He had 13 seconds. 13 seconds in a playoff game, phase elimination. That's how you know you're not your days are numbered with a team. Then let him be a beast in the AHL. That would be my suggestion for that. Once again, everybody, just got to mention this because I'm trying to sell out my future. Go to Manscaped, use BAH for 20% off and free shipping. It is a good lifesaver. Very good time saver, too. This account is gold. Checking into some of these. All right, so seeing Cody Gabranson going 4x4 to Columbus. So the Rangers sign Hayek and Deming. Nope, I don't think that's trade bait for anybody. I don't know. There's a lot of smoke screens in a lot of these. Let's check our stats, our texts. Nope, still don't have anything in here yet. Whew, this is unbelievable for trade deadline. I thought there was definitely going to be more chatter and more big moves already, but still. What do you guys think about today? Who do you think? Throw it down in the comments below. Who do you think is the next domino that's going to fall? We already had Dylan XD saying it was going to be Kadri. So Jan Reuter, the Penguins. Well, there was going to be cap casualties in Tampa. Just want to make sure that's confirmed. Still looking for Jan Reuter right now. But if that's the case, ooh, Mets are pounding Charlie Morton right now. Which I will take that and run to the bank. By the way, everybody, how about the Yankees last night? Unbelievable. The way that the ninth inning comeback by the Reds. Deming, yes, is going to have a 2-year contract. Strome has not signed. I mean, like Anthony and I were talking about this before. It looked like he was going to sign. We thought we were targeting him for Ottawa, but now that they got Gaudreau, it looks like Seattle maybe for Ryan Strome. I have no idea. Michael, that's a good point. Ryan Strome, yeah, he probably doesn't manscape. That's the reason why he misses so many open nets. And we're waiting on so much more. Gaudreau is going to be next. I think they have the cap space. Hopefully. And again, hearing David Perron to Detroit, and I haven't seen the confirmation on it yet. Still waiting on that. Well, Holmes ended up beating a run in, I believe. And then India with the 2-run single. I thought the Yankees were going to pull out of it, and then they didn't. So, yeah, the Avs, let's see where the Avs are. By the way, everybody, thanks for sticking with me. 93 of you right now as I'm going solo. So it's still waiting. By the way, Romanov, that's another one that could go down. 100% right. 4.66 million right now. And that's what the Avs have left on their books. So unless the other thing about that 4.66 million is because they need to know how much Nate McKinnon is going to be making after next year. He's only making 6.3 million right now, and then he becomes a UFA. You do not want to cost yourself Nate McKinnon. So that's what they're going to have to do. Well, the Pacioretty thing is being rumored that they need to cut salary. We're gonna see it sooner or later. All right. Oh, did they trade Pacioretty to the Preds? Let's get on that. Still don't see anything yet. I always love a good take, but when some of the takes are Heedle's gone after next year as a guarantee, I mean, there's a chance he might not even make it to next year, but that's a different story. I'm not getting we'll just do the search. That's ready so far. Still just Elite Friedman saying that do they clear room? Heard Max Pacioretty's name is out there. Pacioretty entering the final year of his contract. He's making $7 million right now. It would be interesting to find out where the hell he ends up. So down to 85 or back up to 88. So thank you very much, everybody, still for being with me. As all my friends have departed. Hopefully we still got Anthony in the queue. He's working the phones right now. There's a lot of situations. And okay. So if you had to guess which blue player got traded today, St. Louis Blue, a St. Louis Blue player that got traded today, or you're saying like a blue shirt, just to make sure on that one. If it was a St. Louis player, I'm not convinced they're going to deal Vladimir Tarasenko. And that's a domino that needs to fall. There's Johnny Gaudreau. He's kind of gumming up the works right now because, as Anthony pointed out, when Gaudreau goes, let's say if he doesn't go to the Islanders, Lou's first phone call is the St. Louis Blues. So Oscar Lindblom going to San Jose. Mike, I can't actually answer that question just yet. Although I'll tell you what, if I saw the pictures of his mother's friend, if it's the one that we're thinking of, and damn, but still. Yeah, I think that could be happening. That Mr. Fantastic is saying I could see Heedle and Trocheck not getting true 3C, a 2C playing time. I could see the Lions playing a little bit more equal time. Yes. Does JG want to change the numbers if he goes to the island? I think he wants the highest numbers he can. I think he's trying to get up to $11 million right now. This is a guy coming off a 100-point season, career high for him. So let's see where that goes. And by the way, anybody in the chat, if you haven't done it, like, share, and subscribe. I'm going to go back to that. No, 162 votes. By the way, this is so far the most votes we've had on a survey question. 38% say the New Jersey Devils. 27% say Johnny Hockey is going to end up as a New York Islander. And now 35% just trailing the lead is elsewhere. So if there's a mystery team in the mix, or even maybe Philadelphia. So Namath is gone for a conditional second-round pick. Yes. How bad was that trade, that deal? Yeah. Philk first guessed that, Mikey VX, last year during our free agent stream, which actually went 5.5 hours, and that was Philk and Statboy Steven talking. So oh, okay. Thanks, Tommy. I was looking up thinking that I needed to look up, but no, you were telling somebody else to do that. All right. Nombre, how we doing? And by the way, thanks for coming at us from Spain. Pleasure to hear your thoughts today. And thank you. We try to do as much good work as possible. And we also try not to spam you guys up with BS rumors because I hate doing that. Chris, I might have to go all the way until Johnny Gaudreau signs. I was expecting, getting lunch at some point. That ain't happening anytime soon. Nemeth, Arizona's a mercy killing. Well, because Nemeth will help them try to get to Connor Bedard and the #1 overall draft pick, which again, I mean, Arizona, the next 2 seasons, it's like you got thrown out of your house and you're going to be living in your friend's spare bedroom, which technically I've been doing for 4 years after me and my fiance broke up. But yeah, it's fun being here. So it's good. All right, let's see where we are. So Chris, yeah, I got to keep going. We're doing this for you guys. That's why we're doing this. And 82 still sticking with us. I still can't believe it. I mean, if I can't wait to see Anthony jump back on when if Gaudreau signs, wow. Matt Barzal is trending right now. The Islanders are starting to get desperate here. They just missed the playoffs. Signs about someone with Matt Barzal. Yeah, well, that's all from what Rick DiPietro is saying. The Islanders just are starting to get desperate here. They just missed the playoffs. It's time to put someone with Matt Barzal. At some point, Barzal is going to get frustrated. But the question is exactly what Alan Hahn is saying. Who do you guys think? And throw it down in the comments, everybody. Which center would you want to play with, Hughes or Barzal? You heard Philk say immediately Barzal, just like that. So I think it's a little bit closer than what Philk says, even though Hughes is an up-and-coming star, obviously. And by the way, Tommy, if you remember, as we talked about this, Jack Hughes, the nephew of pride of Hicksville's 1995 championship, Marty Hughes. So when Coach Alonge dropped that Facebook post, I was like, oh my God, no wonder why these kids are so good. Marty was a great skater. So, all right, I'm getting a lot of Hughes, and Hughes. SJ, no. Was David Quinn in a bad spot as far as timing or just not a good NHL coach? I think he was a little bit too big for his own britches. That's what I personally think. And he was a good salesman in the 2020 season, but there were so many times in the shortened season why I just questioned everything he was doing in that shortened season, the one last year in 2021. And yeah, Pete, yeah, I was on that season. I actually, out of the newcomers, I had the most points out of all the newcomers. And one reason why in the official stats I didn't was because I wore number 3 as a temporary jersey before my 43 got in. And a couple of my goals went to Carlos Rodriguez. So, yeah. Yeah, too big of an ego for David Quinn. And it's just, he made so many questionable decisions. Like, could everybody not see Igor Shesterkin was the guy to go with? And he had the way he treated Kakko made Gallant's Game 6 scratching look like the most babying thing he could do. Like, there was a game against the Calgary Flames in 2019. Kakko just scored a goal, took a questionable. It was a ticky-tack penalty, but it was a little bit questionable whether or not it should have been called anyway. And then Quinn benched him, and then like exiled him to nowhere. People forget Kakko had like 6 goals in the first 2 months of the of the 2019-2020 season. And then, I mean, what did Quinn do? Anyway. But Hughes' upside definitely higher. And yes, making the lunch table proud, Pete. That's what I have to do. All right. Thank you. By the way, Chris T, we now have some breaking news. Let's I need to use this. Let me just confirm that real quick. Let's hope that that's really a thing at the moment. A little bit of breaking news, but let's check that. Just moving Patrick. All right. I still can't believe Nicola Delorius. All right. Chris Johnson says Andre Burakovsky is heading to Seattle on a 5-year deal, everybody. So, Chris T, again, thank you very much for getting us there. And it means we got to rain down some cash on him. Andre Burakovsky going to Seattle. And I mean, I'm surprised that move came down before Johnny Gaudreau, because he would have been one of the options or plans C or D or E afterwards. So that's an amazing one. Maybe this will get some things kick-started. I mean, Burakovsky to Seattle. And look, David Quinn. I mean, the one thing I'll say for David Quinn was when he turned around and angrily said to one of the assistant coaches, I can't take one more turnover from Brady Shea. And eventually that Brady Shea got dealt first-round draft pick for him. And I think that first-round draft pick ended up becoming the draft pick that they got Braden Schneider on. And Schneider, much better player. Take him in a heartbeat. I know. It's still eerily quiet, which, by the way, the more quiet it is about Johnny Gaudreau, the more I think it's an advantage Islanders. Because that's Lou. That's his MO. All right. I'm still New Jersey Devils right now at 39%. Elsewhere has still got 35. I'm going to leave out the poll for a little bit, but throw in some comments, everybody, down below. What do you think about the New York Rangers and how they've done today? Still looking to get you some more trade talk. My sources aren't as good as Anthony's and Philks. Anthony definitely has a couple of reputable guys. Nick Leddy is extended. All right. So what do you guys think about the Rangers' moves today? Are you happy with them? Are you happy with Brady Shea in Carolina? I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Pete. But by the way, Pete, get your opinion on soon about how you feel about that Brent Burns trade. Quinn had no ability to get his teams to fight back when they were down. Yes, they would roll over so many times. There were so many times also where they would be in a situation, the New York Rangers, this was under David Quinn, where they would fall behind by a lot and then come back just enough to lose by one. And again, it's one of those things that I can't help but ask the question. If you just want to just be good enough to lose, then you got David Quinn. Let's go with that. Chris T has been breaking some good news. Let's see if Mark Stahl is going to Florida. And Burakovsky to Seattle. Burakovsky to Seattle. The Rangers just beat Louis Domingue, and then that's it. Wow. And I know you guys threw it in the comments, but Bob McKenzie, the Stahl brothers reunited in Florida. Wow. I don't even know how to feel about that with Eric Stahl. I mean, Eric Stahl, he's on a PTO, but that's just I don't know. And Eric Staal didn't even play last year, so don't know how much longer he's got. Another guy from the 2003 draft. Last I heard, Perron to Detroit, but again, don't know yet because it hasn't been confirmed. So still waiting for the confirmation on that. See, again, I know. See, by the way, guys, this is why you need to listen to fan bases or teams from other fan bases, because, like, take for instance, every Islander fan was saying, "What? Why did they have to get Romanov?" But then you get a lot of other Montreal Canadian fans that were going, "I can't believe they traded another young defenseman." So in this case, yes, Vinny Trocheck, that's a guy that they've been looking at for a while. Oh. All right. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't. The fortunate thing is he can't run on over a goalie right now. So, Dakota Joshua to Vancouver. Haven't heard anything on Kane. As a matter of fact, I doubt he's going to be getting moved today. All right. As Pete is saying, this is our Carolina Hurricanes contributor. I like Burns. If he's paired with Slavin, he can roam offensively, and Slavin will cover. Things with D'Angelo must have deteriorated. I'm surprised that Carolina decided 3 for 16 on Burns instead of 2 for 10 on D'Angelo. Yeah. But, and right, Romanelli, you're 100% right on this one. The trade of Patrick Nemeth makes the Vinny Trocheck deal a little bit more easy to swallow. And Mario, by the way, welcome back, Mario. Does the Trocheck signing even out losing Vetrano and Kopp? Vetrano was more replaceable because the Rangers have several wings to take over in his place. And don't forget, I mean, there's still Cooley that they could always bring up next year. He was knocking on the door. Brennan Othman, there's another one. And you still got Vitaly Kravtsov. I'm still never sure whether or not Vitaly Kravtsov will ever play a game for the New York Rangers, but we'll see about that one. So still looking for more information for you guys. This is unbelievable. We are entering we're about to hit hour number 4 in about 12 minutes. And still not a peep. Not a peep out of the big boys. And it's great to see the Stahl brothers back again for the first time since 2016 when they were together on the Rangers and they were not happy. Eric Stahl was not happy with Alain Vigneault. Still not seeing anything going on right now. So again, let's go back to your comments. And I said, all right. Philk is over the moon about Nemeth. By the way, D. Ely, thank you. Hopefully, I'll be saying it officially soon enough. So Slavin will have to keep defending 20 minutes. Yeah, he's always got to be covering for the offensive defenseman. But I mean, Burns is a better defensive defenseman than what people give him credit for. He's not a turnstile by any means. But Slavin is the best bargain in the NHL. Well, you should see Phil's reaction on that. I think it was earlier at about the 145 mark. So, Julian, I hope it's much sooner than that. And at least this means Anthony LaRocca will be coming back in. You have Anthony. Oh, thank God.
I went to run some errands at the car wash, go to the pool store, get some chemicals. Figured take a little break. So I saw while I was gone. Obviously, Nemeth got traded. David Perron to Detroit was big.
Yeah,
Burakovsky to Seattle, which is big because I always thought that was a fallback option for Lou in the Isles.
exactly. Believe you 100% on that one.
So I mean, this isn't any like info from anybody, but just talking to some fellow Islander fans and on the forums, the feeling is starting to get a little like this. So heading into today, the thought process was that Gaudreau was likely going to go to the Devils. They have the most cap space. It's from his hometown. You would think if that was the case and they had the most money to offer, he would have accepted it by now. So the thought is the longer this goes, it starts to feel like you wonder if Lou already has a deal with him, and this is just the way that Lou operates. He has maybe a joining move to make, a move or two, but you're just kind of starting to get those vibes. And again, I don't know. Gaudreau could truly still be undecided, but again, for what seemed like a foregone conclusion, he was going to sign with the Devils. That's where he wanted to be, aside from the Flyers, the most money. What is he waiting for then? So that's kind of the theory right now that might be going on, because it's totally conceivable Lou got the job done, and Lou wants the organization to be the ones to announce it, not an insider. And also, like I said, maybe he has a move that he wants to do before he announces it, whether it be move Josh Bailey or move Anthony Beauvillier.
Now, again, I kind of said that when you were away. And by the way, thank God you're back, because I was starting to run out of talking points, I think. But the longer and more silent this stays, the more I think this leans towards the New York Islanders, because the Devils want to make noise. Tom Fitzgerald, right now, this is in your backyard. And you got the team, you got the cap space. Somebody is going to blink. I'm telling you, Anthony, somebody's going to $11 million on him. That's just what I feel.
I don't know if that's the case. Again, I feel like the Devils have $26 million in cap space. They really only need to re-sign Bratt and Vanacek, who they just acquired. So I don't know. Again, I just feel like for all the hoopla that was made about the Devils being the favorite, it would have happened already. So,
by the way, Amadeus, first time I'm seeing you. Welcome to the show. Keep going, Ant.
That's starting to become a little bit of a thought process, but we'll see. He could obviously very well still sign with the Devils. That's for damn sure. But again, I feel like the longer this goes, the more could be a good sign for Lou in the Isles.
I'm going to double check that David Perron to the Wings, because we heard about that before, but still haven't gotten the confirmation. And we've seen how some of these contracts can just fall apart, because like the Marchment deal, Mason Marchment, it looked like he was going to be a Carolina Hurricane. Instead, he ended up in Dallas.
But yeah, if someone would have told you before the day started, Mark, that it'd be 3:00 and Gaudreau wouldn't be signed yet, what would be your reply to that?
I would say something went horribly wrong. And I think the best way to say it is, I think they still thought the Flyers were going to be in on this, that the Flyers were going to somehow get cap space cleared. But I mean, you look at the Flyers, you got Kevin Hayes signed for $7.1 million.
The Flyers also just signed, I believe, Nick Delorier and Justin Braun. So they, if anything, they just added more salary back to their books.
I mean, these are some bad contracts, by the way. Kevin Hayes signed to 2026 for $7.1 million. Sorry, guys, he's not worth 7.1. Then you have Van Riemsdyk on the books for next year, $7 million. Cam Atkinson just south of $6 million until 2025. You have Joel Farabee. That's actually going to be a good contract at $5 million going to 2028. That's going to be a good deal. Same thing I would say with Travis Konechny. But now let's go down lower. And we talked about this, Anthony. We talked about it a lot. Doubling down on Rasmus Ristolainen the way they did, that they're paying him to 2027 when he's going to be 32 years old. And he still has shown almost zero signs of improvement. And his offense regressed. So I'm just like, I don't see it.
Highly doubtable. There's some other comments in here that maybe there's a mystery team and on Gaudreau, and all that stuff is possible. But with how good the insiders are these days, if there was something like that, I feel like it would have been reported by somebody saying, "Oh, this team is getting in." There hasn't really been much of that. And the thing to remember here is with Calgary, with the statement from Brad Treliving, the general manager, yesterday, he said that this was a family decision. That's why he couldn't get Gaudreau signed. That tells me Gaudreau wants to be back on the East Coast, somewhere in the metro area. Detroit is still too far away from home, so I don't see that happening. And again, as far as the Flyers here, I don't know. I mean, it's possible, Andrew, but there have been too many people that said that the Flyers aren't going to be able to make it work and that they're not moving a first for JVR. They just added more salary, like I said, in Delorier and Braun.
I got another one for you in a second, Ant.
I
got another one for you right now because, by the way, first off, 116 of you right now are watching the stream. Thank you all very much. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, everybody. But I'm on the Flyers cap friendly right now. They are projected at $3.4 million of cap space. Now, that doesn't take into account that they got Morgan Frost, who's an RFA. They're going to want him back. Owen Tippett, who's an RFA. Zach McEwen, who's an RFA. And then on top of it, Anthony, they still have Sean Couturier on IR and Ryan Ellis on IR. That's $13 million right there. The Flyers, I have no idea how they're going to be able to try to even get in on the Johnny Gaudreau sweepstakes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, also, too, Lou's not someone that plays games or likes to be strung along. I also feel if he had any indication that he was out on Gaudreau or had a feeling he would be, I think he would have pivoted now and not let guys like Burakovsky fly off the board. You're talking about a guy who just totally nixed the trade with the Canucks because it got leaked, or the Canucks playing games wouldn't let him speak to Miller about an extension. Lou's not going to be duped like that. So I feel like if there was anything going on with Gaudreau kind of waiting somebody out or whatnot, I feel like Lou would have already pivoted and kind of said his goodbyes. So I got to believe with the status quo that it's down to the Islanders and the Devils. And the longer this goes, maybe the better this looks for the Islanders. But Mark, to answer your question from before, even if they don't get him, you're not feeling good as an Islander fan, because at this point, to have gone this far, 3:00, and to lose out, it's gonna be a gut punch. So, hopefully Lou knows what he's doing here, and he's got a good feeling.
And Anthony, just I haven't gotten the final numbers on it, but I'm just gonna rain down some cash. That's right here for David Perron.
Mm-hmm.
But something, at first I still kind of stick with that it was still like something that was a win for the Islanders. But no, I got to agree with you now. And now it's just like you thought eventually they would get done. It's still not done yet. And now, even with all the directions still pointing, as I hit my mic, all the directions pointing almost in the Islanders' favor. Now you got to get it done. Now you got to close. Now it's
no, you gone this far. You come this far, you definitely got to close. To be in it this long and lose, that's gonna be tough.
We're starting to see a lot of dominoes fall, and as Dealey is mentioning, that Nino Niederreiter is close to with the Preds, and
see that this is this is what I mean. I hear rumors about Palat now. I'm telling you, if Lou felt that he wasn't in this, he better have picked, because again, it's going to be, if you lose out now, the market's dry.
Yeah. And that's where I'm checking on all this right now. Trying to look for anything. And of course, Louis Deming already asking about spicy pork restaurants. Good recommendations. Louis, going to have to try to look for some in Connecticut, but that's a different story. Still trying to find some notice on Andre Palat right now. You know what? By the way, Anthony, I got to admire Tampa Bay. They're just signing everybody to extensions and just saying, "Oh, we'll figure it out later."
That's pretty much.
Oh my goodness! Like, come on. All right, still not seeing anything on any of these guys. I haven't even seen this one, Shane Wright. Now,
I saw
Tommy, just out of curiosity, in his when he signed the extension, or when he signed the ELC, did he stare down at the table or somehow stare down at the Montreal Canadiens again?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Former Ranger Brent, 2 years, 2-way with the Oilers.
Oh no, the Rangers lost Greg McKegg. Said no one. Phil Kessel is still out there. By the way, everybody that's been watching in the chat and everybody that's been commenting, you guys have been bringing it. Got to thank you all very much. We're up to 126 people in the chat. This has been our highest stream as Big Apple Hockey. Thank you all very much. And if you haven't already subscribe to our channel. We have a lot of great stuff, and there's just going to be much more. Palat going to take a hit on his paycheck if he ends up going to California. Yep, there's a lot of state taxes that are over there. Kubalik to the wings. We're hearing from Chris T. Chris T doing an excellent job again. Wait. No, that's still not it. Greg McKegg. Jeez.
Not Columbus, Edmonton. Elliot Friedman says Edmonton.
Speaking about guys that are kind of master of none, what exactly is what Greg McKegg does good? Or well, I should say. That's really the proper grammar. Still surprised. No more out of Ottawa today. That I didn't hear anything about the Connor Brown trade. I heard it was imminent.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, nothing that's definitive there.
So, gonna go back to the stream right there in 1 sec. So, Anthony, it's official. I am changing that banner that I put up earlier in the day. The one that said Johnny Gaudreau going to the Devils for 7 years at 9.5. There is no chance that happens now.
It's still no chance. Honestly, it still might.
7 years at 9.5. There's got to be more money in there.
As good as this maybe could seem for the Islanders, he could easily still just sign with the Devils. I just think this is too. This is just too Lou-like. Like when Panarin was announced to the Rangers very early on. Like it was like before 12:30. Lou knew he was out. He's been around a long time. Would he really still be dug in this at 3:15 if he felt that it was a losing battle? I don't know.
Yeah. Now, by the way, I do have to say this. Matt Kopp bringing up a great point right here. I bet Lou pivots to Pacioretty if he misses out on Gaudreau. So Lou still has his extra plans that are back there. Now, again, you said before, the first phone call after Johnny Gaudreau makes the decision, to whichever losing GM gets it, probably is going to be to St. Louis to see whether or not Vladimir Tarasenko is on the table at all. And New Jersey would have pieces to go get him.
Or Nazem Kadri.
Or Nazem Kadri is another one. We're going to go to Detroit for a second and look at their cap friendly. They still have $15 million available in cap space. And Steve Yzerman is really starting to put together a team, which I've said before. I think they're coming out of their rebuild this season, or at least hinting towards getting out of their rebuild this season. Philip Zadina still needs to be resigned. The cap friendlies got David Perron on there. They haven't mentioned his numbers yet. So that obviously that probably is going to be down closer to the 10 million mark of extra space. And the following year, Dylan Larkin has to be resigned. So
yeah,
there's still a lot that's going to go with that. And Moritz Seider. And how about that tandem? Ville Husso and Alex Nedeljkovic. And Nedeljkovic, one more year at $3 million, 4.75 for 3 years for Husso. We're going to see who's going to be the number one goaltender in Detroit soon enough. And right now we have 129. Once again, you guys are bringing it. I keep saying the word again because I am just flattered that you're joining us right now on Big Apple Hockey. This has been our most successful day for streaming. And one of the last times we had major jumps like this was when Jeff Gorton got fired and John Davidson got fired. That was our first ever live stream. And we went from like 30 people to 70. That was just out of nowhere. Chris is saying, if we have the money and lose on JG, must go for huge defensemen. I'm not sure if that's as much of a case anymore. Romanov is they call him the executioner for a reason. Executioner? And Anthony could tell me on that one. I think it was the executioner. But Romanov is a big defenseman who likes to hit. Might not even need him. So Yzerman right now is buying everybody. Lou lost Scott and Parise and signed a bunch of people to lose a rebuild. Yeah. Another 5'10" shifty player. Devils Jesper Bratt is 80 of JJ. Well, Jesper Bratt turning in the season that he did, 73 points. I have the piece up that I just did for the Devils last week where I just said the Devils need to focus on their rebuild. Don't get jealous of the Rangers. Don't expedite your rebuild for no reason. Now, they're still doing a good job with their rebuild. It's just the question is how – I think the question is Lindy Ruff going to be the guy? And I don't think he is. I think Lindy Ruff is going to be gone by Thanksgiving. So, oh, hey, there's a picture of Keandre Miller with Ty Everson, who just came to the Rangers.
Funny tweet.
What do you got?
It was last year Lou signed all those guys, and he literally didn't announce it until they basically showed up at training camp for September. The tweet was, for all we know, Lou agreed to terms of Gaudreau shortly after noon, and he's just going to show up at Isles training camp in September. Can you imagine how pissed the league would be if like Lou actually signed him and then just chose to do that, not announce anything?
Oh man, I can honestly see Lou doing that. Yeah, that's what Big Lou does. Big Lou just he would sign. He would literally just sign and put Johnny Gaudreau in the closet and won't let him out. Destroy his cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Julie, we were just talking about this. That's a great job by Louis Domingue. Asking for recommendations on spicy pork. I would say not Quan Meng. That's the one by me. I forgot. Oh, damn it. I forgot the all-night Chinese food place in the city. Oh my goodness. It's been so long since I've been there. Somebody refresh my memory. I got so many other things going around. I'll just say Justin Chinese food. There you go. That's I can't remember the name of the place. The all night Chinese food place. I used to go there a lot. Anyway, I agree with you, Joe. So not only does Florida have no state income tax, but the Lightning apparently doesn't have a salary cap. It's just, hey, we'll just sign everybody. We'll figure it out later. And then they're all getting no move clauses. Anyway, I don't see Kadri being the consolation prize for Gaudreau. They fill completely different needs. Fantastic. That's right about that. But I think because I think the center position in New Jersey is set. I think it's pretty much set with the Islanders. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Islanders go get Kadri and then move over probably Pajot to a wing.
I would say Kadri.
If they got Kadri.
He's a definition of a center. If anything, Barzell would probably be the guy that moved to wing. But
okay, there you go. 130 viewers again. This has been great.
Just filling in my predictions on our notes. Then there's a lot of red X's there, Mark. A lot of red X's.
You know what? We've been right about a lot of things. If you guys actually hold on. Whoa hop, thank you. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I forgot about Whoa hop. My friend John's gonna be so disappointed with me. At least I'm gonna Green Truth, by the way, thank you very much. This is the first time I'm seeing you and welcome to the show. This is, I mean, at least I still remember the halal guys. I used to go there all the time. But, I mean, I don't think they have spicy pork over there. Denise, hey, great seeing you again.
Tyler Mott's still on the market, right?
Tyler Mott is still on the market. It hasn't been confirmed that he went to Edmonton. There was rumors of him going to Edmonton.
And Ryan.
So again, we're in hour number 4 of this. We thought honestly we might be wrapped up by the time
Ryan Strome
starting
is still out there.
Who's still out there?
Ryan Strome's still out there.
Ryan Strome and Dylan Strome are still out there. Yeah. I mean, there's Paul A. That's exactly what I said. You're going to be spending more time in Connecticut.
John Klingberg too.
Yeah, I heard he was going to Seattle and then he re-engaged with Detroit. So
Dallas, you mean?
That's what I meant. I still think he's going to Detroit, but that's because that was my prediction a couple weeks ago. And Denise, I love these moves today. And yeah, Brendan, Andrew Brunette signing with the Devils today. I actually did not know that. I knew he was out there, but you talking about a guy that was coach of the year, and that's probably a perfect place for Andrew Brunette to go, because they're not going to win the Stanley Cup tomorrow. And you're talking about with Florida, their expectations of the Cup. So, and he looked overmatched against John Cooper in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So we usually do every single Wednesday for our main live streams, but we also will put on little videos every now and again. I like to try to get at least one video up a week, if not segments from our live stream. We had one last week where we talked about Mike Greer being named GM, one of my favorite players back when he was on Boston University, and delighted, by the way, by his success. And somebody in one of the live streams for San Jose said, I wonder if it's a diversity hire. Mike Greer is no diversity hire. And so if you guys haven't seen that, check that out. That's one of our videos that's up right now. There was also, by the way, next to Wohop, there was a falafel place that we used to hit up a lot, me and a couple of my friends. And Denise, yes, need that money to sign Mott and Kakko. Look, getting rid of Patrick Nemeth really helped a lot. So, and Saved by Lundqvist, first time I've seen you. And Andrew, also first time I've seen you, the Stahl brothers. But yeah, there was New York City, such a great place for food. Maybe Louis could show Igor his double stab blocker move when the pucks are being shot over the net. Yeah. I mean, Igor could show anybody anything. He'll be eating spicy pork in Hartford. Yeah. So, Luke can always claim that since he made Johnny Gaudreau go and shave, that he didn't remember the signing because Lou didn't recognize Johnny clean shaven until right before training camp. That would be hilarious for Lou to do. 117 a year right here, right now with us. And once again, I'm just gonna stick that like, share, and subscribe right in front of us. And keep it going, guys. Because we're hoping to announce merch and stuff like that soon enough. Got a couple other samples that might be coming in this week. Looking for good stuff. Florida's a nice place to retire to. That's probably what Eric Stahl is thinking. Could you imagine this, Anthony? Kadri signs with the Flyers. Obviously, if we don't think Johnny Gaudreau is there, how are they going to get down some Kadri? Yeah. But it would be Kadri, D'Angelo, Ristolainen, and Torts in the same locker room. Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Vetrano was a duck. I haven't seen anything else. I'm going to go back and check on our feeds. Any of your sources mention anything in a while, Ant?
Bone dry.
This is Anthony, I don't want to get your hopes up, but it has to be good news.
Yeah, I don't know.
That has to be good news for you. The voice is going up, the prepubescent. It has to be good news knowing that. Because
listen, it's possible Lou put the gag order on and he's working on some other things, but I really don't know. I just think if this was more about other teams getting back involved, an insider would say, the Stars are getting into the mix. You know what I'm saying? And there's none of that.
Right. Lou has got this all nipped up. And I know Anthony, by the way, I know what you're thinking if he doesn't resign.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Yeah, that would probably be the feeling. But you know what? This has to be a good thing for the Islanders.
We'll see.
I don't know. I'll see. Still got I'm gonna go check my Twitter feed right now. I got this is Waddell pushed back his press conference an hour, so that's an interesting move. Chris, yeah, no, I'm ready to be heard again. That's what you're probably thinking.
Yeah.
Ranger fans, should we give a moment of silence to Patrick Nemeth? But Anthony, by the way, I got right here the Patrick Nemeth highlight reel. But oh boy, let's get back to some of these comments. You can see Strome going to Carolina. Cool. You can miss more open nets there.
Yeah.
The Brent Burns trade is official.
Yes. And Matthew, I'm ready to be heard again. Honestly, so it would be part for the course, to be honest with you. But I don't know.
Again, this is not your father's New York Islanders. They're a team that you said it yourself, Anthony. Agents had them right up there with the Rangers as teams that they recommend they go to. They got a brand new building. They got an owner that wants to spend. They have a general manager that knows what he's doing. And I mean, we're up to 225 votes, by the way, everybody. Thank you very much for this for the poll that we're doing. Still, 40% is saying the New Jersey Devils is where Johnny Hockey is going to land. Islanders still trailing at third at 27%, and at 33% elsewhere. And I got like one fly that just keeps flying around my room. It's driving me crazy. And everybody, thank you very much. We're up to 2,288 subscribers so far. So if you haven't subscribed, please like and subscribe. Helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. And since it's been a couple minutes and Anthony is still on pins and needles, that's why he's so silent. Don't forget to also...
Panthers signed Colin White.
That's good. That's good. I mean, Colin White was one of those like low-cost options that you kind of looked at. Him, Sam Steele, there's another one. By the way, this was just mentioned. I have to pull this one up. That we've had so far 131 viewers, 130 viewers, and no sex bots, Anthony. I mean, that's a sign of success. I don't know what's more of a sign. We haven't had any sex bots, or maybe that they just didn't want to come on. So I'm gonna go check some of those. I'm gonna go check the Twitter feed, see if I got any new news.
I keep looking. There's really nothing.
I mean, there is the New York Mets beating the Atlanta Braves today and extending their lead back to 2.5 games. I see this one about goalies playing 3-on-3 right now. Yikes. So, wow, there's still so much to unpack. Jan Ruda, by the way, going to where'd he go? Did he go to the Flyers? Is that I forgot where he went all of a sudden. I'm gonna go get that number, that destination for you guys. Jan Ruda. And of course I misspelled his name because I couldn't see it. Yeah, Jan Ruda went to Pittsburgh. That's right. 2.75 million. That's all he got. That's actually a great deal for Pittsburgh. Jan Ruda, 3 years, 2.75 million.
Yeah, no, that's good.
So Anthony, we're definitely going to be staying on. We're not getting we're not going to take off. We're going to wait till Johnny Gaudreau signs.
Yeah,
please,
well, at some point,
God, Johnny Gaudreau, sign before 5 o'clock.
He could take it to tomorrow. I mean, I don't know. Evan, I think Evan Rodriguez is still out there too.
Yes, he's another one that's out there.
Yeah.
There's footage right now on Twitter of Haley Wickenheiser practicing just by herself and ripping pucks in the middle of free agent frenzy. How many other NHL assistant GMs is doing that? I mean, not in the middle. It probably happened this morning.
Yeah.
And
have a chance to win and contribute to that winning team. So yeah, I can't imagine his last.
Yeah,
No,
Mike Johnson was talking about Patrick Kane going to
Palat.
Sorry, what?
Sign yet? I'm answering Christie's question. He said, "Did Palat sign yet?" And I said, "No."
Nope. Tom, I could answer that one. McCarr definitely did not go to Nashville. 134 of you guys right now in our queue. Juan S. Hey, how we doing? Would I really give a moment of silence to Deadwood? Well, the TV series. Not so much to Patrick Nemeth. I'm going to have to probably get some more water soon enough. And that's how long we've been going at this today. Right now, 4.5 hours. I can only imagine how some of the other channels are doing right now. So, but by the way, Anthony, I've said this before. The Islanders, if one of the guys they could check in on is JT Miller. They thought they might have had something going with them at the draft, but right now, not so much.
I don't know if that's a viable option anymore. I mean, it seems like Lou X'd the deal because they wouldn't let him negotiate a contract extension, or Lee, who knows. So I don't know. I can't see Lou going back and doing business there.
Sisterkin will have more points this season than Nemeth. Andrew, I'm going to disagree with you. I think he does move the needle. That's
well, yeah.
I think
he's better. He's better than Strome and Kopp, but I mean, 7 years is too long. 5 years would have been a lot better. I think the extra 2 years made it not such a great deal, but I mean, for the short term, he's still going to be good for the Rangers. So you got to look at it and say it is what it is.
Anthony, there's a lot of fans that are of the opinion of just get him under contract and then you can try to maneuver elsewhere after that. And if you win a cup, you win a cup. That's the way they look at it. A lot of guys still look at the 94 cup and don't think about anything else except for, well, they won the cup. Not that they gave away Tony Amonte, who went on to score 400 goals. Not that that Mike Gartner was really better than Glenn Anderson. Not that, I mean, I look at the Todd Marchand trade and said it happened and it should have happened. So not really a problem. I'm going to get the Freedom Breeders question right now in a second. But do you look at it and go, whatever it takes to get a cup, or do you still think you should always have one eye on the present, one eye on the future?
Definitely. You want to win now, but you need to always have an eye on the future because, if you sacrifice your future for 1 year where you win a cup, what happens after that? So I think you have to do both.
Yeah, you end up being the Florida Marlins of hockey.
Yeah.
Where you do it twice. And that's what's even funnier because second time was the future. Anthony, here's his question. And by the way, Freedom Breeder, welcome to the show. I know you were on early. I'm not sure if we said that. But do you think with all these moves the last couple of days, Detroit is a playoff team next year?
I mean, so would they added Sherratt, Perron, and Kubalik?
Ville Husso.
No, because I still put them behind Tampa Bay, Toronto for sure, Florida. So in their division, I don't see them finishing 1, 2, or 3 in their division. And then the Metro is still the Metros. Metro's still ultra competitive. I still think their D again, isn't that, Moritz Seider obviously is the leader there. Sherratt will help a little bit. But I don't know. Overall, I still think they're still a little green. I think it's going to be a year or two before they get back in the playoffs.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. And also, how's the new coach going to be? We know Jet Blashill, I thought he lost the team a long time ago. And I said before that when your team is routinely giving up 7-8 goals a game, that means you lost them defensively. And look, they got shellacked a couple different times. I mean, not many teams have games where you give up 10 goals. I know off the top of my head, they had 2. So you can't have that happening. So, all right. So you bring back Elon's fake accounts, waiting for Chucky Boy to really screw things up. You know what? That's got to be Chuck Fletcher, right? They're referring to right there.
And yeah, Wicked, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Because by the way, the only other good thing to say about this, Anthony, is that there still hasn't been a reporting of Andre Palat signing. And I'll tell you right now, I'm just gonna put on my Rangers hat for a minute, even though it's all the way over there. If I saw Johnny Gaudreau goes to the Devils and the Islanders sign Andre Palat, fuck me. That's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
all I can be thinking.
Palat's good, but he's not like a true needle mover like Gaudreau is. Gaudreau is an elite player,
Right, but
and having
it's just that. That's where I stop and go, oh man.
and Gaudreau with Gaudreau's skating ability and Barzell's even better skating ability, that would be a nightmare for opposing teams with those two guys coming down with full speed.
Benjamin's asking, by the way, hey Benjamin, welcome to the show. The chances of JG going to the Flyers, we're kind of concluding using the math right now. Not much. I'll give you 1%.
Yeah, unless
So
there's a massive shift where they move out a lot of salary. It seems like they've been ruled out, but you never know.
Yeah, because they got Ryan Ellis and Sean Couturier on IR too, which isn't involved in the cap. They only have $3.5 million. They have to get rid of JVR's contract. Plus, there's a lot of other contracts they got to give up. I don't see any reason how they or any way they trade them or those guys and get Gaudreau signed. Like you're allowed to go 10% over the cap right now. We know this.
Yeah.
So it's so hard to even imagine that happening. Let's see. Jimmy, hi, welcome to the show. I wish I got you on that one. I don't know where. Maybe better on O. I guess you're talking about the Red Wings with that because that was a question we had up before. Yeah. So, by the way, Anthony, that's a good question by Mike. Who's going to be next season's whipping boy for the coaches and the fans? That'll be an interesting one.
Maybe Libor Hayek plays.
Yeah. By the way, David, if you're talking about the state of Florida, you're right. If you're talking about the Florida Panthers, you'd be wrong because the Rangers are still winning 1-0 on that. And even at that, 2-1 in Stanley Cup Finals visits. Andrew's saying Lou must be sleeping. What do you got, Ant?
Nothing. I don't think Big Lou's sleeping. I think Big Lou is doing Big Lou things. I mean, again, I'm trying not to get my hopes up because I just
the more quiet he is, the more everybody should be scared.
I just go back to New Jersey has the means to offer the most money. If that was the case, why wouldn't Gaudreau just take it already? I mean, I got nothing. I don't know. I got nothing else to say.
It takes a lot to get this guy to be speechless.
Oh, we'll see.
So, it's the second one.
And not to get ahead of myself, but if they do sign Gaudreau, who gives up number 13, Barzell or Gaudreau?
Wow. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that.
I guess you look back to their junior careers. I got to see if Barzell wore 13 with Seattle. If he wore another number, then
there it goes. I had to kick. There we are. How long are we in? We're 4 hours and 33 minutes, and I finally kicked my camera stand. So me against my tripod as always.
Gaudreau can have Bailey's number. Yeah.
See, maybe could that actually be a deciding factor? Who's number 13 on the Devils right now?
No, it's not.
This is wow. This is unbelievable.
I think, by the way, Nico Hischier is 13 on the Devils, I believe.
I think you're right, and he's the captain. You're gonna make the captain give up his number?
Yeah.
Hey, Scotty, how you doing? Always good seeing you. Granny, now that is dedication. Did make your husband watch all 7 rounds of the draft? Wow. Anthony, I guess I'd have to wager 100 level seats for you, but I might do that. I might get it anyway. And Anthony's got season tickets, Scott, so I'd have to do much better for him. Palat doesn't move the needle, I would say, but it's Palat's still a hell of a player. If the Islanders get him, that's still a great thing, and it would be a lot cheaper. I can tell you that. Denisa, yeah, first off, the return for Nemeth getting him off the salary cap was good. I didn't need to worry about anything else. Wait, huh? Kevin Weeks just said he broke Cam Talbot's trade to Cam Talbot, and Cam was surprised. Okay. Now I understand what they were saying. All right. Oh, it's still better than the way Marc-Andre Fleury found out he was traded last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine having your kids telling you that. Dad, you were traded. Saw it on Twitter. Or the way that Barry was told about his dismissal, but we're not going to talk about that. Waddell doesn't misstep the bizarre Marchman signing fallout, and now the postponing of his media availability. So I don't know if I've mispronounced anybody's name yet. I think there was one earlier in the in the day.
Maybe when you were breaking down the Brent Burns trade, the name that you might have been, but other than that, you've been pretty good.
Yeah, I think that I got that one at least right or close.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I can't imagine anybody taking 31 instead of 13. That's for one.
No, that's a goalie number 31. There's no way he would wear 31.
No. Brandon, sorry, Jill DeFlyer fan here. What's the strategy with Braun and Delorier move? What's the message they're sending? I don't know what message they're sending with those players that they're acquiring. What do you think, Ant? Just a typical Flyers acquisition of Delorier, but Braun?
Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting move to bring him back. I guess he was well liked there. But I never know what Philly's doing. I mean, they make such odd decisions that but I don't know. I mean, I guess they're depth pieces, but I guess for them it really depends on, can Strome Couturier come back and be healthy? If he's healthy, that would help them a lot.
Everybody's still surprised about Patrick Nemeth going. Here's a tweet that says, if Lou doesn't go to 10.5 for JG, then he must go. I really think he might be holding out for 11. But this might be all right. The Rangers made it official, announcing the Yaroslav Halak signing. I can't call Big Lou. Definitely not right now.
He'd kill you.
He would literally drive to my house just to ring my
the minute you hung up the phone, like 3 minutes later, there'd be a knock on your door with a guy in a suit, and they put a bag over your head and drag you out.
And let's get it up for a second. There it is, the horse's head. But going back to this comment right here that I've done good with names. Thank you very much. I haven't. My faux pas today was Wohop. I can't believe I thought I forgot Wohop for a minute.
Yeah.
Justin Gaudreau. Oh, Jesus. Because I thought about Justin Trudeau, as I said, Johnny Gaudreau. Or no, sorry, Justin Huberdeau. That's what it was. That's what I said. It was Jonathan Huberdeau, of course. Sandor, hey, welcome to the show. Is it up to Anders Lee to giving up the season since Lane Lambert is the coach? The coaches can strip you, but that doesn't usually happen.
No, that's not. Anders Lee is such a well-respected dude, and Lane Lambert even said that, you know, one thing's not going to change, the identity of the team and the way they play, and that embodies Anders Lee. So there's nothing that this has to do with Lee at all.
Oh boy, Anthony, we might be in for a long haul because Darren Dreger is saying that Kadri's decision is not likely today. Oh, so it'll probably happen when I'm on the golf course. Thank you very much, bastards. David Perron's terms have been released, 2 years, 4.7 AAV. So,
Kirill the Thrill.
Oh, what you got? Or are you just talking about the shirt?
No, I was talking about the shirt.
Yeah. There's no Justin Trocheck. I think there was some things with Carolina's cap space that I was mentioning. They got $13 million of cap space, but also if Jake Gardner comes off of long-term injury reserve, that knocks him down to like.
Waddell already said that he's going to be healthy to play this year.
That's not going to be a good thing. All right. And by the way, 2289, we are still going good, guys. We're trying to get this for the long haul, but geez. You know what's going to happen, Anthony? We're going to end up finally giving in after 10 hours and me missing a date tonight for this. And then it would be like, oh, great. Now we got to announce the trade. Or I mean, the signing, I mean, like, oh, come on, people.
Yeah, I mean, and Benjamin, this is something that we've been discussing. And I said, if there's no doubt that New Jersey had the means to offer the most money. And it was said last night, this morning, that they were the favorites to land him, all that stuff. If all that was accurate, they have the highest offer. Why wouldn't he have took the deal yet? So it's just, it really comes down to two things. He's either A, truly just, you know, undecided, or the Islanders might have something with him already, and it's just contingent on some other things. Because, like I said, this is the calling card of Lou, where there's silence on a player that everybody thought there was going to be a lot of hoopla on. There hasn't been much reports about him. So who knows? I mean, the third less likely option is there could be, like I said, another team that maybe complicated things. But again, the insiders have been all over that and reported something. So we'll see. We'll have to see how it goes. It's still up in the air for sure. I'm not saying that it's done by any means, but it's going to be interesting how it plays out.
Sean is saying that. Oh, first off, by the way, the bookkeeping is saying the message from the Flyers that they're tanking. Sean would openly admit that Lou would kill me. I would not make it to the end of the stream. And yes, I'd have a UPS box with a horse's head in my bed. But also, there's the other one. Big Lou would be sending the black helicopters to my house. What's shaking? Rich is saying, what's shaking, boys? Just got home. What did I miss? Unfortunately, you didn't miss much, Rich. You got Vinny Trocheck signed.
He still missed a lot of signings by teams and whatnot.
Right, but the big ones. We're at 136 now, everybody. Thank you very much. And
yeah, this is awesome.
I know, and I know the title says Big Apple Hockey, but we are also covering every single team, not just that. Like I still have a whole lot to say about the Matt Murray trade. Oh my goodness, what are they thinking? Yeah, you're right, Warren. This is a slow time. If anything, I should be happy about it. Like, hey, look, we're doing a 5-hour stream, and it's
Yeah, I know this is tough. Obviously, my heart wants to say that this the silence here with Gaudreau spells good news for the Islanders. But again, I recognize there could be other things going on here. And maybe it's just a defense mechanism for me, but I'm still going to say Jersey. But we'll see. As for Kadri, I mean, I really don't know. There hasn't been much talk about teams linked to him. The only reports on Kadri all day have just been he's been taking his time and been getting presentations from other teams. So I thought Boston would be a good fit for him. If I know he's a center, but if and New Jersey has Heishier and Hughes, but if the Devils miss on Gaudreau, I could see them going strong after Kadri. I know Colorado was rumored to still want Kadri back. I don't know if they can do that. So yeah, Kadri's a little bit of a mystery there.
Kadri's still. I mean, I wonder who's going to take the big swing. And you got to think there's that team. Who's the team that you look at and go, there's that glaring hole at center? I'm not sure if I think he really see it.
I think he would have fit in with Boston, but I mean, Bergeron's back, and Krejci and Bergeron, none of that have been officially announced for sure, correct?
I think Bergeron was announced officially. So
okay,
we got to check that.
I mean, again, Kadri, maybe
that's what they do.
Maybe he moves to the wing. I don't know.
Krejci?
No, Kadri. If Boston was going to be a fit.
Yeah, Boston right now, $4.7 million worth of open cap space, but they don't list Bergeron on there. And
yeah, that means it's because it's not 100% official yet.
Yeah, and same thing with David Krejci. So,
yeah.
Wow. The New Jersey Devils gaining steam yet again. 40% of our 251 voters are saying the New Jersey Devils. Again, you guys are doing a great job, and everybody's bringing it today.
Columbus has enough space to go for Kadri for sure. But
now,
my laptop's going to die.
It's all right. Go plug it on in. So we got... Now, the question is, and I do like this question, PK, which is, would he take a pay cut to stay on the best team in the NHL? Currently, Colorado has $4.6 million worth of cap space. They, as I've said before, they need to renegotiate Nate McKinnon's contract because it expires at the end of next season, making 6.3. I'm going to bring up your question right here. And by the way, KPK, welcome to the show. That you can't help but look at that and think, first off, Nate McKinnon's probably going to get double his money or close to it. So right there, that takes up all the rest that they would be saving on this one, even though they got a couple different contracts that would be coming off the books. JT Compher, Andrew Cogliano's only on for one more year. Darren Helm. But, and I think Eric Johnson's only signed for one more year. That is correct as well. That's a $6 million. But I've also said this before, and Donald Fear believes this as the head of the NHL Players Association, and also the back when he was with the Major League Baseball Players Association. You're not just negotiating your contract, you're negotiating the next guy's contract in your union. That's sort of one thing that they've done for a while, and that's why I can almost see that Kadri's looking to break the bank. Whenever you got the number one free agent on the market, you should always kind of move on from him, because unless you can afford him under the cap, because that guy is always going to get the biggest deal. Not everybody's going to take a more team-friendly deal the way Kevin Shattenkirk did in 2017 with the New York Rangers, where he only took a 3-year deal, but it was still 4-year deal, but it was $6.8 million, and the Rangers ended up having to buy him out anyway. So Kadri, I don't think he takes a pay cut. I don't think it's any chance it happens. I'm not sure if Alex Newhook is ready yet. That's a good question. So, Bradley, that's a great question. And I think, like, does that fall under that he gets IR'd? Or, I mean, that's certainly something that it's hard to fathom him not being able to make it back. But that's the world we live in. What if Russia does what they do? I think it's pronounced Fedotov. That I hope I got that right because I went almost 5 hours without mispronouncing a name. But the goalie that just signed with the Flyers from the KHL, I mean, I don't even know how that would work. Who would even foresee war being a reason why he's not there? Big Lou to the New York media on free agency. Oh, that was today. Yep. Justin Fedotov. David, I love the Nemeth trade no matter what. I said all along the Nemeth trade was going to happen. I believed it was going to happen. The Coyotes stepped up as they normally would, a team that just wants to accumulate assets, and they'll take on bad contracts. But I'm going to read yours. Guys, I love the Nemeth trade, even if it still leaves us tight under the cap. Sign Kakko and Mott. It's addition by subtraction. He was dead weight. Goes without saying. And had no place on NYR. Alyssa, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. So if we can't fit Hedl on next year under the cap, what do you think about packaging him for a first-round pick and another big name for a run this year? Well, that would be, I think, next year at the deadline you'd see about that. So that would definitely be there. It's a possibility. Who's the Filipino that the Rangers are going to get? I've talked about this numerous times. Are they going to get the 7-goal, 2-assist center that was in the playoffs and looked like he was just shrugging off defensemen? It looks like he's starting to grow into his body. Or are they going to get just somebody who's 8 goals, 14 assists on the season? That's not the production that the Rangers want to get from that. So that's going to be interesting. By the way, you can check out my season write-up on BigAppleHockeyPodcast.com. Go ahead, check us on out. The latest one I put up was actually the St. Louis Blues, where I asked the question that does Vladimir Tarasenko still want out? We just had one go up on the Seattle Kraken and one go up on the LA Kings. And I'm surprised the LA Kings haven't been a player yet today with a lot of the moves that are going around. But they already made plenty of moves before that. So that could be one of the reasons why. All right, let's get back to some more questions. Like I said, by the way, Alyssa, great seeing you, and thanks for the question. Mike, the Jack Adams Award, I don't think that's for the coaches. I know that. I was trying to remember what the GM of the Year award is. I know who it is. It's going to kill me too. This is how much Anthony is. Joe Sakic, the Jim Gregory Award. And Jim Gregory, legendary GM that he was. So the Jim Gregory Award, that's it. And already, Chris Drury's done, I think, a pretty good job. The question is, though, some of those contracts with a lot of term, youch. That's what's just hurting. Coyotes, NHL purgatory. Yep. As I compared them to having to move into your friend's spare bedroom for a short time until you get yourself back on your feet. All in for moving Hedl. Yes, that's probably going to happen. Yes, Domingue is to a minor league deal. So there's your extra insurance on Igor Shesterkin. It's going to be Yaroslav Halak for the backup and then Louis Domingue, just in case if something does happen with Shesterkin, you need another backup. So this is the Hedl show me season. Yes, it is. And it's sort of there. It's not really there for Alexei Lafreniere yet, but and we're all just assuming, I think, as pundits and fans and everybody, that Keandre Miller is just going to duplicate what he did the last 2 months. He could stumble as well. This is what young guys do. They stumble. Yeah. Dead on right there. Yeah. I wouldn't applaud the guy considering he signed the dude to begin with. Yeah, but at least he got rid of him. And that was, thank you, Pete. That was one of those contracts we first guessed when that happened. Last year, I could even pull up the tape. And Phil said it right away. He said, why are the Rangers signing this guy? So, is there still rumor about going after JT? Look, the guys on TSN still think the Rangers are involved in that. I don't think they are. And I actually think it's bad for Vancouver to try to trade him. Because if he does produce for Vancouver the way he did this season, they might be a playoff team. And I think he'll produce under Bruce Boudreau and in that system. I'm not so certain it's happening with the New York Rangers, the New York Islanders. I mean, yeah. All right, we need the GM that cleans up the mess, the best awards. Well, you know what? I think B-Rye said it best. The guy that shouldn't have signed the contracts or didn't hand them out, still there. Everybody, by the way, 103 of you right now. We're about to hit hour number 5 of the podcast. And I can't believe we're 5. Hey, I'm going to ask you guys on this. 5 hours in, did you think we were going to not have 2 of the biggest free agent signings happening at all? So there is a tweet that I just saw about why isn't Josh Bailey being considered for a buyout, because I think Lou would rather trade him. That's just one of my thoughts on that. And still looking through this right now, trying to see if there's any other updates on anything. There's not even updates on Tyler Mott. Like, this is starting to get a little bit scary on just how, because it's one story with Lou Lamoriello. It's a different story when it's every team in the league suddenly went quiet. So let's go back to some of your comments right now. And here we go. And all right. Takes a big man to admit his mistakes. All right, what's got big lips and can't breathe? Let's see if this is going to be worth it. All right. Where do you see Sammy Blaze next year on this team? By the way, everybody, hit that like. And hold on a minute. And there we go. I kind of thought that was going to happen. Well, I didn't get a sex bot, everybody, but we got a troll anyway. We try to stay away from, that's already gone. Don't worry about it. This is Phil, by the way, everybody, in case you don't know. And he's saying, oh, yeah. Oh, that guy's gone. Don't worry about that. That's why I was waiting for it. And I kind of knew it was going to happen. So my apologies on that. But Tyler Mott is waiting to see where Johnny Hockey signs for. What Johnny Hockey signs for. Yeah. Trocheck on Sirius XM right now. He's excited to be on the Rangers, and he loved working with Gerard Gallant. He signed with Anaheim. That was about 2 hours ago. And yeah, geez, sex bots. I almost wish I had a sex bot instead of that last one. So right now we have 100 of you that are watching right now. Everybody, again, thanks for liking, sharing, and yeah, like I said, I knew that one was coming when it happened. And I was trying to give people the benefit of the doubt. 72 of you have liked this so far. Thank you very much, because that's what we need to do to keep growing. We are growing. Our goal is to give you guys the best hockey content around. And I mean, I love that the Rangers still have Sammy Blais on this team. I thought that was a key factor, that the Rangers sorely missed him in the playoffs. Don't forget to smash that like button and also smash that fly. I've had one fly going around my entire room right now, and I have no idea. You know what? Freedom, I don't know, man. I really, really am confused, because I thought John Klingberg could be a great fit for Detroit. And it looks like, but it's looking like he's going to go back to Dallas. So there you go. I love seeing comments like this one. Hello, Cody. Welcome to the show. And greetings from the Yukon. Thank you very much. I remember back when Phil and I were doing this last year, and we had guys coming in from Greece and from Australia. So, by the way, it would be great to see you again, Blue Shirt. But it's now we're on hour number 5. I'm assuming you mean will Strome resign? No. Strome will definitely be out there. My affinity to Sammy Blais is that he's exactly what the Rangers sort of want. He's a forward that gets in the dirty areas, isn't afraid to throw down the big hit. You've seen him do it in the Stanley Cup Finals against the former Blues captain David Backes, and he is not afraid to throw the body around. Now, part of the problem with that is he also was never healthy. Now, last year's injury isn't his fault, because that's still just that was a horrible move by a guy that's I can't believe it. So anyway, yeah, by the way, gotta say that it's definitely Andrew Ladd. And you like Blais and his talent on that. And you need the guys like Sammy Blais on there. That's what you really need. So, oh boy. Oh boy. The beefcake is returned. Anthony joined the free agent stream last year shirtless, but unfortunately he's right now listening. We're trying to get Phil to do that. What team would you say has increased its power the most so far? I like the Detroit Red Wings a lot. I think they've done great. Wow, let's try to think of a bunch of other ones that are on there. Let's go check some of these signings real quick. So we have Ottawa Senators, definitely, if you're talking about the entire offseason, that's a different one. Best contract. No, that's not what I was trying to hit. Like, the Penguins are trying to keep the status quo, and I'm not sure if that's going to work. I mean, there's still a lot of dominoes. I'd love to actually give you a better answer on that, Nombre, but this one, I don't know. I like some of the Devils' moves, but let's see if the Islanders get Johnny Gaudreau. Let's see if I actually love the Vinny Trocheck signing. I don't like the contract. I don't like the term. Andrew Kopp going to the Red Wings. David Perron going to the Red Wings. There's a lot of guys going to the Red Wings. I mean, I didn't even mention Max Domi going to the Hawks. Thank you, Christy, for doing that for me earlier. So, and right now we got 97 of you guys watching. So there's that. I mean, there's so many people that still haven't signed. Alexander Edler, Nikita Zadorov. It's Sherrod signed with the Red Wings. I actually got to get that down. But so you got Olimata, who also signed with Detroit. There hasn't been as many trades, and you'd figure the trades would be coming too. So there's a lot still more that we have to talk about with that. So, all right, yeah. If we're gonna be doing that, guys, it's you're gonna go. Hold on, I just have to get people out of here. By the way, everybody, our mission statement always is to try to keep as much politics and nonsense off of this as possible. So, like, it's one story if we're having an actual conversation that sports and politics intersect, but another one that just got on there. And there might be another one I have to ban in another second, but fortunately, we haven't had to worry about that yet. Anthony, what do you think?
I went for a swim and to clean my pool a little bit. I can't just sit here. It'll drive me stir crazy. So,
Yeah.
I don't think I want to see without a shirt on, so I put my shirt back on for you, Mark.
Oh, but Anthony, they could just go back and back when you were at Turks and Caicos.
No one wants to see that.
Well, you know what I would guarantee about that? About your shirt? You use Manscaped, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, he's got that nice smooth bod that's on there from Manscaped, which, by the way, if you go on manscaped.com, use the code BAH, get 20% off on shipping. So, of course, I got some of the products over here. And the Weed Whacker, great for the ears and also great for the nose. Actually got that in there. So, we're down to 99 right now. So, yeah. Rich, 100% right. If you want to come on and troll, it's just dumb. And here's another one. It's just, look, we're here to talk hockey. We're not here to talk anything else. If there's a serious topic, we could talk about that. You want to talk about the only time Iceman, by the way, okay. This is a great question. What's taking so long for Tyler Mott to resign? I mean, the Rangers have their number, I think, right now. Still, by the way, going back to the chat, where do you think Johnny Hockey is going? 40% are saying the New Jersey Devils, 27% the New York Islanders, and 33% are still staying elsewhere. 96 of you are still with us right now in this chat. Everybody, thank you very much for staying with us. I don't know. Anthony, that's a great question. At what point do you start to say Gaudreau won't sign today?
I think I'm already there.
Yeah, I know.
Meaning I think
I got to keep going. I got to keep going because I can't do this yet. I just can't. Supposed to meet a friend of mine for drinks later. So this is starting to get agonizing.
Yeah, I know. It's listen, like we already kind of summarized what could possibly be going on. It just doesn't make sense to me why if New Jersey was going to offer the most money and all that, he wouldn't have taken it already.
Hey Jared, welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. But it's one of those things. It's one of those things where you also, as again, a pundit, as well as, we're fans of the game still. And you want to try to say, for God's sakes, Johnny, make up your mind for millions of dollars and to move your family somewhere for 7 years.
Yeah.
Kind of selfish on that one.
Yeah.
So that's just where we're going with right there. Anthony, I will be right back because I got to get some more water because now I'm drowning a little bit.
Go ahead. Next, Hawk signing Domi. I think Max Domi I think he's a solid, a real good third liner. He could play in the top 6, but I don't know. He's not. If you're going to rely on him for kind of primary scoring, I don't really think you're in a good spot with your team overall. So, I mean, the Blackhawks needed to recoup some talent after all the guys they let go. So, him and Anthony Ciu will do the trick for a year. Me personally, I think their hope is probably to get the first overall pick and get Connor Bedard. So that would be for them. That would be franchise altering. Whether or not they're bad enough, then I don't know. But Jared, no, if it's really you, that's flattered that an NHL player is watching us and joining us. That's awesome. I'm sure you being a player kind of know all this, how this goes with unrestricted free agency. But yeah, the thing is about Johnny Hockey, he's the prize for the Islanders right now, for sure. Wicked. But as far as to let Lou go after the season, yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to say. I think when he fired Barry Trotz, he put himself in the line of fire. Whereas if they fell again this year, I think at this point it's all on him. And I think he's a smart man. He's been around for a long time, and I think he realizes that. Which is why part of me is pretty confident he's going to do what he has to do to get the player he wants, because he knows that he could be, like I just said, he could be in the line of fire if they fell. So no doubt he's trying. But as we all know, Lou is very, very secretive. He doesn't let much out. As we saw, he nixed the trade with Vancouver for JT Miller. And who knows what really happened? That's the story. But regardless if that's true or not, we all know that he does like to keep things close to his chest. So his thing is with the Islanders, regardless if it's Gaudreau or another move, I think the announcement's going to come straight from the organization, as I don't think Lou would want an insider scooping it and putting it out before the team is ready to announce it. So whatever that move may be, we'll have to see. Novus, no. Tavares, believe me, I'll know as well as anybody. Tavares signed right after free agency started. He signed with Toronto, so it didn't linger at all. And as far as big names to watch for the Blues, I mean they already re-signed Robert Thomas. They lost David Perron. I don't know really what else big names out there that they could get.
Well, Johnny Red, by the way, how's the back doing? Cop walking is exactly why I hate these deadline deals. Who you're going to get for a UFA? We gave up a first and a second, and only a decent center prospect for a guy who only played 3 months. Yeah, but I mean, I would take that and run since you made it to the Stanley Cup Finals. It was Morgan Barron. It was a second-round pick, and also not Stanley Cup Finals, obviously the Conference Finals. I mean, that would be there. That's what I mean. I just think I just think you make that move every single day of the week and twice on Sunday.
What move are you referring to? Because there was no trade that the Islanders had with Tavares. I mean, I know there was talk of Tavares saying to Gar Snow that he didn't want to be traded, and they were JT. Sorry, JT Miller. Someone just asked me about when Tavares signed. It was later in the day, so I thought we were still talking about Tavares. The trade for JT Miller, we really have no idea. The only thing that was first reported, Elliot Friedman says that the Islanders' 13th overall pick was in play, and that the Islanders were interested in JT Miller. So I would assume it was JT Miller to the Islanders for the overall pick, and based on his salary, I would imagine that the Islanders did have a player going back the other way to Vancouver. I don't know if that player would have been Beauvillier or Josh Bailey, but a player would have been going back to kind of offset some of that salary, but I don't think we know.
John Klingberg going to the Rangers, I don't think that's going to happen. They don't have the cap space for him. He's definitely looking for a bigger deal.
Yeah, I would say, I would think Klingberg's going to be a guy that gets at least $6 million plus.
Yeah.
So, I'd be interested to see how something like that would work.
And by the way, Pete says it best. That would actually put the Rangers at $24 million for like 3 blue liners. No, that's going to be way too much. And I agree with you on that. Hold on.
You want to handle that?
I handled it.
That's why those people, I just kind of played along and made them think, yeah, you're Jared Tenorti.
Yeah.
So
you go with it. You go with it for a quick second. I guess I'd rather take the sex bots at least. So, back to life and back to where we were going at. So, I forgot what even the question was. All right, that'd be huge if the Hawks traded. If the Hawks kept Bedard with all the hype surrounding the guy. I know it's early, but what players do you compare him with currently and how he could turn out? John would actually be better with this. Phil would be able to talk to you about that. He had a great game, I guess you would call it, at the World Juniors back in September. He had a great game back in the World Juniors back when that was in December, and then they had to cancel everything for COVID. But I mean, he's getting comparisons to McDavid right now, isn't he, Anthony?
Yes. He's been the word generational has been attached to him. He's been compared to McDavid. So yeah, he's he's the real deal, or it looks like he appears to be the real deal. So there's going to be a lot of teams that are vying for him. I know obviously everyone wants to have success, but at the end of the day, I think he is almost pretty much a can't miss prospect at this point. And he appears to be that good. I mean, the fact that he made the Canadian World Junior team and he was only, 16 years old. Well, the guy's older. I mean, that says something.
And poor Core Python right now, who's kind of echoing exactly what I'm saying. It's like, can Johnny Hockey just please sign? But there's a lot of people that want to be in on Bedard, and that's where it's. Oh, John, I'm sorry to hear that. Johnny Red, we're all hoping you're going to get better soon enough. I know you actually got the Eichel surgery, so hopefully everything clears up for you. But, and by the way, Chris Waddell, first time I'm seeing you, welcome to the show. But if that would be a huge get for the Blackhawks and for the NHL, because obviously a major market would get a major superstar like that. But again, the lottery makes it so hard to predict where somebody's going to go, because the Arizona Coyotes have tried to tank 3 different times and they've ended up with the 3rd overall pick twice. I know that. And they're tanking next year. I could say that.
Yeah. Oh man. This is, I tell you, Mark, if you would have told me it'd be 4:30 no Gaudreau news, I would tell you you're crazy.
Yeah. And you're right about that one. You're right about that one, John. He definitely wanted to be a Flyer, and it's not going to happen. Because as we said, it's just been like hell on earth. I think they're trying to move that around. And yeah, Pete, I already got rid of Tenorti. Unfortunately, you gotta wait for these guys to show their true colors, so that way you can get rid of them. There's one of them that I had on there that I didn't get rid of yet, which I'm probably going to. Seriously, do these trolls? They sit there snickering, going, "Hey, that's gonna be funny."
Yeah.
So this is where Philk is always better at that than I am.
Freedom, I believe Holtby said that he's not playing this year, and that his career might be over. That he wasn't going to partake in the free agent activity. So, yeah,
heard that.
So
at least we got a sign in Connor Carrick to Boston.
Yep. So I just saw a tweet that apparently Mike Johnson said that that's where it's a little bit contradictory, but he said that he thinks that Gaudreau is like holding out hope for Philly to create space, but then the tweet says he went on to say that he thinks Gaudreau is the landing spot for the Island, that the Islanders are the landing spot for Gaudreau.
There was a guy that just tweeted about 2 hours ago. Johnny Gaudreau signed a 7-year contract with the New York Islanders worth of $11 million. Devils offered 10, but wouldn't go over that. 11 pushed him over the edge. Islanders now have $100K free on the cap. And the Islanders dynasty account says, you have 30 followers.
Yeah.
Right? I'm checking
it.
I mean,
stuff like that's not real.
30 followers.
But yeah, I listen. I think at this point we may not hear anything tomorrow.
Well, we're gonna go. I'm gonna go until 5 o'clock, and hopefully he'll understand. Johnny Gaudreau, who's probably trying out a bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel right now, seeing if that's worth his time over cheesesteaks or South Philly pizza or South Jersey pizza, I should say. Although he'd be in North Jersey because that's where the Devils are. Just wow. There's I'm still trying to look around and see if there's anything. It's gonna end up where we're gonna have to jump back on.
That's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah. Alex Stalock to Chicago. I'm surprised he's still in the league. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go. They're in the basement screaming, "Ma, the meatloaf!" But my guess is the Devils end up paying $10.8 million for 7 years.
And you know
I want to pronounce it right. I hope it's Novas. But
the funny thing about this is that if like Lou has an agreement with Gaudreau right now, he's probably just laughing because if you noticed, none of the insiders are saying anything about what's going on. And again, that's the calling card of Lou. That's how he likes it. So it definitely leads credence to the thought that it could be looking good for the Islanders. But and see, this is why right here is why I don't think, and I could be wrong, and I have been saying I think it goes to the Devils, but the caveat to that is if the Flyers are out, and it was the Islanders and the Devils could offer more money than the Islanders. They have more cap space. It was rumored that this is where he was going to go. You know, he's from there. Why wouldn't he have just signed already? So I'm telling you, it very well could be a situation where, him and Lou have some sort of agreement, and Lou is just doing Lou things. He's not in a rush to say anything. He may want to make a move or two first. So it's a strong possibility. Because Mark, if you remember, the Islanders have $11 million of cap space right now. If hypothetically it was announced right now that the Islanders agreed to terms with Johnny Gaudreau for $10 million or whatever it was, and they're left with $1 million in cap space, Noah Dobson is an RFA. Teams might then think they're vulnerable. And this was his rationale with last year not announcing contracts. By not doing it, other teams don't really have an idea of where he sits with his cap space. So if he did have an agreement with Gaudreau, by not announcing it until he gets other affairs in order, teams can't just be a vulture and try to snatch Dobson or whatever with an offer sheet. So that could be a logical explanation. So
I think it's logical. They can go over the salary cap by 10%.
By 10%, yeah. Yep.
So you can go up to 8. If the Islanders went down to 100K, they can still go up to 8 million for the next couple months.
No, you're right. But then teams know where they are. What I'm saying is by not announcing an agreement with Gaudreau right now until he, let's say, moved to Josh Bailey or an Anthony Beauvillier, teams don't know for sure what they have.
Yeah. So if it's the Islanders, you're saying we're probably going to hear about Josh Bailey getting traded first.
I think not definite, but I think it would be. I think it would be possible that a situation like that shakes out, where it was announced they moved somebody before the Gaudreau contract was filed. So.
I just keep looking back to, and I'm going to get to the question on that's from the Facebook user in a minute, but yeah, what's taking so long? If it's the devil, I think there was this real belief that it was going to be Philly, that they were going to be in the entire time, and not only that, they haven't been. So, just wanted to fix my framing a little bit because I keep falling out of frame. But I think Johnny thought he was going to the Flyers, but the Flyers are just unavailable. I mean, it's unreal. Yeah. And I think you're right about that, though, Novus, that eventually one's going to overpay. It's going to happen. They're in a bidding war. It's just, and see, but the other moves, Pete, would take time though, because now he's got to find, once he knows that deal's in place, he's going to announce everything else. See, I'll tell you what, the people that aren't happy right now, if that's the case, is the NHL PR wing, because if that's the case, let's say Lou's got everything in place, he wants to announce it. The NHL's like, this is our big moment. You got to announce this.
Yeah, this isn't hiding Zach Parise's contract and Palmieri's extension. This is the top UFA available 115-point elite player. They would not be happy with him, but
right.
Yeah.
That would be funny, Michael. That the Rangers moved Jacob Sherwood's contract and then signed Johnny Hockey. Sorry, Anthony.
Mark, I think it's one thing for Lou to realize he lost out on Panarin earlier in the day. I just go back to he's been around a long time. He knows the risk by waiting. Would he really hang in there this long if he thought that he was going to lose this?
No.
In the end? I don't think so. I don't think he would either.
But also, Andre Palat hasn't signed. Kadri hasn't signed. There's so many dominoes, I think, that are waiting to fall. I mean, I forgot all about the free agent list that I have on here. Let me just list a couple people that haven't signed. Kadri, Palat. I mean, Niederreiter hasn't signed. The Stromes haven't signed. Max Domi, he went. I just never added it. Burakovsky to Seattle. I mean, Tyler Mott hasn't signed. I forgot about Dominic Kubalik going to the Red Wings. I gotta add that in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think honestly, I don't know what to think at this point.
I know.
My head hurts. My head
Like
hurts.
Alexander
But
Edler hasn't signed. PK
Who?
Subban hasn't signed.
No, Alex
Zagorav
Edler.
hasn't signed. Calvin
Alex,
fucking DeHaan hasn't signed.
Alex Edler signed. He
Where'd he go?
signed with LA.
Okay.
Um,
A lie.
yeah.
All right. Thank you. Calvin DeHaan hasn't re-signed. I mean, I can go on with these because we can't even answer these questions, Anthony. I thought we were going to be asking these about 3 o'clock at the worst. Most improved team today. Least improved team today. Like,
Well, you know what that means, Mark. Waiting for you to take a guess. Oh, well,
I got to call Lou.
Well, yes, you do have to call Lou, but we'll probably have to do a show tomorrow.
Can they get it signed early? I got a tea time at 1:50.
Well,
God damn it. All right, because I know you got fatherly stuff you got to be doing. So if you gotta get off, you can put me on in the background and I'll keep going. I'm gonna go till 5 o'clock, everybody. I'm saying at least another 18 minutes.
I might do that. With our luck, if news breaks at like 10 p.m., that for me that's I'm usually snoring, watching HDTV in bed with the wife.
And it'd only be big news since it's between the Islanders and the Devils. Yeah. Big Apple hockey. There's a reason why we have that on there. So it's got the region, but still, it's one of those things. Oh, we're going a little bit crazy right here. Like somebody fucking feel like Peter Griffin. KPK. Yeah, that's right. Well, unfortunately, by the way, I had a great write-up on the Flames because those were the teams I thought were going to win the Stanley Cup. I thought I had picked Calgary to win the Stanley Cup. By the way, hold on a minute. Leonard just said this. Sorry. Well, first off, sorry, I went to the wrong one. Leonard, by the way, hi, welcome to the show and welcome to the NHL as well for the last year. Cirelli out 4 to 6 months with shoulder surgery. Did you hear this? That's a bit of a bombshell, Pete. By the way, the Islanders way is saying JG rumors are quiet, very quiet, which has Lou's name written all over it. So yeah, I gotta find out about this one now because that's a bit of a blockbuster. And I'm not seeing anything on Cirelli yet, but I'll find that. But I mean, if that's the case, now you just explained how they have. Well, they really. Then that puts them under the cap. No, it doesn't. Tampa Bay is still $6 million over the cap right now. So, and yes, right about that. That's a good signing for the Kraken, and they didn't break the bank. But PK, I got to tell you, I had the Flames winning the Stanley Cup. I loved them. I love the way they looked, and I don't know if they completely tear it down without Gaudreau. But I mean, that first line was amazing this year. We have the write-up if you wanted to check it out on BigAppleHockeyPodcast.com. That's one of the ones I did. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still a little bit beside myself on a lot of these moves. We're waiting for the dominoes to fall.
So just Elliot Freeman says the Flyers are out. So once again, this is like now the third time that's been echoed, and this time it's from one of the big boys. So Flyers out.
Tom Moore is asking this. Tom, welcome to the show. How long did it
How
take for
long
a player to
players
decide?
wait? What
Yeah.
other players like the domino effect guys?
I guess players in general, how long could they wait? I think they could wait till the game's going to get played.
Yeah, they could wait as long as they want.
Yeah. By the way, Anthony, this is Lou's revenge for the Panarin and the JT leak.
Yeah.
This would be unfortunately a conversation. Hey Lou, buddy, you signed Johnny Hockey yet? Rick, I can answer that one for you because Detroit's an original six franchise. Everybody's going to want to play for them. And Steve Eisenman's starting to build a real solid franchise out there. No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to move around my camera and I just messed everything up. But yeah, there was my signed Brian Leach jersey. It's always out of view. But see, there's Cirelli and Bogosian out 4 months. Anthony, you think Seattle goes after somebody big? I mean,
they already got Burakovsky. They've been linked to Klingberg, so yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, I think they're going to steadily get better. I don't think they're getting any of the big time free agents. Like, I don't think Francis is swinging that hard for the fences yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm also just going to go back to this one. Yes, by the way, Jeffrey, 100%. Red Wings, I'd say, are the most improved team today as of right now.
I don't know. I look at their roster, though. Their defense, Oli Mata, Jordan Esterle, Gustav Lindstrom, Steven Kampfer, Jake Wallman, Philip Hronik's okay, and then Sherratt is a more excited. So overall, their D is still pretty poor.
Yeah, it's still poor.
And you got to remember, Billy Huso is still very unproven. So it's not like he's a magic pill for them in goal. So
in a way, so was Alex Nedeljkovic.
And he looked good in Carolina his rookie year, but last year he was heinous. So they're on the upswing, but they're still give them time. Give them time.
But again, it goes back to what we were saying before. It's hard to pinpoint things when there's so many guys that still haven't been either traded for or signed. By the way, just to answer this question, my opinion of Trocheck is if you're going to say Kopp and Strome, again, Trocheck is more physical, wins more faceoffs, plays better defense. That's where I go with on that one. I think Trocheck is quite the upgrade over Ryan Strome. Maybe not so much Andrew Kopp, and maybe I think he's an upgrade over Kopp. I don't think he's a huge upgrade over Kopp, though. That's a different story. Anthony's checking some more leads for us right now. The Sens improved a lot this week, but most of that was via trade. So hard to gauge them on free agency day. I got a comment from a friend of mine who's texting me right now. One of our Big Apple Hockey Podcast writers saying Rangers not having enough money for Mott because they gave $1.7 million to Reeve. Goes to show that every contract matters. People shrug off when they sign guys like Reeves because it isn't a lot. But Mott is exactly the kind of tough player you want, not 36-year-old Reeves who is at the end of his career. But yeah, kind of. Yeah, I understand what you're saying with that, Leonard. Trocheck's overrated, but it's one of those things that I like him as a player. He's one of those guys as a player. I was very much wanting him to be on the New York Rangers, and now he is. Now that's as a fan. I think he toughens up that center slot, and now you potentially can move Filipino. I think with Panarin, since Panarin's the real distributor on that line, and then you could figure out somebody else to pick up. First off, by the way, I don't know how much they can put on long-term injury reserve, but I don't think they have that. So, and by the way, he produces when games matter. Trocheck will protect Bread. Hopefully they'll click. Francesca, Artemi Panarin produced with Artem Anisimov. So there you go. And that's what I will say about that one. Johnny Hockey shopping around now. Maybe the Blue Jackets. It's on Twitter, so it must be true. All right, let's go refresh our.
Yeah, that Blue Jacket thing was Elliot Friedman in the tweet where he said the Flyers were out. He said that, as Bob McKenzie referenced before, the Blue Jackets kind of wanted to do something big. So being that they have the cap space, they get kind of thrown in there. There's no indication at all that Johnny Gaudreau is actually considering the Columbus Blue Jackets. He's just saying that the Blue Jackets would like to do something big, but I see no circumstance where Gaudreau would go to a team like the Blue Jackets where Columbus is a place that people just demand trades out of. So do not see that happening at all.
All right. So the Cirelli news apparently is true that he's probably going to be on injured reserve for a while. So that's going to put a little help for Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay always gets these magical injuries that are just right there. Gotta love that. So, all right, let's see about some of these other tweets that we got. Vlad Mestikov. Don't even know why that's even being celebrated. And again, Pierre LeBrun saying that the Flyers are out on Johnny Hockey. I think about that line from the Lord of the Rings. Our list of allies grows thin. Still, there's still a lot that still has to be done. This is unbelievable. It's so many still. All right. It's all quiet here. It's still all quiet. I looked away for 1 second, and that's what I get. I already got rid of him. I got rid of him. So Iceman, that would be funny, but unfortunately, that's definitely not going to happen because, like I said before, there's only $4 million worth of cap. But really starting to wear down. By the way, everybody, once again, hit that like button if you can for us. That would really help us out with the algorithm. And don't forget to, let me bring it back up again. Like, share, subscribe, and hit that bell so we can see more of our other stuff. There's my nameplate right there. I still wish I was using breaking news a little bit more, but I can't even do that. So. And everybody, don't forget, Manscaped, 20% off if you use the code PAAAAAID. We are right now at 5 hours and 43 minutes on the stream. 89 of you is still in here with me. Thank you all very much. You can see my exhaustion. Anthony right now hopefully is not getting any rope to hang himself with. Poor Core Python, who's a loyal fan of the channel, He's doing his own stream, and it's taking so damn long. So let's see where we are. Thanks, Bro Wash. We're trying to do our best. And that. All right. Here's another one. Thanks, Rob. But thanks, Juan. Take it easy. Have a good one. Yeah. Granny, by the way, thank you very much. And good write-up. I'm looking forward to seeing more from you. So I know it's not impossible. It's just that I just happen to think that he won't sign until Gaudreau does, and the price is going up. They got to keep on getting everything in there. Is that supposed to be like a friendship bracelet, John? By the way, guys, thank you. 5 hours, 45 minutes, and we still can't get one of these guys to decide. And again, I know I joked about it. It's kind of a little bit selfish when you're like, can you guys make up your mind? All right, we got refreshing my Twitter feed right now. And I mean, the Islanders have been going for it with these guys. So it's just the players have to make that decision. And I think once you get one major guy to go, hey, I'll go to the Islanders. I think there's going to be another one that's going to go right after that. And that they've reshaped that organization first. Oh. I might as well just go for 6 hours by now. So there you go. Still seeing nothing on anybody. This is going to be the way it's going to go. Again, 85 are you guys still watching with us? But Freedom, thank you very much. I will see you again soon. Oh. Thanks, John. That's at least a little bit better. Islanders driving up the price for John Ham and cheese. So we could take less money to play for the Devils. Would be everything. And the Islanders overpay per lot. Goes on to kill the Rangers with J.G. Pageau. Yep. Yep. Seth, as I've said numerous times, the Patrick Nemeth deal is a major win for the Rangers. I can't say that enough. Just getting them off the books is what they needed to do. So, and once they did that, yeah, as soon as it goes off, something's going to pop. Tommy, thank you very much. I can't believe still if you would have told me at 12 o'clock that Johnny Gaudreau that 12 o'clock Johnny Gaudreau would not be signed. Nazem Kadri would not be signed. John Klingberg would not be signed. So, yeah. Thank you, Pete. We'll see you soon. Trolls are kind of wearing on me. Oh, it's weird because you figured all those guys. Usually, nothing takes this long to get them all signed. But yeah, too many years for a good player. Chris Frost, I agree with you on that. So again, going 11 more minutes. We're dropping down to about 73. Yeah, but you know what's funny, Rick? They had that sort of courting period, if you will, where teams can meet up, talk to guys, and then they got rid of it. Chris, I would agree with you on that. But the last time that like the top free agent on the market held it off like a day, I believe it was Brad Richards. And that was 2012 or 2011, I should say, with the Rangers, that he didn't sign day one. I think he signed day two. My first time, I posted your show today. Glad I signed in. Well, Ice Band, thank you very much. And it was good having you. You were a good conversation. I love good conversations. I obviously don't like the trolls. And yes, if there's no NMC, that's a good contract. And boom. Yes, Dave, they picked up two goalies. They picked up Louis Domingue and Yaroslav Halak. So I'm actually going to pull Anthony out of the stream right now. So Chris, it's next year. They're still on the hook for $3.4 million in buyout money this year. Which, by the way, one of those that buyout money would pay for either, I think, Lafreniere or Keandre Miller next year. Oh, by the way, thanks, Chuck. Well, I mean, Nylander, if you're talking about Will Nylander, he's signed for under $7 million, and he was ready to go as an RFA all the way down to the final day that he was even available. And it also basically cost him a season. And it just, I mean, it's, and in that case, he's probably the guy that everybody always targets to go. That's the guy Toronto's going to trade. But yeah, but Brody, that's next year. That's next year. It's not this year. Kakko's contract is one that they're probably going to have to get done before they can even get done Tyler Mott. So it's probably going to cost them Tyler Mott. And if he goes to the Edmonton Oilers, you're talking about a team that's probably going to be in the playoffs next year and is not going to be able to deal into the Rangers at the end. For Will and Nylander, they can't get anything? Wow. And Will Nylander is coming off an 85-point season, I think. Not 85. I think it might be 85. I don't know. My brain's half mush right now, guys. So let's go Toronto. Oh, I said 85. It's really 80. 34 goals, 46 assists, -9. And I know there were times where him and Tavares kind of disappeared, but yeah. How you can't find a home for that guy? I have no idea. Yeah, Chris Drury also just recently said, and the last time I went around, that it's going to be tight to keep Tyler Mott. He wants to keep Tyler Mott. It's just going to be tight. Yeah, Matty B. There you go. So 6 more minutes. Hopefully something happens. You know what the worst part is? In 6 more minutes, what happens if they do something? Oh, fuck. Then I'm on here for another fucking 2 hours. Yeah. Did you guys see the report of Columbus offer? Yeah, but then again, is he going to take it? So Victoria, thank you very much. Yeah. Chuck, it's been painful. Been doing this all day. And 305 votes, everybody. 41% are saying the New Jersey Devils. Nylander does kind of look like a young Panarin. Maybe, yeah. But let's see what you got right here. And yeah, Chuck, we've been going at this since about 11:15, Chuck. So let me see what you got right here, Rich. Zibanejad, Kreider, Trocheck, Panarin, and Ottman. I think the kid line might split up a little bit. Anthony, you got something new?
No. I mean, I saw some speculation that Columbus is trying to make a push for Gaudreau, but I mean, for me, it seems like similar to Artemi Panarin, the Blue Jackets, like before on June 30th, like before midnight, when before they lose that 8th-year option, they offered like over 12, by far more than what Panarin got, and Panarin still told Columbus to kick rocks. So, I mean, yeah, that's more money that the Jackets, that's more money than the Islanders and Devils would offer. But would Johnny Gaudreau really go play in Columbus out of all cities? I mean, like you're talking, he could either play with Jack Hughes or Matt Barzal, and you're telling me he's going to play with Cole Sillinger? I mean, or it's, Columbus, they don't really have an elite center to play with. So I think if he took the money in Columbus, it's all about money, which, I mean, yeah, Jacob Voracek, Jack Roslovic, Sean Cirelli, I mean, Cole Sillinger.
Yeah, there's really nothing there, and you got to wonder what their process is going to be over the next 7 years.
I would be really surprised if he took that offer in Columbus.
And also, that's from NHL Breakers that Romanello is telling us.
Well, so Frank Cirelli wrote, "Never know what to make of certain things you hear, but the rumored offer involving CUJ and Gaudreau today was an absolute whopper. 7 years at $12 million."
Wow, so actually that was good?
I mean, again, the only thing I could think that would do is, unless he really just wanted to take the money, was that he would say, all right, well, Islanders, Devils, Columbus offered me $12 million. What are you what are you going to what are you going to do? Are you going to up the offer?
Yeah, I got the Frank Zavalli tweet
Patrick
right now.
Laine is not a center. I mean, he's a winger. I mean, yeah, Gaudreau's a winger too, but still, typically, when you're a winger like Johnny Gaudreau, you want to play with an elite center. And Columbus is a team that just wallows in mediocrity. It's to me, and it's Columbus, Ohio is not exactly close to Philadelphia or South Jersey. So, the reason why he left Calgary, as it said, it wasn't for money. It was for family reasons. So if he took that money in Columbus, that would be interesting.
Yeah, and Chuck, we talked about this before, about that Philly just doesn't have the cap space, and it doesn't look like they're going to move JVR and give up supposedly a first-round pick with that. So, I mean, if you wanted to do it strictly for the money, he would go back to Calgary.
Yeah,
but I mean, or take the Columbus deal. But I think the monkey wrench was thrown in here where they thought he thought the Flyers are going to be involved, and the truth is that they're not. But why wouldn't he know about that ahead of time?
Oh,
why wouldn't they have?
He might have. It might have just been media driven. Like I said, I'm sure him and his agent sat down and not only looked at teams' rosters, but looked at cap space and all that. So, these guys hit unrestricted free agency, and a guy like his case, once in a lifetime. This is the only time he's going to be a free agent. He's going to sign a 7-year deal, so where he's going to make a ton of money. So, I don't know. I see this going the same way as it did for Panarin. I think he's going to, be flattered by it, but I can't see him taking it for, like I said, numerous reasons. Columbus is a not a good team. They don't. Oops, I blocked the wrong guy. How do you?
Which one did you block?
Rick Manzone. I meant to click the sex one, and I clicked Rick Manzone.
All right, go get that. I'll go get Rick back on.
Okay.
Not the demographics community. I got Rick.
So we'll see, but Columbus better situation than the Islanders. I mean, where do people? No, I mean Columbus. No. I mean, Columbus has Kent Johnson, the rookie, the guy from Michigan they just got recently in the draft. But Columbus a better situation than the Islanders? Absolutely not.
All right. Yeah, Brody. Yeah, Brody, I had to go onto the thing on there. I gotta actually go. I gotta text them through the community page. But anyway, go ahead, Anthony.
I just can't see him. I just can't see him. I would be shocked if he took that. Because, like I said, he loses all around. A lesser of a team, further away from home, a place that guys constantly kind of ask for out on. Panarin, Seth Jones, Dubois. I mean, I don't see him. I don't see him going to Columbus, but who knows? Weirder things have happened.
All right. So here we are. We're at the 6-hour mark, 6 hours, 3 minutes. And I guess we'll do another sweep, see if anything left is there. Yeah, Rob, 25-minute helicopter ride. And well, good. I got you back, Rick. So Unfortunately, the sex bots. That's why we gotta like be extra careful with them.
Yeah, Chris T, I was just going to say, I just saw that too. Chuck Fletcher said the Flyers were not in on Johnny Gaudreau.
I mean, they call it the silly season. It's funny. This is possibly the most sensible day that there's been, and yet,
Yeah,
like, this is the silliest thing to me. That there's a guy that just put it out here that to Columbus he would have to go 8 hours and 8 minutes. That would be the fastest route from his house. So that's this is unbelievable today. Wow. And you know what? I have to say it's all this is all the makings of Lou. All right. So Maple Leafs set franchise records of points, finished fourth in the NHL with subpar goaltending.
and you know what? Honestly, I think Big Lou would call Gaudreau's bluff. Like if he was getting ready to maybe take a deal with the Islanders and the Blue Jackets, make that offer, I think Lou's been around long enough where he would know that Columbus is not a place that he really wanted to be, and probably say, all right, well, go take the offer in Columbus. Probably essentially dare him to do it. But I don't know.
Like this is on a whole new level today.
Yeah.
I mean, again, this is just unbelievable. Like this was something that, and by the way, Richie, I have to applaud us. We went 5 hours and 50 minutes without sex bots going on.
Yeah.
But it's just unbelievable on Colin Miller going to Dallas for 2 years. That might actually signal that they might be out on John Klingberg because he might be the John Klingberg replacement. So Big Lou sent out all the sex bots. So it's unbelievable. It's so funny. And yeah, imagine calling Big Lou right now. Anthony got to ask him a question in a scrum, and he got a dirty look.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So all right, so we're at 6 hours, guys. We're gonna call it. We did our best, but and we went on late. I didn't want to go on before 11:15, but it looked like something was gonna happen. I was actually watching the boys' season finale, and it's just, as Rick said, now that he's back on, players want to be wined and dined. Yeah, we're gonna have to get some rest. But then again, I got Bethpage Red on top on my mind tomorrow at 1:50 in the afternoon. Like,
yeah,
you go up to you're going out to go play golf, no driving or driving range, but you can't use your driver. But I end up going to a hole that's 380 yards, and I think it goes uphill after you hit your drive. Yeah, it's like, hey, welcome to Bethpage Red. Here's your first 6.
All right. Well, I guess if some sort of news drops, we'll head back. We'll head back on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if it happens tomorrow, hopefully you can come on.
Yeah.
But that's what our options are.
Hopefully this happens nice and early tomorrow, so plenty of time. I think Halak's got a 1-year deal, Chris, but that'll be there.
All right, Mark.
All right.
We'll be in touch.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you soon. Hello, Sinbox. This is your first time. But we're gonna sign off. So we'll see you as soon as Johnny Gaudreau or Nazem Kadri signs. So I will talk to you soon.